Nice, but let's hear you talk just to make sure that the mic
Uh,
recognizes you. Yeah.
all right, I'm going to talk just to make sure.
Yes, you're doing well. So how about that blurb? Best as you can.
All right,
Uh, and
going to
then
be the economy blurb.
yes, yes, understood.
All right, yeah,
Yes.
here again. Hit that up vote, very important. Got to fight the hidden down votes you put out there. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the notification bell on so you know we're restarting like this. And like Douglas's pinned comments after the programs are closed underneath. And please contribute. And I'm finding the part two right now. Yeah, vote.
Yes.
And what else do I need to do? Put the contribution link, maybe.
Now, theoretically, we could go on for another 12 hours. We're not going to do that, but we'll go on for as long.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so contribution link. So all right, add people.
Yes, please. By all means.
All right, use my judgment there.
In particular, George Knight, but yeah, just everybody in general, and including Brendan Zoget, of course. He's still awake and working. And everybody, I'm kind of silent right now because we're just waiting for people to regather. We're going to see if people do regather. Yeah, and we're going to, do our best. And in a sense, whenever we're knocked off air, I really shouldn't come back. But we're going to take a risk because sometimes people do well by me and they come in and actually listen more to the second part than the first. And the second part is usually much more important than the first, generally speaking. And I hope everyone understands that at this point in history. So, you okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Adding people.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And there's no need for me to burn bandwidth too aggressively at the moment. We're just going to see if people begin to gather back. And yeah, here we are. He's added everyone, our man Aristides, and you can fade out if you wish in good conscience after this. Good conscience.
Good enough.
Oh,
Hello,
George Knight has
Doctor.
joined us. Oh my God, it's
Yes.
been a nightmare. So you're aware, of course, that we got cut off.
Yes. I was just listening to the YouTube live stream, and you were loud and clear, Douglas.
Okay.
My thumbs up.
So are you on your way to work? It sounds like you're driving.
No, I think that's Brendan. Hello, Brendan.
Okay, let's see if Brendan's joined us. Oh, welcome aboard, Brendan. Yes, you've got a wind tunnel back there, Brendan. But say hi, if you'd be so kind. Dear Brendan.
What's up?
Oh, you have.
I can hear you now.
Oh, thank God. You had a wind tunnel going on there for a moment. So,
Yeah.
yes, you're
Okay,
sounding
now it's better, yeah?
infinitely better. Infinitely better. I don't know how you handled that. Did you get another pair of earbuds?
No, the earbuds were in, but they were malfunctioning as usual with what we deal with every day,
No
for
worries.
every transmission.
Yes, Aristides made it possible for us all to get back on. So thank God for Aristides, and he
What a
deserves.
saint.
Yes, he deserves all the credit. With that, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight, dear George?
Yes, Douglas. Thank you so much for having me on. I've got it's about half an hour.
Okay.
About 30 minutes. Yes.
Let's take what advantage we can of that.
Yeah,
And
much
what I'm going to
appreciated.
ask Brendan to do is just go mute if you could be so kind, Brendan. Thank you. So, dear George, by all means, tell us whatever you've been able to catch up on concerning current events, what you feel in particular is the most important of these current events, what stands out to you, domestic or foreign. When it comes to the situation in England, obviously, we're counting on you to provide us a good deal of your own impression. I'll be
Yeah.
speaking a little bit about England myself later in regards to the whole issue about the Israeli affair. So I hope you're listening at that point while at work.
will,
Maybe you'll be able to
yes.
tune in. And by all means, yeah, tell us again. Also, a status report on yourself, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Yes, Douglas. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I don't have anything specific I wanted to come on to speak about. I thought I'll just come on and we'll just roll with it and see what comes up in the topic of discussion. So I don't have anything specifically I wanted to speak about. Nothing springs to mind at this moment. Other than, of course, we've just entered British summertime. So this is the first week commencing British summertime. At the moment, the sun is just rising and it's just gone 7 a.m. In the morning. So, yeah, it's just getting light now.
Were you able to review any of my past episodes to any extent?
And you know what? Yes, you know what? I was reviewing it last night. On my way to the gym and on the way back, I do listen to the previous transmission. So I'm listening to yourself and Brendan speaking. I was just getting to the bit about Frederick Barbarossa again to review. So that's going to be tonight. I listened to that, Douglas.
Right.
I was listening to what you and Brendan were talking about on the previous, just before you got to that topic.
Okay.
Which was great, yes, which I very much appreciated.
Well, thank you. What I'll do is I'll provide a link to you to this incredible individual. Subscribe to his channel. He's managed to take that and put that into a video. In other words, what do they call that? Snipped it the way Daniel Arola used to. Yeah. So let me find that for you. In the meantime, I want to thank Aristides for putting the links in the chat room. And Amor Fadi says, great to listen to you, Douglas and Team Dietrich. Glad to hear you return for part 2. I haven't had much time to listen to the past month. The thing is, there good news in my life lately. I've been busy. Excellent. Oh, so glad to hear that he deserves good news. He was horribly abused as a child. Won't go into those details. Oh, that reminds me. Let me see if I can find you a link to this incredibly tragic story that you might be able to provide some insight into. So, yeah, by all means, continue with, whatever comes to your mind. Like you said, things are going okay. I don't know if you gave us any bit of a status report in general. Yeah, whatever you're comfortable
with
sharing.
Work. Yes, with work. No, work's going well. We're very busy at this moment. Of course, we're doing the fibre rollout throughout the UK. We're just undergoing a few little changes, a few little reorganisational changes within the company itself, but doesn't impact myself in any regards to what's been happening previously. There's no changes on my side. Apart from we're just extremely busy right now, Douglas. I did have a little exchange with I did have an exchange. I responded to someone who we have this organizational like Facebook. It's run by Meta. We have like our own internal organizational social media platform just internally for our organization. And some in the Muslim community, they were celebrating Ramadan, and one person posted about Free Palestine, and then this individual, won't name names of course, because of consequences of it being implicated for what I'm speaking of, because this guy said he asked the HR department to remove the post because it can incite hatred on the Jewish community because he put Free Palestine. And so I had to respond saying that the Palestinians are Semitic people. They're ethnically Semitic, culturally and linguistically, and their language is Semitic. Yeah, and I said it encompasses all Arabic-speaking Arabs, Muslims, and it encompasses all Sephardim Jewish people, and because they speak Hebrew, so I pointed that out. And I got a lot of, praise for that. A lot of recognition.
Excellent.
But of course, the post got scrubbed. And this individual, I looked at his profile, and on his banner, his cover photo, he had.
Of course.
He
They had to censor after that.
Yeah. His banner was to stand up against anti-Semitism. Ironically enough, I pointed out that the Palestinians are Semitic. So this man has a Jewish background, but of course he's on that compass. He's on that premise that Semitism only encompasses only Jewish people. But of course, there are ethnically non-Semitic Jews, as opposed to there is real Semitic Semite Jews in this world. Not all of them are Semitic. Of course, a large majority of the Israelis in Israel to this day are overwhelmingly non-Semitic.
Yeah.
And they're atheistic. They're not true Semites.
Yeah.
And this guy is...
Or they're certainly not
that
Jews
trope.
in any religious sense. Yes, go on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in any religious sense or practicing or the like. Yes, it's it was just totally asinine, and so I had to point that out. And of course the post got scrubbed. Nobody responded. There was no exchange. So there was no exchange. I responded in a hope, not to try to disparage anyone, but it was to just point that out, that fact.
Right. If you say truth, then you get like deer in the headlights, right? Just no one wants to say anything because they're just lost.
No, I just wanted to share that because there's this, obviously people like to speak of free speech. Of course, only when it suits them. And Douglas for years have pointed out that free speech equates to hate speech.
Yes.
And only when it suits their agenda.
Yeah.
If you speak of truth and fact, then you're censored.
Yeah.
Which is why me and Douglas and Brendan are not on any media platform. We're not in the public eye at all.
That's right.
We're completely scrubbed.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to go on mainstream television.
Yeah.
We're not promoted. We're not credited for anything.
Yeah.
And yet everything they do seems to be using Douglas's expositions.
Yes.
They listen and they relay, they republish, they re-promote, but none of it is credited, and so that's censorship.
Of course.
And so, like with that post, because I pointed out that was just one example. It's not on there anymore. It's been completely removed. So you're not allowed to speak up about that. You're not allowed to point that fact out.
That's right.
And so another post that got scrubbed, Douglas. I should read this out. I was contemplating whether not to or not, but I screenshot it before it was scrubbed.
Yeah.
And somebody pointed out within the organisation, they put this post out about Trump, and I'll read it verbatim. I'll read it for word. Now, I wanted some. I cannot interpret this, Douglas. So I do need some help from you and Brendan for making my mind up on this, because I have no idea, because I've not followed anything up, because the guy is putting his own perspective out there. Because I'll point the first line out, what he says. He goes, in a shocking move, former President Trump, of course he's not former president, he is the president, but I'll read this verbatim just so someone can then explain this to me. He goes, in a shocking move, former President Trump has announced a 20% tariff on all internet traffic through subsea fiber optic cables and satellite links, effective within the next 72 hours. This drastic policy shift has left tech giants, telecom companies, and global leaders stunned. The tariffs will affect some of the world's largest subsea fiber optic cables, including Aquacoms, and it's connecting the US to Ireland with a capacity of 40 terabytes per second. Dunnan, Google Cloud's transatlantic system spanning 4.1 thousand miles, 6.6 thousand kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean, connecting Virginia Beach, United States with France. Seemingly free, the longest operational submarine cable spanning 24,233 miles or 39,000 kilometers, and connecting Europe with the Middle East and India. As news of the tariff spreads, internet users are scrambling to download personal files from cloud services, and social media streaming services are also moving their popular content, such as reruns of The Simpsons, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, cat memes, to server farms in Europe, Asia, Africa, South America, to lessen the financial impact of user downloads. Rumors are circulating that AI services Truth Social and X, formerly known as Twitter, may be exempt from these tariffs, causing their shares to skyrocket with forecasts that they will be most dominant news outlets within 3 months. As the situation continues to unfold, one thing is certain: the internet, as we know it, is about to change forever. That someone internally in the organization published that, Douglas. There was no one pointing out that it was a farce. Nobody pointed that out. They took it quite literally, but it's been removed. So I have no idea about any of that.
It was you saw it as a lie, of course, and
I saw it as I could because none of that made any sense none of that made any sense. But I don't know if any of you have heard anything about Donald Trump imposing anything like that. So I just wanted to get your perspectives on that. Not that it means anything. Not that it's...
I'm glad you shared it with us, and we'll be on the lookout. But I heard no such thing. And obviously, something like that, as you said, would be earth-shattering. By the way, I'll bring your attention to our text box. I don't know how convenient or easy it is for you to access the text box of our Skype call, but if you do, and you scroll up, you'll notice that Brendan entered something about England, basically that the United Kingdom is no longer able to make its own steel, with the last 2 blast furnaces set to shut. So if you can look into that, you can tell us exactly what's going on with that, what will happen and what you feel might happen in the future, especially considering the fact that, England is no longer going to be able to count on the United States for anything. This could, of course, simply result in contracts with Europe, but I'm presuming that eventually they'll restructure or restart those blast furnaces, but that would require some heavy infrastructure investment, and people would have to be retrained, etc. But and thank you for sharing what you did about that. Shall we say that rumor?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to. Because people were taking that quite literally, and it just shows how easily people can be manipulated. And because, of course, there was several. The only thing people pointed out, which I noticed, was former President Donald Trump. It's like, no, he's not the former. He's right.
That alone's very strange. It's almost like an AI hallucination, because any Russian bot would know better. A Russian bot would say he's the president, right?
I mean, there's nothing. I just did a quick little scan, like a little scan of the internet after that, just the public search engine, and there was nothing on it at all. And I was like, hang on a minute, this is someone internally in my organization promoting that. That's quite dangerous. And that's the reason, because you said about, stats report, anything internally in the organization. That was something that I saw, but it was scrubbed. And obviously, I would scrub that because it could be spreading disinformation. That's the reason why I wanted to share that. Absolutely. So you did the right thing. I mean, of course you did the right thing. And what puzzles me again is it's hard to believe that would be the Russians or any normal enemy, because they would all know better than to make a mistake like that and say former president, unless of course this was something that was it doesn't make any sense. No, it just doesn't. No.
Yeah, so it's just weird.
You read that and you think, what are they trying to tell you? What is the outcome of that? There was nothing. It just says it will change forever.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, it's been gone 72 hours, sorry. 72 hours and nothing's happened. So,
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted to point that out, Douglas.
It's bizarre enough, and it's just almost like I said, AI hallucinations. That is quite possible that it could be that. It's definitely a product of the times because of Trump calling tariffs against everyone on Earth.
Yes, that's true.
Trump has effectively declared economic warfare against the world. And and it will change the world. That will change.
It will change. Yes.
And
he's imposed a 10% rise in imports on the UK goods. So imports on UK goods, he's imposed that. That was just recently announced. I did see that this morning, Douglas. So I did see that. So yeah, he's imposing these tariffs on the world, and it's effectively declaring war, an illegal declaration of war.
Yes.
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 So,
Absolutely.
yes, and that's what it is, and that's how every leader takes it. That's how they respond to it.
And well, they should. As well, they should.
Yes, as well as they should. Thank you, Douglas. Yes. So yeah.
And so go on. What were you going to say before I continue? With
No, there's so much. I can go on to anything, Douglas. I just wanted to say thank you to Brendan and yourself. Because you were bringing up when I was reviewing it last night. I have to review something more than once in order to retain specific information and data, to relay it back. But I did appreciate, when you were speaking about France last night, when you're speaking about I'm trying to remember his name. It's escaped me, Douglas. It's one of him, the guy who pursued the search for the Holy Grail.
Otto Rahn.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I did appreciate that. That's where I got up to.
Yeah, that was really good, Doug. I'm glad.
Yes,
speak about it.
That. Yes.
And George, I did make a joke that was like, George needs 3 to 5 business days to re-listen.
But it's true.
I do too.
Yes.
If I'm not on air, it takes me a while to go through it.
Oh, but no, I appreciate it. Yeah, because I have to review something more than once. Like Douglas's videos in the past, I've reviewed them dozens of times. Literally, quite literally.
Yeah, same.
In order to retain it in memory, because it's embedded. But I do appreciate it, and just to follow up on what you were saying, Brendan, it's like with me in the past, and it's so true about you when you're saying about ignorance is bliss. Because what we know, sometimes we wish, it's like when people say, what you've seen, you cannot unsee. You wish you never saw it in the first place.
It's a burden. It's honestly a burden.
There are certain things, and it's so true. The people's response to us, like when I talked about the Palestinian, just to use that as an example, once you know something, people do not want to engage with you because they look at you and think, you shouldn't even know that information. How do you know? And usually that's the first response that I get when I ever relay anything historically is, how do you know that? And it's like, well, the problem is because these people have no idea how to find that information. They don't even know where to look. And we've pointed that out, that you don't even know what to type in on the internet and even to find that out, or what book to read to find that information out. You come to Douglas points out where to go and what to look up in order to find the information. It's right there, and it's evident. It's inescapable. It's substantiated, and people, when you expose something or when you speak of something, and people you shouldn't know that information. So it's not normal, as you pointed out, Brendan. I do agree with all of it, and I just wanted to come on just to express my gratitude for you relaying that, because I can reminisce with it. I can that is I can what's the word I'm looking
relate
for?
You can relate
and yes, I can relate to it. Resonate. It resonates with me.
Thank you.
So because in the past I'm like, well, I wish I never knew that information, but you can't get it.
I wake up every day cursing, dog.
The drinking wouldn't erase it. It's not like a rubber on a piece of paper.
No.
Removing.
You can't unsee it. It's like you can't.
And lead stencil. It literally, that's it. But I do.
And even the other day, in context, I was thinking about this. It's true that it goes beyond any politics or just the fact that they chose red and they're all freaking Edomic. It's like you can't.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
And it's not like cherry picking. It's like it's literally the only answer.
Why
they're also they're all like this and they're all a part of the same team, and we're in this evil system that happens to be Edomic.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's all about to confuse. It's all to be destructive. It's all irrational, and that's the irrationale of religious warfare, and it's just what they believe. And it's not
Yes.
what we believe, it's what we're relaying, what they believe. This is what you pay your taxes to. This is the people that your taxes go to, and this is what they believe. And so it is. It's just, yeah, it's satanic inversion. It's the truth is opposite to what they are promoting. So, yeah, if they're telling you something, my God,
Thank
it's
you.
got to be the opposite is true. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're the winners of World War II. Yeah, sure. Yes. Yeah, we won everything, didn't we? Yes. All this freedom.
Oh yeah, that
All
that
this
one's
freedom.
funny. That
Piers
one's funny
Morgan.
because once you see it,
Yes.
every car's Japanese, and like everything good is German. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
viable as far as luxury or industry.
It's so
that one's
insane. I
funny.
saw a map the other day. They were promoting, and it was saying about every sunken Japanese submarine boat, every sunken warship. And yet you look at the map, it was the civil war with the Chinese. And they were trying to promote the Americans sunk it.
Interesting.
I was like, this is
Yes.
insane.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
I was like, this is crazy. You're reading the comments, and they're like, wow, we didn't even know the Americans got to that far. We didn't know that they went down to Taiwan, they went to China, they invaded the home islands. No, this was the war against the Chinese, you dumb. Oh my God.
Yeah, and did
Oh
did
my
you see that
God.
screenshot I sent, George?
Yeah. Yeah.
The Brits don't have any more steel refineries coming up after this month.
Yes. No, thank you so much for sharing that, Brendan. Yeah, thank you so much. And it's like, in the past, and it's like if you were driving a Toyota car in the 1950s and 60s, in the late 50s, in the early 60s, it was manufactured out of these World War II era aircraft carriers.
Yes.
And all that steel that, it went into the manufacturing of these Toyota cars that every American was driving at that point in time. And you point that out, and that's truly, people are just bobbed by that. It's just,
Yeah, and I appreciate.
And now the Japanese are buying our steel plant or our entire steel industry outright.
They're certainly trying. Yeah, they're certainly trying, and Trump wants to get them to quote unquote invest in America, and we'll see what'll happen.
I mean, they're
with
the
it.
only ones investing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Who's
True.
employing Americans? It's not all these companies.
Oh, fuck
They
no.
all outsource to India and shit.
Yes, yes. No, it's all true. That's all true. By the way, what Brendan brought up about the Helsing company and the drone manufacturing, you've probably been too busy to look into it, but because of the importance of drone warfare, I do want people to know that I am aware, because we do get a lot of techno aficionados out there who follow military developments. And of course, in the past, when I was known as the renegade military historian, I would have concentrated much more heavily on these developments. These days, of course, it's almost peripheral to me. Almost like it's almost something that it's like such things are important when you're engaged operationally, but the overall strategy of the politics behind it, what causes us to fight these wars, is far more important to me than the technical way in which we fight them, which I can always get back to if I'm ever involved operationally in a position of secular power. But for right now, I do want people to know, yes, I am aware that the Taiwanese have developed a new sea fighter drone, which is basically a very, very small seaborne drone. We're talking about like a miniature speedboat that is inspired by the kind of drone warfare that has been taking place in Ukraine. And just like the Helsing Company has produced these cruises, the proper term is cruises, C-R-U-X-I-S or C-R-U-C-I-S, depending on whether you're going by the Latin or the Anglicization. But these cruises drones, these cross-shaped drones, which they could probably wipe out Moscow with. So forget, it renders nuclear warfare obsolete.
Obsolete,
But these new drones, of course, they have to develop countermeasures. So the HMS, or His Majesty's ship, the Dauntless, which is a Type 45 destroyer, has proven herself a sharpshooter by downing a swarm of drones in a live fire exercise. So this was held off, if I remember correctly, the Welsh coast. So basically, the HMS Dauntless, a Type 45 destroyer, has shot down a group of drones in a live fire exercise held off the Welsh coast. The training came after the HMS Diamond repelled 7 drone attacks, or 7 attack drones, I mean to say, from the Iranian-backed Houthis in the Red Sea in January of last year. So I do want people to know I am aware of this as well. And so, again, just so people can look this up themselves, I think there were more than 350 personnel who were involved in Exercise Sharpshooter off the coast of Wales to test the warship's ability to fend off a drone attack. That's impressive, and that's good to know. So at least there's that. I believe they found all 4 bodies now of these soldiers.
Right,
Yes, please tell us what you know about any developments here, please. Yeah.
No, no. Thank you for bringing that up, Douglas. No, could you please? I was going to say, could you please continue? Yeah, about the latest.
No, all I know is the image I saw. They look like idiots. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's like they're wearing that new army uniform, which is made to intentionally look like an old World War II army uniform. But they look absolutely bizarre. They almost look like they're reenactors, like your relations who drive around in their Jeeps.
Yes,
it's very bizarre.
And
you know, that's all I can say is that if Brendan knows anything more, please let us know. Now that they're finding the bodies, I have to confess I'm not even particularly. Go on.
They've been just completely tight-lipped about it. It's just the only information is the Lithuanian army is speaking about it. I haven't heard anyone from the Department of Defense or anybody say anything other than we found the last body. That was it.
Okay.
So
and by the way, I do want our man George to know that finally my son found the footage for me, and I did review it. So when it came to Jerome, it was Jerome. Jeremy Corbyn. How do we spell his last?
Yes.
Corbyn, so with Jeremy Corbyn, my son found the footage of his being interviewed by Piers Morgan. So I finally reviewed it with the Blood Boys.
Yeah.
So I do want people to know I will go in depth into analysis of my reflection on that. And it's of course, they already knocked me off when I wasn't even talking about anything particularly controversial. Maybe they find it such, but I was talking about the Wisconsin election for a Supreme Court judge.
Doug, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
There was this van passed me earlier.
Yeah. Some
crazy white guy maniac yelling right when I left work.
Yeah.
And they just passed me a second time.
Oh,
so
shit.
It's potential Edomic gang stalking.
I
presume.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they could have picked me out from walking in the dark over here.
Thank you.
Twice.
Yeah.
So just a heads up.
Definitely.
If I go dark.
Yeah. But for God's sakes, if you go dark because you're avoiding bullets or a fusillade, just you're alert now. So just dive.
At least it's on record.
Yeah, but dive, deep and get away from the assault, if something happens. But at least we got it on record. Obviously, we'll keep calling out of concern for you. But as soon as you can, if something happens, call us back to let us know that you're alive, your status. Jesus Christ.
Yes, copy that. I will. Yeah. But I'm on standby. Everything's okay as of right now.
Yeah, just stay on the phone. It's one of the safest things you can do, actually. But,
I am on the phone.
Keep your eyes alert. Yeah, keep your eyes alert and keep on the lookout. You're not like your average chick. It's like, honestly, these women who get abducted and disappear, they're on their phones. They're half the time at least they're on their cell phones, and they're
Exactly.
A majority of people.
They do it for a reason.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, the majority of people who are abducted aren't, usually aren't men. So but men they might have accidents. They might have accidents. Usually with them, it's walking into manholes or something really stupid. I mean, I'm sure George has seen it all with the kind of business that he's working in. Men stepping into manholes and shit when they aren't looking, that kind of crap. But with women, they usually don't do that. It's really strange. They don't step into manholes, but they get abducted, because they're on their cell phones and totally absorbed. But in your case, it's different. You're trying to keep yourself safe. Basically, what I'm trying to do is, with the help of Brendan, George, and Aristides, who made it possible, just trying to wait to see how many people we gather, to see how long I want to stay on tonight with part 2. If we get enough people, then I'll go deep into it. But then I will tell people about England, a little bit of my thoughts about Jeremy Corbyn when he was interviewed by Piers Morgan, and what that brought to my mind, because that incensed me. It really did, and I'll explain why, of course, when I get into it, which won't be too long when I get back into my monologue. So go on with I was
going to say, Douglas, did he kept repeating, Piers Morgan, do you denounce or do you condemn Hamas?
That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Thanks to the help of my son and the Blood Boys, we counted it. He asked that question no less than 15 fucking times.
Yeah, I was going to say 15. About 17. Yeah, I was going to say, yes, it was about,
It might have been more.
That's even...
Yeah, it could have been more, yes.
Yeah.
He just kept
but was that
even for Pierce, that's dauntless. I mean,
yeah. I mean, he
did the same. Yeah, he did the same tactic to Andrew Tate as well.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate would not denounce Hamas either, like Jeremy Corbyn didn't either. So Piers did the same tactic. He kept repeating it over and over again.
What?
And in the end, you're just listening to an interview, and it's nothing constructive. It was just, do you denounce him?
Right. Yeah, the words were, it was 4 words. Do you condemn Hamas?
Yes.
Do you condemn Hamas? It was just repetitive. The only other question was, is Hamas a terrorist group? That was the other question. And like I said, if they knocked me off for simply talking about the Wisconsin election in the United States, which basically put a big dent in Elon Musk, who, like I said, has lost basically about 150 million or dollars, at the very least billion dollars this month. It's been outrageous how much he's lost in the last 2 months.
Millions every minute that goes by in the day he's losing.
This guy, he is the archetypal loser. He loses so much that there's nothing you can trust this guy with. I can't imagine anyone looking at him as capable of anything. It's absolutely bizarre to me, the fact that he has such a following.
Exactly, Douglas. Yes. And it's like with the Third Reich being able to break the gravity well.
Yes.
When they achieved greatness, it was because of the mobilization of a nation state of the Reich.
Yes.
That was able to accomplish it. This man individually cannot do anything on his own. And yet people think he is capable of such feats, like going to Mars. One single man. Yeah, the best thing for him to do is get into his rocket and blast off to Mars.
By himself.
And that's it.
Yes, which is what many of the protesters were saying, and the protests have been increasing. Yeah, but because he was funding this Supreme Court justice, this person running for the Supreme Court of Wisconsin, and made himself look a lot more vulnerable by losing, and they knocked me off for that. I'm thinking they may very well knock me off again for what I will say about Hamas. Now, I've told you before, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Good example was our friend Sammy Romero was telling me about how a bunch of these Crips gangbangers down in Los Angeles were coming on to some podcast and, talking about their murders they committed, and they all got busted. Whereas I can talk about people that I've killed, and no one's going to press charges. And there's a reason why. Because the enemy themselves, the Edomites, have every interest in covering up those deaths. So they have a vested interest in covering up those deaths, and nobody's going to press charges. So such being said, however, what I'm going to say tonight is going to be much more explosive. And therefore, what I say, the way I say it, is going to be even more pointedly circumspect. If I were faced with Piers Morgan hitting me with that question monotonously, repetitively, as an assault, and I can't understand why other people just did not take this tactic, which I will say right now, and I'll say it again later in monologue, is I do not condemn Hamas. That's the best way to say it. You cannot say it in another way, because then they will claim that you're somehow affiliated as a terrorist. But the best way to respond without being accused of some kind of terrorist affiliation, support, is to say, I do not condemn Hamas. And that disempowers them. They can't do anything with that afterwards. Of course, I would put it all into context, but that would shut them up, because what can they say after that? Once you say that, they can start then attacking you ad hominem. But, I had to give that a lot of thought, because I understand what Brendan says about Hamas's form of terrorizing Christians, for instance, or Hezbollah in Lebanon, terrorizing Christians. But Gaza, of course, there's
as a Levantine Christian, I can't support everyone over there, because my family got wiped out.
Understood.
It's kind of hard for me. It's hard for me to have a perspective like any other way than that, because what I've heard and seen, like what's left of my family had to literally run away to Canada or here in the U.S. So.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying, correct? You understand what I'm saying?
No, that's the only way to respond. I mean,
thank you.
That's it.
Like, we don't know what they're dealing with. It's just...
yes. But I'll do my best to put that into perspective as to what Palestine. And by the way, just another thing to put into perspective for people is that Palestine is simply the modern corruption of the biblical racial term for Philistine. So the Palestinians are the direct Semitic racial descendants of Israel's ancient enemy, the Philistines. And the Israelis are simply trying to complete a genocide that started in biblical times.
Millennia.
But this was the enemy.
Yeah, in fact, in Arabic, it's pronounced Philistine.
Yes, thank you.
It's the same word.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's the actual name in the Arabic for Palestine is Philistine. Yes. And but the real Israelis, as we've explained on this program, when the Assyrians sundered the original true Israel, the true Israelites, 10 of the tribes fled to Japan and 2 to England, the 2 island nations on Earth at either end of Eurasia. These posiers, these Turkic Hazar descended Israelis, and about a third of their population, basically Slavs from Russia. These people are trying to somehow validate themselves as Israelis by carrying out a biblical extermination that has nothing to do with them. They are not the heirs to that biblical war. But they feel that by carrying out that genocide, they somehow make themselves the true Israelis. Do you understand the pathology here?
Yes, exactly, Douglas. No, thank you.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's like, Elon Musk, who's, by the way, I'm going to go into this more in monologue, but he was trying to blame the Tesla sabotage. All of these people who are, destroying Tesla vehicles and their battery recharging facilities. He's trying to claim they are all transgender, of all things. He's truly trying to say that because of his own transgender daughter, who he hates so much.
Yeah.
his pathology, and it's all part of this whole transphobic ideology. But when that fucker throws out that straight-armed gesture, which is nowhere near like a Nazi salute. It's more like a spasmodic reflex based on his ketamine destroying his nervous system.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when that fucker does what he does.
Oh, yeah, it looks so cringe.
Thank you. I mean, you just look at his face, and it is so manic. And he's just so,
well, he was loaded for sure. Like, he's totally on a level.
He's on
too many drugs.
Yeah, there you go. And even though his daughter will insist that's a Nazi salute because she doesn't know any better, it's just, shall we say, just that.
Well, I mean, he was making a mockery of it. I mean,
thank you.
We can at least say that. It was a mockery, deliberate mockery of it.
Yeah, he's too...
But the plebes don't know
But
that.
I'll put it this way. He thinks that by that kind of spasmodic gesture, he can make himself into a Nazi. That's the same insanity of the modern people occupying Palestine, thinking they can make themselves the true Israelites by carrying out the genocide that was never completed in biblical times. Do you see what I'm saying? They're both wannabes trying to be something they can never be by doing something wrong. Musk can't do it right. And so there you go. It's just, he wants to be a Nazi so bad. He wants to be a Nazi so bad. Yeah, but he can't be. And he can never be. And he's probably ethnically Jewish. Well, it's like he wants it both ways. This is what anyhow. So continue with whatever you're thinking of and what time you have remaining with us, George. By all means. No.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. And the other thing that Piers Morgan, whenever he's been asked, he interviewed Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson said to him, "You didn't win the Second World War." And then Piers Morgan goes, "Yes, we did." And Tucker goes to him, "Well, what did you win?" And he goes, "I'm not speaking German." Wow. He goes, "I'm not speaking German." That's his response to winning the war, that we don't speak German. He goes, "If we lost, we'll be speaking German."
And how did Tucker Carlson respond to that?
Oh, he just goes, "You didn't win anything." So he was pointing out the fact that they didn't win. Well, they didn't win either. He's pointing out,
Tucker was saying that America won it for them, right?
Yes,
actually, if it's Tucker Carlson, what he would be trying to claim is that the Russians won World War II.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. At the end of it, he'll say that. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, but
exactly.
Yeah, because he's been brainwashed. Style. Yeah, he'd be brainwashed by fucking Putin, and claiming that. But go on.
And yes, and again, I like pointing out the fact that the Palestinians are descendants of true Semites. They're true Semitic people. Just like when I pointed that out, I would have pointed out to Tucker Carlson that Russia is still at war with Japan.
Yeah, which my gang brother Beaver did not know. And then when my gang brother Beaver started, saying shit like, the Japanese cars aren't as good as they used to be. They're not as much quality. I said, of course not. They're not built in Japan anymore. They're built in the United States.
Yes.
I said, only the engine block is from Japan. All the parts are made in America. That's why they're shit. And I said, the ones built completely in Japan are fine. Yeah. And he's like going, you can't have it both ways. Thank you. And he's going, you can't have it both ways. And I'm like saying, it's the Americans who want it both ways. Yeah, they want the same quality while being paid to build it themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can't have that. You can't have that.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, thank you, because you just can't get quality products made in America. Yeah.
No, that's true.
Yeah. Yes, it's impossible.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
But yes. At least, like I said, with the preparations that the Americans are forcing the Europeans and the Japanese to make for war, things are positive. We can see a lot of positive going on right now, and So all such being said, what else comes to your mind? Obviously, you've been working a lot. But
Yeah.
you know, when it comes to domestic or foreign, what else comes to my mind when I'm thinking of Britain? Obviously, the food issue is always important. I mean, is it still easy to shop over there, or how's shopping?
Oh, well, it's always best to go first thing in the morning when the shelves are some still on the
That's just
yes,
awful.
when
Yeah,
you
well,
know
stuff
the
out
people
here
that
is
work,
getting like that because
yeah,
of
when the
Mexico and Canada
supermarkets,
is where all produce is coming.
yeah,
Yes.
when the night shift workers are working in the night, they stock the shelves up freshly. It's always best to go first thing in the morning. If you go in the afternoon, you'll get all the scraps, you get all the leftovers. So
Yeah, I
yeah.
remember going to the Tesco at like midnight, and it was bad.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
bare shells. Can't get anything.
I couldn't find any coriander, and I kept calling it cilantro because I'm from California. We like the Mexican influence. I was like, "Where's the cilantro?" And the guy was like, didn't speak English himself, and he was like, "What?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Coriander."
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
fun.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how's your bodybuilding going?
Yes, it's going well, Douglas. Yes. I'm obviously dedicated to that. So not every day, but when I do, that's when I listen to the previous shows.
Okay.
It's because it gives me a good hour to listen to everything, to catch up, and then the remainder I get to listen to as well when I get a bit more free time. But it just frees me up a little bit. But no, I'm still dedicated to it. So it's the diet. I spoke briefly of it with Brendan a few weeks ago about the diet. So yeah, if you're going to do it, you have to do it properly, and you won't get any results if you're not putting the right food into your body. But the majority of it comes down to what you're putting into your body as opposed to what you do with your body when it comes down to bodybuilding. But because I'm doing it naturally, I can't train as much as I used to when you're on steroids. Your recovery time is drastically slower. You're not as strong. You don't recover as fast. So yeah, I'm going in about 4 times a week.
Excellent.
Yeah, 4 times a week.
I'm proud of
Which is
you.
great. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel me again. It just makes me feel like I'm me again, more confident, and releases great endorphins, which is a great chemical to make you feel more positive, more stronger, more confident. And that's what you want, and sharper on the brain as well, because I'm getting all the right nutrients in, and so yeah, I'm a bit sharper, a bit more collected in the brain area.
Excellent.
I want to try and preserve it as much as possible.
Of course. Oh, of course. And so I do want you, the next opportunity you get, aside from the time-stamped parts that I've already recommended from past episodes, listen to tonight's episode, part 2, which will be the part that you're on, that the part that starts with you on it. That way you'll hear what I'm going to be saying later tonight. And, look
I appreciate you put my name in the title as well, and I felt really bad because when I first saw it, when I entered the message I did earlier, Douglas, I was like, oh no. Of course, I can't be on for very long, so I was going to say, if you wanted to take my name out of the title at least now with the first part, you can remove it if you want to, because I'm in the second part, so that would be just terrific.
Thank you for that, because what I'll do is I'll remove your name and put in part 1. So that way, help people disambiguate. But definitely keep it with the second part. By all means.
And so much. Yes.
Go on.
And what else to bring up? What they call, Douglas, again in France, the atomic bunkers that was to withstand an atomic attack. The
submarine pens. The U-boat pens. U-boat pens.
Yes, the pens. That's it. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. And it just goes to show, I really appreciated in the previous transmission when you're speaking of that, because it goes to show that the Third Reich were anticipating that, because it was already in development stages at that point in time. They're already absolutely. And so I just wanted to point out, because it was, again, with the American perspective, the narrative that they try to promote that they were the only ones capable of developing an atomic weapon, an atomic ordnance. They were the first ones in history to deploy it. And of course, just in France alone, it's the evidence that the Third Reich were preparing for it. They already knew about its development stages, and so did with Emperor Hirohito. He already knew with the Hanford Dam. He already knew where Los Alamos was powering up all their the hydroelectric power that was generating all that hydroelectricity that was powering up the Hanford Dam was the dam that was responsible for generating all that hydroelectricity that was going into the Manhattan Project. And so Emperor Hirohito knew all about that. So it goes to show that the Axis already knew what the Americans were developing, what they were trying to do.
One thing...
There was nothing secret about it.
Yeah.
There's nothing... Yeah, carry on, Douglas. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, one thing Brendan Zoget entered into the text box here. He said, yes, it used to be common knowledge, Einstein defecting, etc., then the PSYOP. This is one thing you can tell people, is the moment that Einstein publicized the equation E equals mc squared, every physicist in the world knew that this release of energy could lead to an atomic bomb. Every physicist in the world understood those implications. So it's not that America or anybody had some monopoly on the idea. The Americans then, as Brendan calls it, a psyop, which is exactly what it is, the propaganda campaign then became...
And it got to the point where we did it first because we were better and had more money and smarter.
Right.
Like, literally, I've heard people think that.
Yeah, well, of course, that's what the Americans will take from the propaganda. The propaganda originally was that, well, America invested the resources in this program without acknowledging the fact that Germany and Japan did as well, as did England, obviously. But the English program was reliant heavily on a lot of espionage between them and the United States. As I said, the British did not really trust the Americans, and with good reason.
No.
So there was a lot of independence to the British program. But the point is that all four of these powers were developing it, and the Americans somehow make it seem like it was a race that they won. That's the most offensive part of it. That's the most offensive part. But no, actually I'm wrong. The most offensive part was then the propaganda the Americans promulgated and promoted, claiming that, the Nazis didn't pursue it because they thought of physics as a Jewish science. I mean, at that point, we're entering just complete and total insanity.
That's where it gets crazy. Because it's like those people, that group learned it because they were in German schools.
Thank you.
Because the German thought was the height of the world in the early
absolutely
early 20th century.
Yeah, Germany simply considered Einstein a product of German education. Matter of fact, when Einstein was in Germany, and he was always bitter about it because he always recited the story repeatedly. He said, when I was in Germany, my German physics professors told me I wouldn't amount to anything. So they weren't really impressed by Einstein. They felt him to be essentially one of the rejects. So they had more than enough intellectual resources.
Oh, not to mention the patent office scandal.
Yes.
Where he was like literally not able to ascend the ranks in the university. Yeah. And he had to take a job in the patent office.
That's right.
Then all of a sudden he gets copious notes and publishes all these equations. Basically, I don't want to say he stole it, but obviously something happened. Right?
Thank you. Yes.
And then the anecdote of where his chauffeur would lecture for in his stead. Do you ever hear? Is that true?
I've heard that.
Or is that some kind of like urban legend shit?
I've heard that as far as I can ascertain. I'll just...
And then someone asks an advanced question at one of them, and he says, and the guy that's supposed to be Einstein, his chauffeur, says, that's such an elementary question, my chauffeur can answer it. And then Einstein takes over. Like, it almost sounds believable,
all I can say is that I'm open-minded to it. I'm open-minded to that, but it does sound like an urban legend. Yes. Oh, that's so funny.
It's cheesy, but it could have happened.
So all such being articulated, George, anything else that comes to mind? I mean, I was thinking just the other day, I was reflecting on Mark Felton, who of course is British. That time he stole what I had said, and he's stolen what I've said so constantly, and but as we've said, he'll get credited because he preaches their gospel that the Allies won World War II. So he'll
Yeah,
get
exactly.
credited as opposed to the son of Adolf Hitler, who proves otherwise.
And he,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
he
early
produced
on, he
videos.
was straight plagiarizing.
Yes,
you, Doug.
Yeah.
Like you would release something,
Yeah.
and then he would make the video the next day.
That's quite true. That's quite true. Actually,
he
he
gets
would make the
hundreds of
video while I
thousands of
was.
views.
He would make the video while I was broadcasting.
Oh yeah, you know he was sorting through all the photos, just like, yeah, this guy knows what's going on.
Yeah. Holy
He would
shit.
try to he would produce these videos trying to deconstruct, but it didn't serve him any justice when he tried to deconstruct. Oh, did the Nazis produce any flying saucers?
Right.
And he goes, oh no, it's just the conclusion at the end of the video is it's just a myth. It was all They would always bring up the Horned wings by the Horned brothers. He would, they would bring up these prototypes.
Horton. Yes, go on.
The Horton, yes. He would bring up like aspects around that. But of course, there was nothing genuine about it at all. And he brought up about the Nuremberg hangings as well, Douglas. Yes, just he pointed out some things, but he also brought credence to one of them as well. He was saying that they had to add, because they only had 10 bodies to bury in unmarked graves, but they had to add 2 more bodies, that was it.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you trying to say? What are you
Thank
trying to say here, Mark?
Yeah,
You're trying to say that it was a ritual?
Yes.
You're trying to say that? Yes. Because it's like, the original 12, they only had 10. Martin Bormann and Hermann Goering.
Yeah.
Obviously, Hermann Goering suicided the day before on the 15th. And Martin Bormann escaped into exile. And, so they had 10 men, prominent echelons of the Third Reich to basically hang in a ritual, to sacrifice. And then he goes, they had to add 2 more extra bodies to it, making it the full 12. And I was like,
there you
why
go.
are you saying that? That's in his video.
That is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. So he basically proves it's a satanic ritual sacrifice without acknowledging such.
Yes, without acknowledging it. Yes. Because anyone just listens off the bat would just think, well, what's he talking about? Why was that? It would make no rational sense.
Thank you. You wonder why then he even does what he does to kind of, shall I say, expose that much. It's like it's bizarre. Yes. But such being said, I'll bet he'll never address my legal father killing the hangman from Nuremberg. How my father killed the Nuremberg hangman. I bet he never relates that story.
No. Oh God, yes. No, that's it. Oh, what's his name again? What's that hangman's called? He was disgusting individual. Woods. That's it. Yeah. Woods.
Yeah. I try to forget it myself.
Is it C? Yes, C Woods something. Oh, I forgot Woods. Yeah.
I'll look it up.
It don't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, because Sergeant Woods hangman, John C. Woods, is John Clarence Woods. John Clarence Woods. John Clarence. Yeah. And
all it says he was electrocuted by a cable.
yeah. There we are.
Yes.
You're saying
how it got there. It doesn't say how it happened.
Yeah.
Your father off that guy? Was it an accident?
You never heard me tell that story?
No, this is news to me.
You're kidding.
You're
kidding. So let me relay it in summary. What happened was that my father first ran across John Clarence Woods in the U.S. Navy. John Clarence Woods was a sailor. And what happened was that whenever they were on leave in the United States, my father realized that because everybody went looking for prostitutes, that's the first thing sailors do, aside from bars, is prostitutes.
Yeah, as soon as they land.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what happened was that he knew John C. Woods was not going to the bars with the rest of the sailors to seek prostitutes, which is what all the sailors did, went to the bars where you could find booze and prostitutes. And my father realized John C. Woods wasn't doing that, but he knew he didn't have a family to visit or rendezvous with because they were all on leave. And people who have to see their families get special leave, this sort of process. but he wasn't going through any of that. He knew this guy was single, and yet John C. Woods would basically come back with woman's panties that were quite small. My father immediately realized these were like girls' underwear of children and the like.
Yeah.
My father realized that girls went missing at this time that John C. Woods was with them on leave, realized John C. Woods was a child predator who was killing young girls. So my father reported it to his officers, who then basically pursued the case, felt that they could not let this publicly be known because it'd be such a scandal to the Navy, so they dishonorably discharged John C. Woods rather than turn him over to the authorities. In other words, they just basically dishonorably discharged him and felt, let him loose on, the civilian world, and eventually, hopefully, the police will catch him and it'll be their problem as opposed to looking like a Navy problem. Get what I'm saying? And so they discharged the son of a bitch dishonorably. Now, this is where everyone is so full of shit. The time that I was talking about being dishonorably discharged, and then talking about how I got a job with the San Francisco Police Department. And of course, you would have people claiming, oh, that's impossible. If somebody's dishonorably discharged, you might as well have a swastika tattooed on your forehead. You can't get a job anywhere. You'll never be employed again. All this bullshit, and it's all a load of crap. So when World War II rolls around, sure enough, John C. Woods shows up and gets into the U.S. Army. And not only does he get into the U.S. Army, he's made a sergeant major. In other words, he's like made the highest possible rank for an enlisted man without ever having served in anything other than the capacity of the lowest level of sailor in the U.S. Navy, joins the Army in World War II, and is given the rank of the highest rank you can attain in the U.S. military as an enlisted man. Sergeant Major is like a singular title. That's like something they give Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps in the United States. There's only one man who has that title at any given time. So he's the top enlisted man in the United States Marine Corps. So they made this man the top enlisted man in the United States Army when World War II started, and he signed up and joined. First off, he's a dishonorable discharge. Theoretically, he should be in jail. Instead, this guy's given the highest imaginable rank, which shows his satanic connections because of his child predation, because of his murdering young girls, and probably involved with ritual sacrifice with the elite. And then Brendan winds up. They took him out. They took Brendan out. This is what he was worried about. He's walking home. He said, in case I go dark, so, oh my God, Brendan, let us know that you're alive and you're safe, and I'll continue the story whenever you come back. So that was poor dear Brendan. We knew him well. Oh, he rejoined us. Brendan. So I'll continue on with the story. Oh my God. Yes, he did acknowledge.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm dealing with some stuff.
Okay,
I'll tell you about privately.
Okay, all right, okay, there we are. We'll take that for now.
No, it's not the same shenanigans. It might as well be. I mean, it's sabotage. Okay. We'll just say that.
Got it. Okay, yeah. We'll talk about privately. Yes, and so when it came to John C. Woods, so here he was given this incredible promotion. Then he sent around Europe to murder various people. In other words, he becomes the U.S. Army hangman and is responsible for far more deaths than just at Nuremberg. This was an individual who committed hangings all over Europe. He was completely sadistic, and he was infamous for making the noose very loose so it would take people hours to die. And as they kicked and swung, trying to break their necks, they would slowly strangle. But he wouldn't allow the noose to be tight enough to snap their necks the way it's supposed to. So he's this gratuitous sadist, and all done in the name of his Edomite cultism, which is how he got this incredible promotion and this plum job, without seeing combat, just being brought in to hang people. Then, of course, he participated in the Nuremberg hangings. Well, what happened was he was on the islands that my father was on for these various atomic tests after the war is quote unquote over. So,
And Douglas, I do apologize.
yes.
Douglas, I do apologize to stop. Can I say goodbye to you, please?
Oh,
I
please
do
say goodbye to all of our
Thank you
listeners.
so
Yes.
much, and I appreciate you explaining all this to Brendan. And yes, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And please support Douglas and any way you can. And I'll hopefully join you on Sunday, Douglas, Monday my time. I'll come on for a short period again. But thank you so much for having me on. And take good care of yourself, Brendan. I think he's on pause, but I hope he can hear me. But you take care of yourself. And all my love on to you, Douglas. If I don't speak to you beforehand, I'll catch you on Sunday.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
We appreciate
all my
you. Stay safe and
Thank
be
you.
well. Okay. Share our love with your
Thank
family.
you. Thank you.
Bye for now.
Thank
Okay.
you, Douglas. Bye. Bye.
Okay, so that's George, and everybody maintain him in thought and prayer, and maintain Brendan Zogate in thought and prayer. Sounds like he needs it. And he'll be checking in with us too. Yes, Brendan. Oh, so
Yeah, this is some bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
I'm dealing with some shenanigans.
Understood. And so what happened was on July 21st in 1950, while Master Sergeant John Clarence Woods was serving with the 7th Engineer Brigade in Eniwetok Atoll, and was at Bikini and Eniwetok. My father was at these various nuclear test sites, and in this case, in the Marshall Islands, this son of a bitch, Master Sergeant John Clarence Woods, had just been transferred to Eniwetok. And what had happened was that there were all kinds of Nazi scientists that at the end of the war were working with the Americans, a lot of this having to do with Project Paperclip. This was the legitimate Project Paperclip, having nothing to do with the conspiracy fantasy that people have, wherein the Nazis take over the U.S. government, which is preposterous. Rather, the Nazis who were part of Project Paperclip were people who were trying to evade capture by the Soviets, wound up working with the Americans, and ultimately were essentially subverted America with the help of particularly Dr. Werner von Braun, who sabotaged the Americans in the same sense that his brother Magnus von Braun, who worked with the Soviets, sabotaged the Soviets. So they did this on behalf of the Reich in exile, while the Reich in exile went from strength to strength in space, becoming a breakaway civilization. Magnus in Soviet Union and Werner von Braun in the United States kept the Allies primitive. And when it came to the... Jesus, that's a lot of noise. Are you okay over there? Yeah. Just checking in with Brendan. Yeah, it sounds like he's running. Jesus Christ, hope he's not avoiding something. So at any rate, when it came to Master Sergeant Woods, he basically, all of these Nazi scientists who were part of Project Paperclip, basically my father was of German descent. He related to them, interacted with them, and it finally decided, based on what he knew about John C. Woods personally, he was going to kill the son of a bitch. And so he did so, and one night when John C. Woods was wading in the water, trying to deal with some engineering kind of problem. Now, remember, this man is supposedly part of an engineering brigade. He knows better than to touch anything electrically. But when he basically was tripped up by my dad, let's put it this way. When you're wading in the water, it's easy enough for somebody to rope you and trip you. That's pretty much what my dad did, which led to him starting to drown, being pulled away by the currents from the island on the tide. And that's when my dad, who had used a machete to cut an electrical cable, threw him the cable and said, "Here, catch." Now, a drowning man will grab even at the tip of a sword. And he grabbed at the cable and basically died by, well, electrocution, fried alive. And my father took much satisfaction in his death, but then felt he would pay the price. He went in the next morning where he was called to stand before an officer who never looked up from his paperwork, but simply asked him, were you witness to the death of Master Sergeant John Woods? And my dad said, yeah, I lit him up like a Christmas tree. And something to that effect. He lit up like a Christmas tree, and the officer never bothered to look up. He just said, you're saying he died of an electrical accident when he basically was trying to mess with equipment in the water or something of that nature. And my father realized that this would not be pursued in any sense, investigative sense. So he simply said, yeah, that's what I said. And the officer said, dismiss, Mr. Dietrich. And so my father turned around and walked out of that office, the Quonset Hut office, as it was. There were many Quonset Hut buildings, of course. But when he walked out of the office, that was the end of that. And nothing was said about it again. Basically, he figured that the high command was quite... they understood the need to keep the German scientists of Operation Paperclip happy, and that this was something that the German scientists felt needed to be done, and the fact that it got done, they were just happy it was done without needing to acquiesce to some sort of other Nazi demands. And so there you have that. That was the story of what happened with John C. Woods. I think I can remember other things later on if I.
Okay,
yeah.
That's great. I mean,
yeah. But so you never heard me tell this?
It, honestly.
Well, you have no idea. You have no idea. Look, he's a murderer of young girls. He was then given this promotion. When you're never even supposed to be employable after a dishonorable discharge. He was obviously involved with the satanic elites and the Edomites.
Yes.
And after they gave him that power to just kill people, a 007 license to kill across Europe, where people were brought to him and they just said, oh, this person's a war criminal. And he was hanging them all as painfully as possible in these occult sacrifices. Yes, he more than deserved what happened to him. I'm only sorry his death wasn't much more...
How did he end up in the Pacific? That's how bad he was? They had to get him out of there, or what?
Well, the European conflict was over. The war in the Pacific was still on. I mean, technically, they were at war with Japan under conditions of ceasefire. So they figured they'd send him there. They thought, personally, I believe that they all considered it a reward for him because it's a vacation in the Pacific. These were beautiful islands. It's not like anybody, it was almost like the army was doing him this big favor. And, but when he wound up...
it was like a vacation.
Yeah, but when he wound up there and he's surrounded by all these German scientists who hated his guts, then he basically found himself a target. He actually went around armed. He carried 2 firearms, like George S. Patton. You know how George S. Patton was famous for carrying 2 ivory-handled pistols. And so John C. Woods was
the
also...
Colts.
Yeah.
1911, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And John C. Woods was also walking around with 2 pistols on his belt, and because he knew the Germans were going to off him. So he was already paranoid. But when he found himself in the water doing some kind of night repair, then my father tripped him up easily. Like I said, it's so easy to just throw in a rope and loop a guy's ankle or just cordon it around him. You don't need to loop him like a lasso. You just the tide helps your work here. And then once he whipped him down into the tide, then he's screaming, help! And so my father had that cable he had cut with a machete, threw it to him. Here, catch! And he just reflexively reached out for it and lit up like a Christmas tree, like my dad said. So it's, when he fried and died, the Germans celebrated. And so they
good. Looking good. Oh, and on a side note, this other article came in. White House disputes the timing of Musk's departure. So you were correct.
Oh yes, yes.
They were
Thank
saying
you.
he's
Yes.
not leaving. It's all
Thank you.
garbage.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
is this some kind of tactic, or are they that stupid where they're saying contradictory shit every 12 hours?
It's
Like, is this
contradictory
like a
shit.
tactic?
I'm sure that there's moments where people get the impression that Trump is done with Musk, and then but he's no,
Right.
he owes him too much. And
Yeah.
by the way, just so you know, during the 15 years he was involved with the United States Army, and like I said, this is something that doesn't make any sense because World War II was a 15-year war for Japan because it lasted from 1941 to theoretically 1945. It was 15 years of proactive conflict. For America, they only think of war as World War II as 4 or 5 years. So when John Clarence Woods, wound up signing up for the army, my impression was he signed up around Pearl Harbor time. Yet he wound up, from there to 1950. That could only be around 10 years, like 40 to 50, 41 to 50. We're talking about 9 years. He might have gotten in during the time Roosevelt. So if he came in before Pearl Harbor, that makes it even more suspect. That means that they made him a master sergeant during the Roosevelt administration in 1933 on. That would have given him a 15-year career. So he was around shortly before Pearl Harbor even. That means that he was brought in by the Edomites and literally brought in and made a master sergeant. But during his...
So he's a Nepo. He's a Nepo baby, presumably.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something.
Well, basically he was a cultist. He was a cultist.
Right.
And because he was one of theirs, they gave him this promotion. But during the time he was involved with the army and let loose in Europe to hang these so-called war criminals they kept catching, he killed 347 people. That's 347 hangings. So this is a mass murderer at a scale that is unimaginable. You're talking about he's aided and abetted by the United States Army, and aside from the 10 men who died at Nuremberg, he executed 347 other Germans. And just like children who were part of the
sure
Hitler's...
on some spurious shit, yeah.
Whoa, no, it's like children. If you ever see the movie Fury, what do they show? They show the Americans, and they're saying, kill the Hitler Youth. Kill the Hitler Youth. You got to kill the kids. Got to kill the kids. They would bring like Hitler Youth and say, these are kids fighting us illegally outside of... They're terrorists. And so he would hang them. That kind of shit. So you're talking about this level of hanging. And so he winds up killing 347 people all over Europe. And this wasn't just in Germany. It was all over Europe, when the Americans occupied France and shit and North Africa. So you're talking about...
Well, what happened to George?
He had to go. He had to go. Work.
Oh, while I was in that shit? Oh.
Yeah, while you were involved with that, yeah. And so you're talking about a guy who was raping and murdering young girls who he was torturing to death, then winds up being given the carte blanche and is hanging German children in Europe, as well as, others in North Africa, etc. So, this guy's just a murderer and a rapist. And, yes, what my father did to him was too good for him, as far as I'm concerned. But
right. Well, that's awesome. I didn't realize that was the case.
Yeah. And so there you go with that. And we got a good number of listeners now. I'll probably try and do the monologue for a bit. Can you hold the stage while I get some eye drops? I've got some in my eye, so I can rinse this wanker out.
Possibly. I could try.
Do your best. I know you're good at this. You can do it. Yeah.
Because I just dealt with some shit. Yeah.
I know.
I mean, I'm here dealing with this. Yeah.
But are you at home now?
Yeah, I've been turned into the warehouse.
Yes. So at least...
which is the nature of the issue I had earlier, but anyways,
understood.
We'll deal with that.
Understood. Okay.
Sabotage later.
Got it. Yeah, it's just... it's all my fault.
I like this. It's all Doug's fault.
Yeah.
Of course. I wake up every day cursing. So it says global trade entering unknown era, according to this U.S. negotiator.
By the way,
it's the most unknown era since World War II. It's like, you guys don't even know World War II.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, And I was gonna say, when it comes to George Knight, this is a Deutsche Welle article. That link I gave you about that young boy falling in love with the chatbot. I figured that's
And then he like killed himself. He killed himself?
unbelievable.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, the reason I want George Knight to review it is because he was catfished for half a decade. I figured maybe he could put this into some kind of perspective for me, where maybe I could feel some sympathy for this child. But right now, to me, it's just a Darwin Award. But take a look at the article and just read that opening sentence, and you can do that while I go get this wanker out of my eye. But you can start now with that opening sentence, and it's just mind blowing. Just mind blowing. It's
it's unbelievable, literally.
Yeah.
Deadly love affair. Yeah, deadly love affair. No kidding.
Yeah,
with the chatbot.
With the chatbot.
Yeah.
It's like the chatbot's not even asking him. What are the questions the chatbot's saying to him? And what was its name? The name of the chatbot and shit. It's like...
Oh, I mean, okay, I can read through it.
Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You can get started on it while I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
His name was spelled Zetze. That's
Jesus.
almost like a fake name.
Well, he's not like a real German, right? Isn't he like some Syrian refugee or something? He doesn't look German. He looks like some ethnic or something.
Zevel Ronald Spelze. Probably half Turkish or something.
Yeah, that's
North
it.
African looking.
That's it.
He looks Turkish to me, like half Turkish.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes
Setzer
sense.
is a German name.
Mm-hmm.
So
his dad
this
was
sounds
German.
like a German fairy tale. Like they're always dark and shit.
Yeah, but his mom
was a happy child.
Yeah, well, scroll down and see his mom. She looks ethnic as fuck. So obviously they got the name from the father. Yeah. They got the name from the father, who must have abandoned them, I guess, which is how the son with no male guidance.
Oh, he was from Florida? What the fuck? So he's like Cuban or something.
What the fuck? Okay, so it's a German story, but they're writing about somebody in Florida? Weird shit.
But he has a German name.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Yeah, weird shit.
But it's like, how can you kill yourself if you're not getting any action? I can see if it's like a girlfriend and, your first love and you're getting it every day and then she tells you you're ugly. But this is bad. This is bad. No offense to the kid, but that's pretty bad.
Yeah, no, it's like, whoa. Yeah, it's like I don't get it.
What is it, St. Peter? You get to the gates and they're just like, man, come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I was talking to V earlier in the day, and then she said, I just realized I have an appointment. And I said, do you mean a telephonic appointment with the doctor? She said, a Kaiser appointment. I said, you mean like a telephone? She said, no, on camera. And I was like thinking to myself, why do they have on? I remember my psychologist, they preferred, they said, oh, if you have an appointment with your psychiatrist or your psychologist on, telephonically or what do they call virtually, it has to be on camera.
Yeah.
It has to be on camera.
Telehealth.
Yeah. And I couldn't understand, why would I have to be on camera? And of course, she didn't give a shit. She said, you don't need to turn the goddamn camera on. But I was just thinking, how does that work? I mean, it's like, I suppose the counselor needs to see whether you're looking bad, right? Like, oh, this guy looks bad or something.
Because theoretically the insurance is paying you to like inspect someone's situation.
But when a female has got like a video appointment with a doctor, I'm like thinking, so what happens?
Dude.
Dude. How does this not turn into
the camera?
Yeah, how does this not turn into some kind of sex? Like something I've seen. It's like, so if you have a vaginal problem, I mean, and you show the doctor on camera, how can anyone do this?
They draw the line. No, because the lady, I did a telehealth when I had that weird flu thing.
Yeah,
and the lady she said if you want me to like actually give you a diagnosis, I have to see you in person.
I see. Okay.
So it's basically just to get a doctor's note or to give you a prescription. They could just do it remotely. It's for shit that they can just do remotely.
Okay. So it's just
because otherwise it would turn into that. Be like, show me what's going on. Take off your shirt.
Yeah. It's like, where else could it go? It's just you remember when I had the yeast infection? Can you imagine me with a camera appointment with a doctor?
Oh my god,
yeah.
that's horrifying.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah.
That's sick. That's sick.
Yeah, it is.
It reminds me of that Family Guy character, Quagmire.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen. Yeah, it was like that.
Yeah, it would turn
like
into
someone
that.
saw his photos and they're like,
yeah.
What's wrong with this worm?
Which, by the way, all credit to Lena Shea. She was convinced, and I'll never argue with it, that Quagmire was based on myself. That Quagmire was based on Douglas.
Well, he was a pilot, and he was half Japanese.
Yeah.
His grandfather was Japanese.
Yeah, and he was a sexaholic and a pornoholic.
And he's a sexaholic. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who was having sex with underage girls, no less.
Oh, just everyone, but yeah, especially that.
Yeah. Yeah, and so there you go. It was
and his catchphrase is even it's literally what you say. All right, that's literally his catchphrase. I'm not joking.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. And it was there's even a scene in Family Guy where Family Guy, I forget the guy's name, but Family Guy says, when Quagmire is going to take him in a plane. And then pulls this dive where he's gonna kamikaze crash them, pretends he's possessed by a kamikaze pilot. But when he gets him into the plane is when the Family Guy says, "I thought Japanese all flew flying saucers." Literally,
yes.
You remember that? Was that you who gave me that clip? That might be you who gave me that clip.
Yeah, I gave you a few from Family Guy that say there was like the balloon where he's floating in the sky.
Yes.
And then he's like, "Oh my god, it's a it's a Chinese balloon," and then it's like, "I'm Japanese," so like the balloon was Japanese.
Right.
It was really weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like so out of context. Like it wasn't funny. So obviously they were referencing stuff that you'd revealed.
Thank you.
It was just weird. It's just.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I'm glad to get any acknowledgement I can. Yeah.
And speaking of that, the reason why I brought it up, someone in the comments, because Quagmire said. The character, he was like, my grandfather was a kamikaze pilot in the Battle of Midway and all this shit. And then Peter's like, when did he come home? Did you ever meet him? And he's like, Peter, he was a kamikaze pilot. And he's like, what is he, a magician? And so, but then people in the comments were saying, there were no kamikaze at the Battle of Midway. Something like that.
It's like, that's not the point. It's a satire. Yes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke, but people are like, all these Americans are
literally,
history
which
nerds.
is a sign. That's a sign of insanity when concrete mind is. By the way, Nemo brings up, and Quagmire has a transgender father, the opposite of Doug having a trans son. Interesting. So it's gotta be. Fuck, Lena Shea was right. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's
definitely loosely based, but there's like the character has been on for so long, they've gone through iterations, but like the lore is definitely
that's incredible.
But he's a pilot. He's actually a ex-military, and he becomes a commercial pilot.
Right.
That's his actual job.
Right. Which is not unrealistic. That's actually a realistic transition, but he was in the National Guard, right? Quagmire then was in the National Guard, like the Air National Guard, because he was the one.
I think he was Navy or something.
Or something right? Where he was like saving all the guys when they wound up in some paramilitary situation. Lena Shea brought up that episode, and but anyhow, there you go. It's like. But anyhow, so do continue with this poor bastard who killed himself when he fell in love with the chatbot, and it's like, God damn, that's just
so pathetic.
It is. That's beyond pathetic. I'm sorry. That's why I'm hoping maybe George can give us some empathy angle on this, but I doubt he can. That's just bad. It's really...
Okay. Yeah, he was from Florida. Yeah. And he was at the Christian prep school.
Well, Florida's already bad. Florida's bad. I mean, that's Ian West country, right?
The son of 2 lawyers. Holy crap.
Oh,
he didn't get the smart gene.
Yeah.
You know what they say, it skips a generation.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, shit. That's
I guess if you add 2 of the genes, it skips double skips. So he got all fucked up.
There was this more than one case, but the case I most immediately remember, I can't remember his name, but he was half Japanese, half German, total fucking retard. His father the Japanese father was a doctor and the German mother was a nurse. So here's this German
there you go.
mother who's a nurse who marries a Japanese. So this guy's half Japanese, half German. He was an idiot. And he basically wound up, basically the FBI told his parents, you gotta just take the phone away from him and don't ever let him talk on the phone. And so the parents wouldn't let him talk on the phone. And that's because he wound up being scammed in this African fucking phone scam.
Oh, one of those Nigerian prince.
No. In this case, it was a girl. So the girl kept talking to him on the phone saying, oh, I'm a white slave imprisoned in Africa and they're making me fuck everybody. You got to pay my pimps so that they'll let me go. And so he kept sending her money. He wound up sending her $24,000 or something incredible. He sent just enormous amounts of money that he was getting from his parents. And then they found out what he was spending it on because he kept telling them he had a girlfriend. And they kept saying, oh, fine, so finally he'll get married and, and just, have adult supervision from some chick, right?
Right.
So they're putting money into
it. It was some freaking scam.
And it turned out he's giving all the money to this, to somebody in Africa because he kept sending it to Africa where they just got some girl on The Voice who sounded white to him, and just saying, they're keeping me prisoner here and, now they've transferred me to a slave camp and you've got to get me out by sending more money and shit. And he just kept sending more and finally the FBI was called in and they investigated and said, there's nothing we can do. These are people in Africa. We've just got to make certain he never talks on the phone anymore. Don't give him any access to a phone. He's not a competent adult. And so they wouldn't, they wouldn't allow him any access to the phone and shit. And he never had a cell phone. And, oh God, what isn't that? Yeah, there you go. So the smart gene.
Something going on with that.
Yeah, smart gene skips.
It skips.
Yeah, it skips. Yeah. Oh God, he was. Oh, and maybe, but I think he was always stupid. But basically, I remember he told me, oh yeah, so one time I flipped a car, and then my dad showed me the X-ray and said, all the nerves on your spine, your neck. It was the neck where the neck connects to the spine. They were all compressed. So it's like his head got squashed into his shoulders. But he must have had brain damage. But I presume my impression was he was.
How did that happen?
Stupid.
That's like a cartoon injury.
Yeah, that's like a cartoon injury. That's like a cartoon. He didn't look like his head was compressed into his shoulders, but you would assume he had brain damage. But you would hope he had brain damage. But I think, no, you think he was just born stupid from all the stories he told me. He was always stupid. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So there you go with that. But, rolling my eyes. Okay, so.
Yeah, the cruel world. It's like people that are privileged are all fucked up. And then the
true.
poor people are the ones that have to work. And shit.
That's right. Yes, you and I who could actually do something constructive for humanity. We're working our ass off just to
like languished.
Yeah, just languishing to stay alive. Whereas dumb guys born to that privilege, where the mother's a doctor and a nurse. Whose mother, same story except different ethnicities, was my sister's husband, that midget she married. Yeah, his dad was a Chinese doctor and his mother was a Korean nurse. So, and
he was like 4 foot tall.
Yeah, he was like 4 feet tall and all
wild.
All weirdy wide. He was like, thick. He was like thick, just short and thick, like a halfling. Like a fucking halfling is what he looked like and shit. Yeah, poor son of a bitch. My sister kept saying.
Oh yeah, here's the latest that came out. Oh yeah, finish that story though.
My sister kept saying he was like a Menehune. If you ever know Menehune,
oh my god,
census in Hawaii, because his family owned property in Hawaii. Yeah,
it's giving him too much credit, probably.
Fuck yeah. He was no goddamn Menehune, but she fantasized he looked like one. But that poor son of a bitch.
Damn, how ugly was he?
Ugly as fuck, poor son of a bitch. We literally, though, when he was in Hawaii, whenever
that's
he
bad
was in
when
Hawaii,
a Menehune turns you on. Like that means he's pretty ugly.
She was awful. My sister was awful. But I said, when she stopped drinking blood, she just turned to shit, and nobody wanted her. But her personality always sucked too. But the whole thing about him was whenever he was in Hawaii, because his parents owned property there, his biggest problem was tourists would throw him luggage. They just look at him and say, Hey, here, and they just throw them luggage. Imagine. I mean, just
That's horrible.
I'd be driven to murder. I'd be driven to murder.
Oh yeah, that's why the natives hate everyone,
Yeah.
and people are like, they're so mean. It's like, yeah, no shit. Look what you've been doing to them. It's just crazy.
It's just everywhere the
They
natives.
liked me because I would sit there and say, like, I would talk about like Wdy040225 and all the stuff you told me
Yeah, thank you.
about,
Thank you, appreciate that.
and they'd be like, wow,
Yeah.
But everyone else is like,
just throwing them luggage.
totally ignorant.
Yeah.
Throwing their bags.
Yeah,
Give me a pineapple.
Or here's my car keys. Don't drive fast. They'd say shit
like that.
Yeah, here's my car keys. Yeah, don't drive fast. If I find a dent on it, you're a dead man. This kind of shit.
It's disgusting.
Oh my god.
Something.
Yeah, but there you go. What a loser. Of course, my
Wait,
sister.
did someone come back?
Did they? I don't know. Did they?
That's me, Sam.
Oh,
Sammy.
Sammy Romero. Yes. Oh my god.
I was like, who's that?
So, Sammy, yes, oh my God. So, lucky you joined us. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
I can do about 30 minutes around there.
Okay, just let me wash my eyes out while you talk to Brendan. I'll be right back, and I'll be back in just a few moments. Just let me get this wanker out of my eye. But is there anything? Give us a quick update, status report, whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
We've been getting slammed with rain. We've been experiencing rain where I'm at, but all is well, man. I can't really complain. I'm enjoying my family and just taking it day by day.
Oh yes, I noticed you called, so I'll try and talk with you privately as soon as possible. Yeah, because I noticed you called while I was gone. Yeah, earlier. Yeah, and aside from all of that, in terms of what you discussed last time with FALKLANDS, perhaps you could also explain a little bit about how that whole UFC is almost at the point where it's grooming fighters in these days. It's almost come to that point. I don't believe we had much chance to go into that aspect of it last time that you were on. But yeah, you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I have a question, though. I had a question for Brandon. That's why I actually called Brandon too.
Yeah.
Do you want to take care of your?
Yeah, I'll take care of that. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Sammy, I saw your call, but I didn't have a chance to answer. But I tried to text back.
No, I saw the text. It's just
Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's just I had a question.
Sure.
You might even roll your eyes, but
No worries.
you ever heard of these? I guess I wouldn't call them psychics, but they're these. I guess you call them pendulums, where they swing a certain way and they ask questions.
Yeah. That's
What do you call
yes,
them?
pendulum.
Are they called pendulums?
Yeah,
Okay.
pendulums.
Or
it would be. They have another name. I'll think of it in a second. But I have one.
Okay. Well, my point is the only reason why I'm asking this question is because this feed popped up on Instagram, right? And this lady was doing this. She was using the pendulums, and she was asking questions, and I guess how she interprets the way they move, it's an answer, right? My question to you is, Brendan, is it almost like the Ouija board where you don't necessarily know who's answering?
Well, it depends. It depends on what is going on, obviously. But in the case of like dowsing and stuff, it has to do with energetics. So there's like the field itself, like the umwelt or the unconscious, if you want to use like a psychology term. It's actually the unconscious responding. So it's like the general field of like the universe. So it's but there are some psychics that can channel through it, but they don't usually use pendulums and dowsing rods. So dowsing rods are more safe than a Ouija board.
Okay.
But if it's giving you super specific questions, like this is the same thing that goes with like any psychic or any ESP. If these people are getting questions like straight up answered with like detail, then it's an entity. Just point blank.
Okay. Well, one of the things that
Well, these are dowsing rods then, I guess, because that's what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, they're more a dowsing pendulum or a dowsing rod.
Right.
They're both similar. Yeah.
She, people on Instagram that follow this person, they ask her questions, and she uses the dowsing rod, right? And
Yes.
someone said, "Are vampires real?" And the dowsing rod said no. So,
Said
it
no,
is what it is, but that's why I'm like, I was a little, I wasn't skeptical because I'm not saying
It's because she doesn't believe in them. Basically, that's the simple way to put it.
Okay.
Because it depends on the person doing it, their general psychology,
Right,
where a lot of this information is coming from.
Right. Okay.
So your psychology, your conscious mind can influence the results because.
Right. Okay.
So it's something like that.
Yeah, that's just what that's the reason why I called you, because
Oh God.
I kind of, I was wondering if it was like the Ouija board, where it's like, okay, you don't necessarily know who is, but it's moving, right? But I thought it was interesting that she did talk about just cryptids like mermaids and stuff. They asked her, and, they said mermaids
and
are
the rods will answer yes or no.
right,
Like
right,
point or out.
right.
Yeah.
I always, it's interesting. It's just to a certain to a certain point, I'm like, okay, it is what it is. It's just it's interesting. There's a lot of another one was they asked about the Bible, if the Bible, if it's manipulated, just very basic,
Yes.
basic stuff that normally, I mean, everybody knows it's manipulated, and it's there's stuff.
Yeah, I would say that the people that do it online are very cheesy. I don't know the person you're talking about, but I'm saying like mostly they're false or just doing it for clickbait and, like you said, just saying very vague things like that.
Right. So it and I get it. It has to do with people
because they can be manipulated by sleight of hand.
Right.
The real dowsers will have them. I don't know if you noticed, but some people will hold them, and then the real dowsing rods will have an independent handle, like it'll be like, you know what I'm saying, like loose.
Yeah.
It won't be just a rod in someone's hand, so it'll be moving on its own.
Well,
so it's a lot harder to mess with.
No, well, this lady, they are independent. It's just, it to me kind of, this is something new, because to me it almost seemed like channeling, I guess, channeling energies. But to a certain, my background, I'm very limited in the sense of I really don't really explore that. It's not that I don't believe in it. It's just I have my limits, right? But at the same time, I was just wondering, are these just free free energies that just
okay? I'm back. Continue. Yes, go on, Sam.
Well, I was asking Brendan about dowsing rods. There's this feed on Instagram. This lady had these dowsing rods, and she seems like she seems like she's fairly new. But what I was asking Brendan is are these dowsing rods like the Ouija board? So they were asking the questions like, one of the questions was, are vampires real? And according to the dowsing rods, it said they weren't, right?
Cool.
Not that I care, but it is, it was just one of the things where it's like, it is what it is, and but at the same time, it's like are these just energies, random energies? What I'm saying, you go around, I find it kind of dangerous sometimes to just go randomly, energy.
And with the case of anything incorporeal, you don't know who's answering. So you have to be a very disciplined psychic or someone who knows the difference in context of what they're working with. Otherwise, they're just going to get random entities answering questions for them. Like, so I'd be wary of it.
Right. So that I with me, with at least my background, in the sense of certain things I really don't mess with, obviously it's because of that. It's like you probably don't want to, because you never know.
Yeah.
You don't really want to disturb, or maybe anger.
Yes.
Once they're done, playing with you, or maybe that's when the real fun begins.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah. And this
now
stuff comes under 8th house. So in astrology, 8th house is Scorpio. So anything unknown or unseeable is dangerous automatically.
Right.
The ultimate problem for humans is not knowing something. So it's just, you can't trust it.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There's certain places, like I'm using me as an example, my experience. In the property that I live at, there is there's an old trailer, like a mobile home.
Yeah.
And the energy there has always been off. Like even till this day, like I go near it, the energy's different. And it's just, I believe, there was the death there. Somebody ended up dying.
Yeah.
Right.
So, the energy's always been, the energy's always been off, where you go into this trailer and you automatically hear footsteps. So, it's just, the energy's just always off there. So,
and beings, like, there are beings that can inhabit, like, abandoned places. And they're not exactly something you want to deal with.
Right. So it's like, let me just.
That's what's so goofy about those ghost hunter people. Is like they think they're hearing some spirit from the 1800s, and it's just some freaking, just one of those entities, and it's not good to prod them and shit, bug them.
Obviously, Doug talked about Lou Gentili and
Yeah. Well, that was just like reckless. I mean, just idiot.
Thank you. Yes, that poor son of a bitch. Go on.
Like, imagine if you're some, like, entity that likes abandoned places, and there's some idiot pointing a camera at you. It's just, I mean, that's so annoying. Even for normal people.
Right. But it like I can tell you, is when this lady was doing the dowsing rods, it was and she did it with confidence. She really was. She would thank whatever was answering for her, like she would thank them. But
then there's your answer. That's
right. So it was like,
an
okay,
entity.
Yeah.
So
Continue. Yes, go.
So it was one of these things to me, like, that's kind of, to me, in my opinion, that's kind of dangerous. It's not dangerous.
To say the least, yes. Continue, yes.
Yeah, anything 8th house, divination, or unknown is dangerous automatically.
Right. So it was, and I'm not saying they don't have or knowledge. I'm sure they do. It's just at a certain point.
If they're posting it online, it's pretty low, though.
But by the way, I think your zipper is going against the mic or something. There, Brendan. Yeah, yeah. I think.
It's not moving.
Okay. There was a lot of crackling sound. I don't know if Sammy heard it, but it was just Okay. Yeah. Something was crackling.
By the way, your buddies at the NSA and your buddies at the NSA.
Is it this?
Yeah. Well, whatever it was, it stopped. Like Sammy says,
actually.
It's our buddies at the NSA, just as likely. Yeah.
Or some entity.
Or some entity that was.
Let's keep the subject. Yeah.
But don't be afraid to talk about the subject. I mean, another example is the Warrens, who I can't even remember their fucking first name, but I remember their last name. They kept recommending everybody
Bill
go.
And the other lady.
Yeah, Bill and Elizabeth Warren kept telling everybody, "Oh, the dead can't hurt you," and that's what Lou Gentili responded to. They say the dead can't hurt you. That's not true. Of course, he found out the hard way, and if the Warrens aren't finding out the hard way, it's only because
those beings aren't dead. That's what they don't get.
Thank you.
Very much alive.
Thank you. But the
it's
dead.
not just some dead rando.
Yeah.
Like some. Doing
Yeah.
the top hat now, dude.
Yes, thank you. Albeit, I would argue that yes, the dead can also hurt you. Depends on the case and exactly what you're doing.
Yeah,
But yeah,
and their
mostly,
level at death and all
yeah,
this. There's many factors. Yeah.
yeah. But mostly it's these entities. But such having been said, don't forget our dear Brooke Gibson started off doing ghost hunting before she realized she was bringing shit home with her. Yeah, and
I don't.
yeah.
And you know, my twin Isaac. I don't mean to interrupt you, but he
Oh.
actually went to the Queen Mary in Long Beach,
Yeah, and tell people
and
about that. Yes.
yeah, he
Haunted as
was
fuck.
in college. Well, my twin was just, you know, just wet behind the ears. He went. Yeah, he went to club. It was a college. It was like an elective in college, and you know, him being,
Yeah.
oh, well, you know, he went to the Queen Mary, and they were doing a tour. This is, you know, a bunch of kids, you know, and you know, a bunch of, you know, teachers, and you know, it was just a stupid little club they had. Well, he went down to the boiler room, and he was just, you know, with a couple of people, and you know, they kind of, you know, went their own way, and you know, you had girls laughing and people cracking jokes. Well, my brother Isaac ran into a police officer. It looked like a security guard or a police officer. And the security guard, what he presumed was, asked him, you know, hey, are you lost? He's all, well, kind of, you know, I'm just trying to make my way. I'm, you know, I'm part of this, you know, this college, this elective group. And the police officer pretty much told him, well, you should probably go up, you know, go up in the deck. It gets pretty, you know, dangerous down here, you know. And you know, he turned to go to a direction that the security guard, you know, pretty much pointed it to him. And when he turned back, the guy was gone. So it was like,
Oh yeah.
as soon as my brother, or my twin, you know, experienced that, he pretty much took off running. Like, let me get the hell out of here.
Of course.
But
Yeah, there
it's
you go.
just, that place is the Queen Mary in Long Beach is you talk about haunted. It's seething. So you know, it's a very interesting.
We have one of those in Sacramento.
Right.
These old the Delta cruisers, and it's parked in the old part of the city, like the Gold Rush part, which is super haunted, so haunted. And then that ship is there as like a hotel, called like the Delta Queen or something.
Yeah.
And it's like I couldn't even stand on the deck. That's how like haunted it is. It's one of those like 1800 steamships that they renovated for like tourism purposes.
Oh yeah.
And it's like people go crazy. They like murder their spouses there and shit. And it's like, but it's still used as a hotel, you know.
Of course. Yeah. And people love these haunted hotels. It's a selling point to them.
You know, it's very interesting, Doug, that you talk about that, because when I stayed in San Francisco to see you, when I stayed at the Warwick, it was actually pretty peaceful, to say the least. The only thing I was kind of sucky was the Russian maid. She was terrible. Not good, but other than that,
they wouldn't give a shit. Yeah, the Russians just don't give a shit. Go on. Yes.
Very interesting enough, there was lipstick on the sheets, so my wife had to pretty much tell the maid. She had to pretty much flag down another maid, which she was Hispanic, and pretty much told her, "Hey, can you change the sheets? Because there was lipsticks on them." So you know, it was just sorry.
No worries. Yeah.
But you know, anyways,
Obviously they didn't change it since the last
time they prostituted themselves. Yes.
Don't get me wrong. It's a nice hotel. It's just, you know, it's different lifestyles, right?
Yes, of course. Yes. Okay, we'll let you.
And
Yeah, go on.
sorry,
Go on. Yeah.
it's a hairball.
But yeah,
Sorry.
what I responded to Sammy, Doug, is I was saying that like the pendulums and the dowsing pendulum and the dowsing rods, they're supposed to connect to the umwelt, or like the unconscious field,
Yes.
and that's how they react. It's something like in nature. It's this kind of like the biosphere, and that's how you get responses, whether it goes clockwise or otherwise. But if those things are answering specific questions to like an alarming degree, then it's an entity that they're channeling.
Thank you.
So
Thank
there's
you.
a difference that those tools can be used, to find water underground or something, or to point you in the right direction if you're lost. But when they start answering specific questions, it's most likely a channeling or an entity. And
Okay.
you're
Absolutely.
clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and so, but by all means, please continue, Sammy. Did you get the hairball out of your throat?
I did. I did. I did. It was very naggy. You know how it is.
Yes.
But maybe because I'm talking about these subjects, I don't know. But
Could be. Yes.
it's just no. I've never seen dowsing rods. That's why I'm obviously I'm not very familiar with that side of people doing that. I mean, I know about Ouija board and obviously tarot cards, but nevertheless,
my grandfather was this. He's like super secular because he's a scientist, and he was like into environmental landscape and forestry, and he's a PhD when he's alive. And I asked him about dowsing rods, and he said, like any other supernatural stuff, he would totally deny. But this, he said, dowsing rods for sure work, and that's how they find water in deserts to drill wells. I mean, it's like basically scientific. It's like it works repeatedly, scientific degree. That's why it's been used for thousands of years to find water and all that.
Interesting. Look, I also have an observation about that. The reason why is here's another experience as far as my life. Growing up in the 90s, obviously I'm millennial, but I went through elementary throughout the 90s. I'm not sure Brandon went through this. I'm not sure. He's a little bit obviously younger than me, but we had a GATE program in our school, which stands for gifted students. But they also tested us for psychic abilities. Well, obviously we were kids. We really didn't know, but I found out that they actually did test kids for psychic abilities. And I was wondering if, Doug, as far as your background, did you ever hear about our government testing kids with psychic abilities? Obviously throughout, at least the 90s, at least in my experience. Was that actually true?
Of course. I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, they're searching for talents to basically recruit into their various programs. Just thank the gods of your ancestors that, or for a Christian, one would say, God of my fathers. Thank the God of your fathers that you had no such talent.
I'll tell you what. Okay, the one thing that they did do is they racially profiled my twin and I, and they stuck us in the migrant program because of my parents. My dad used to work in the fields in agriculture, so they did racially profile us, and a bunch of Mexican kids. Their parents work in the fields, but
Jesus
what's
Christ.
new, right?
Yes, that's just awful, and
it wasn't bad. It was just they're just gonna profile you. Stuff you can't.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. It's like inescapable, inescapable. And but such having been said, I mean, I'm glad that you've gotten, that you got through it. And yeah. What
It's
about continue,
quite
please?
done.
No, 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 no. By all means, please continue. I'm just kind of like getting my second win for the night. So continue. Yeah.
No problem. Um, really, these subjects, why I'm bringing them up is because it's just, the dowsing rods and all this was just, it's very interesting to me. Is just to kind of bounce it off of you guys. Obviously, you guys um, are more familiar with a lot of these subjects. Uh, Definitely, I just I find it very interesting because there's obviously there's a need for people to want to know the unknown. It's just I think a lot of ways a lot of people, or the people that not necessarily understand, but just want to know the unknown, that sometimes can get caught up in just it can get really really tricky. In other words, dealing with the stuff if you're not careful or
Of course.
cautious. It's just I I think that's the reason why too that I'm bringing this up, because even my own family, obviously with the passing of my sister,
Yes.
you have that longing for closure and wanting to know if they know of you. And obviously where I relate to you, my sister was making her rounds, at least to the siblings that really were missing her.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I don't miss. Of course, I miss her. It's just, there's definitely, it really, the grief and missing somebody really goes in stages through my family. I have a big family, so my sister visiting my loved ones is definitely one of the things I do. Uh, it really does help kind of heal and at least bring closure to some of my siblings, because they were really going through it. And if obviously with the passing or somebody passing away all of a sudden, it's just very, you feel like, man, whatever you wanted to make amends, or just, you want to hear from them, it really does. I can see why people, seek, these alternative means. So, I do look at it in that time frame where, there's obviously a longing, and sometimes people that even have the experience with dreams, and sometimes that's not enough. I can also see that too, but definitely it's just it was a new way of me to kind of see these dowsing rods things as that's just something new. And
Yes.
personally, me, it's just something I'll probably I'll stick to my level of comfortability. It's just obviously hearing your experiences, and it's even more it kind of makes me more sure. It is not that it's a lot better for my mental state.
Oh,
But
no worries.
definitely,
Yeah, go
but
on.
definitely,
Yeah.
it's just me elaborating it. I think a lot of the times when I see these stuff pop up on my feed, and believe it or not, a lot of it is obviously with, and I'm not saying I blame you, Doug. No, but these apparatuses that we communicate to, they do, the algorithm really does pick it up, and
Yes.
you'd be surprised, um, or not surprised, that certain stuff does pop up, and it is what it is. It's just even doing research, um, certain things are now available for that weren't available before. You kind of talked about that, where you know um, Q used to suppress you
Yes.
know information, and when him not being here physically, some of that information is more readily available now. even court dockets now, where you can literally see, and that's one of the reasons why I even bringing this up is just, more information is available now, because it's just time. Time tells the story, right? So
Yes.
anyways, I know I'm going off the rails, but it's just
That's fine. Were
times
you
I
were you able to hear what, or did you happen to catch what I said the other day when I brought yourself up? I was talking to Brooke Gibson at the time. You heard when I was talking to Brooke Gibson when she came on recently on our show, and so you probably heard me say this, that one of the things that my legal father, my sailor father, taught myself was about the Atlantic, which he always referred to as the Black Atlantic, and I probably should start referring to it as that as well. For those of you who don't know, people use the term the Taiwan Strait to talk about the waters dividing mainland China from the main island of Taiwan. And obviously, it's a convenient term, but it's not what the Chinese or Taiwanese call that moat. They call it the Black Ditch. But my father would refer to the Atlantic Ocean as the Black Atlantic, simply out of respect for all of the blacks that died on the slave ships that crossed the Atlantic. Only maybe 2/3 if they were lucky, but oftentimes just 1/3 of the shipment would make it to the other side. So many of them dying in these horrible conditions that, of course, they threw the bodies overboard. We've spoken of this in the past, but I don't know if you caught the part where I was telling Brooke about how this changed shark migration patterns all over the world. And originally, while sometimes sharks would attack people, there are certain medieval accounts of knights fighting sharks with swords. This could happen, but it was rare, and it was such that most of the time sharks were not really seen all that often by sailors. Sailors in the Middle Ages, you would see all of these diagrams of sea monsters that the sailors saw, and they would look quite fanciful by our standards today. And a lot of times people couldn't understand what the sailors were trying to convey. In the old days, the sailors would say that the southernmost continent, speaking of course of Antarctica, they would say it was populated by these giant parrots. And people would just dismiss that as, oh, it's just this sailor's tale of where they're populating empty. No, they were talking about penguins. It's just they didn't have the scientific knowledge to categorize them as they would be zoologically later in history. But when it came to what my father was speaking about, what really changed all shark migration patterns worldwide was the transatlantic slave trade. And that, with the tremendous amount of bodies being thrown overboard, that's what really developed into sharks a taste for human flesh. And that's what led to sharks following ships ever since. Ever since that period of time, the transatlantic slave trade, wherever ships go, the sharks will follow. And so it's like something that. So that being said, did you catch my talking about any of this?
Yeah, I did. I did catch where you talked about how the infants that were thrown overboard,
Yeah.
from the slave ships, they a lot of them did evolve to mermaids, or at least to the point where they can actually live in the ocean like mermaids, if not, adapt. Their bodies adapted to it. Obviously, the sea is as salt. The womb is pretty much as salty as the sea. So there's obviously a natural transition to that. The body does adapt. The human body does tend to adapt, but obviously, with these mermaids or these mermaids that took these infants. You know, a child's a child, right? You know, that's one thing that I've learned as a parent, that a baby definitely is the essence of innocence. So I think any intelligent species can see that. And you know, this is like an empty vessel you can pour yourself into, in a sense of influence, right? Raises this child to what you like, right? I think I can see why these entities are that much intelligent to see that, right? Nevertheless, that it makes a lot of sense, you know. And I've talked about it with, you know, who I told you I talked to about, which they agreed. You know, this is obviously somebody that was close to me and is not from the United States, and you know, someone that's from the Caribbean, you know. And no, she said, no, it makes a lot of sense. She's heard stories. She alluded to me that, no, this is something that I've heard in the past. But definitely, I can I did catch that part. I think.
Well, to put that into further context, just so our listeners have a better grasp of what we're talking about, Samuel Romero, of course, is pointing out what should be obvious to most of our listeners. I would hope it would be obvious, is that amniotic fluid, the fluid within the womb, is essentially very saline. And as a result, because the babies are obviously, the fetus, as it evolves into a infant within the womb, is obviously breathing water. And as we would understand it, obviously, like a fish, it's deriving the oxygen from the fluid. A lot of this is because of the umbilical cord, and there's oxygen in the bloodstream that is passing directly to the child. But beyond that, it's obviously through the placenta interacting with its mother in terms of the amniotic fluid, in such a way that it's more than just what's coming through the umbilical cord. This is a fluid that it is swimming in, and what they've done in Russia, of all places, well, actually Ukraine, though many Russian mothers would go there, the wealthy Russians, during the time of the Soviet Union, it would be the nomenklatura, or the elite class, the intellectuals and the party apparatchiks, the party hacks of the Communist Party of the Greater Soviet Union, would oftentimes, the mothers would be taken to the Black Sea, where they would, through the Crimean Peninsula, the most convenient port areas of this jutting peninsula out of Ukraine, they would deliver their babies in the sea. Just literally submerge themselves in the Black Sea water, which would be very temperate at most parts of the year, and deliver straight from the womb into the sea. The reason they did this was that the children would automatically be breathing underwater, and the Soviet scientists had always assured them that this was quite safe. And the dolphins would play with them. They would just deliver birth to the infants, and the dolphins would be quite friendly and arrive at such times and literally nuzzle the children. So this was considered a great experience to have your child delivered in those environs. Now, when it comes to the mermaids, again, what we're dealing with is the best way to segue into that subject so that our listeners have a better comprehension or understanding of the context of what we're talking about or addressing, is that certainly mermaids have been spotted by sailors forever. But the mermaids are very violent. They do not like humanity. There's reasons for this, but basically they appear to be half human, but they are very hostile to humanity. This is probably because they tend to be female. I suspect, or rather, my studies are based on documentation that I saw from Ivan Sanderson, who was a British intelligence officer, and the Americans tried to steal what documents they could or intercept what communications of his they could during World War II. But he was a British intelligence officer who, during World War II, was stationed in what was at that time British Honduras. still turning into Belize at that time. British Honduras became Belize, but just so people know, British Honduras as a colony was basically very blackified, because like Jamaica, the British who freed their slaves or took on American slaves who defected to Britain to fight on the British side during the American Revolutionary War, they were granted their freedom along with their families if their families could be smuggled out along with them. The black soldiers who fought on behalf of the British against the Americans would then be granted their freedom and usually brought to Jamaica, but many of them also were brought to British Honduras, which then the Confederates, after the American Civil War between the states, escaped many of them to British Honduras and brought their families and entire families of slaves with them as well. So it's a very black country. The Confederate culture maintained slaves there for far longer than after the British freed their slaves, or around that time that the British freed their slaves. The Confederate slaves took much longer to acclimate to that kind of freedom. They began to just basically dominate ethnically after a while as the whites went further south to Brazil, where there is still a very heavy Confederate community in Brazil that flies the Confederate States flag. It's considered the Confederate States government in exile. Jimmy Carter, who was a born Southerner, went down to Brazil to visit these Confederados during his presidency, because he was recognizing the Confederate States government in exile. So if you ever look this up on YouTube, you're just going to find all these disclaimers of this has no political influence. This has no political influence. It's just the same denial that my Taiwan is a legitimate government in exile. They deny the Soviet government in exile in Transnistria, and they deny the fact that there's a Confederate States government in exile in Brazil. But all that being said, when it came to this black environment, this is where Ivan Sanderson found himself stationed in World War II, with his assignment being to monitor U-boat activity, or the German submarine activity, against the Allied shipping in the Caribbean. And he came to the conclusion the Allies were fighting another enemy besides the Axis, that undersea enemy, an undersea civilization. Now, there's basically three separate convergent phenomenon here through his notes that the Americans were able to decrypt in terms of what they intercepted in terms of his communications back to England. When he died, the British stole all of his, or rather confiscated, he was a British citizen after all, but they confiscated all of his notes that did not see publication. He published during his lifetime many books, but after he died, many books that should have been published were not. They were confiscated materials. But what the Americans could intercept in his radio communications with Britain during the war was quite voluminous. And when the Americans deciphered it, essentially what he felt was that this undersea civilization was advanced, potentially living in domes, which would mean that they were air breathers, but they were part of a civilization that was very ancient, but due to their advanced technology, had direct communication or trade with what we would call mermaids, which were genetically adopted to the ocean at some point in human evolution. This brings us to, quote unquote, the aquatic ape theory, which I dislike the term theory. It's a fact. But if you ever look up the aquatic ape theory, you will find that it is always prefaced or disclaimed as extremely controversial. But the important thing to remember is that the person who really understood it and promoted it was the individual who was so famous for wildlife documentaries. Good God, who was it? Somebody help me here with the individual British wildlife documentarian. Why?
It was,
Yeah.
it wasn't that Aussie that got stung by the stingray. It wasn't him.
No, not him. Good God, please.
No, he's talking
That's
about
funny.
David Attenborough.
David Attenborough, thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. What? Who's the Aussie guy again? That poor son of a bitch, Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin.
Oh
Irwin,
God, no,
He
poor.
got killed by that.
Yeah, poor
that.
Steve Irwin. Steve
Steve
Irwin.
Irwin's a saint compared to Attenborough.
Yeah. Or how would you say it? David Attenborough, of course, has much more of a sense of dignity than Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin is almost comical. Yeah, poor bastard, poor son of a bitch.
Well, for my generation, Steve Irwin was like a hero.
Yeah, understood.
Dave Attenborough was the shit we had to watch in school.
Yes, you were forced to. You were forced.
Earth.
Yeah, you were.
Planet Earth number 7, and we were just like, fuck.
Oh, just falling
It's like
asleep.
a watch-
Oh, he's a snoozer. He's a snoozer. But all that
The water
being.
drips onto the frog.
Yes.
You see.
It's just so boring.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. But David Attenborough, nevertheless, he understood the aquatic ape reality and did his best to promote it. But if you ever look it up, everybody declaims it and decries it. They hate it. You drive, like, if you talk to a lot of anthropologists, this is the field of anthropology. Oh, if you're on like a, what do you call it, forum? If you're on a forum and you just want to shut that forum down and get banned forever, you bring up the aquatic ape, and that they'll just they'll lynch you. They'll cybernetically get the fuck out of here. They'll like chase you away. But anyhow, just so that people understand it, this was explaining how basically. We started off with a very deep connection, according to Elaine Morgan, who put it all together. Elaine Morgan was this Welsh writer and television producer, and she wrote the 1972 book, The Descent of Woman. So there's this heavy feminist vibe that people have imposed upon what she wrote. She brought up the fact that essentially, and this is something that I'll present that is not necessarily how even most anthropologists would understand it. But it's almost when you read the work of the man who came up with the concept of the naked ape, which was an individual who was Desmond Morris. Desmond Morris wrote about the fact that mankind evolved from a carnivorous ape, which is, of course, not what most apes are. Most apes are herbivorous, but some are omnivorous. But he proposed a carnivorous ape is what was the offshoot from which mankind evolved. And so he termed the coin the naked ape. Man is the naked ape. Whereas this lady who spoke about the aquatic ape, Elaine Morgan, pointed out that, well, humans are really hairy porpoises and that we really evolved with the sea. So therefore, the anthropologists tended to call what she said aquatic ape hypothesis, or AAH. Now, when it came to what one can really gather when one really looks at the differences between men and women, is that I could say both of them are right, and it's almost as if men are the naked apes and women are the hairy porpoises. So when it comes to by the way, Brendan, what is this? This is huge. Wisconsin just voted overwhelmingly to ban non-citizens from voting and require voter.
Some kind of repub propaganda.
Okay.
It's like, we can go over it in a bit. It's just like, obviously that didn't help them. So.
Oh, right. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
The voter ID law, was that their reasoning? It was going to help them out somehow. Well, obviously it didn't.
Oh, yes. Thank God it didn't. Yeah, thank God it didn't. But such being said, people have got the basics now of the aquatic ape concept, and so when it
I remember you telling me about it when I was taking the anthropology courses, and they just laughed it off. I mean, I found a few academic things that I could reference.
Yeah.
But like you said, the professors just laughed it off, like, oh, it's an old theory, she basically said, "Oh, it's an old theory and it's been disproven," or they don't even look into it. They don't
Yeah,
even
which is
question
total
it.
bullshit. It's total bullshit. It hasn't been disproven at all. It's just they will not talk about it. Like I said, you'll get nothing but hostility, and you'll shut forums down just by bringing it up. But
Yeah.
one of the people who really exposed it was Evan Sanderson. And so it's meaningful that David Attenborough carried on that work with both of them. But when it came to Evan Sanderson, what he was speaking about was the aquatic ape was a ancient branch, a speciation of humanity that now dwells under the seas. And it's dealing with these other entities we interpret to be mermaids, who are more tribal, much more tribal in nature. But the civilized or city building intelligence, what would be a NTI or non-terrestrial intelligence, were what we would deem the aquatic apes and their ultimate evolutionary outcome. Now, from what he could understand, the black babies that had been delivered on these slave ships that were simply useless to the slavers, they weren't about to raise them, and so they just threw them overboard. These would be rescued by the mermaids from the sharks. This was the pattern that my father taught me, was that what happened was with the Atlantic slave trade throwing all of these bodies overboard, where they just didn't need the slaves who had died, and they're not going to carry them to shore to bury them. They threw them overboard, and that's what led to the sharks all following ships forevermore. Something sharks never did before, but the sharks quickly learned to follow the ships. And so when they threw these bodies overboard, then they would throw the living babies overboard. Then at that point the sharks would of course just swarm for them, but the mermaids would do their best to get to the babies first. And they would take the babies down to basically these undersea cities where some kind of process was performed upon them, surgical, genetic, which enabled them to continue breathing the salt water into adulthood. What happens is when the babies are born in the Black Sea, for instance, these Russian, Ukrainian women delivering all of their children into the Black Sea so they could play with the dolphins the moment the child was born. When the baby's delivered, it's still breathing water. There's no real discernible difference, and the baby could do that theoretically, well, for the rest of their lives, except that the mothers ultimately take them out of the water and they're forced to adapt to breathing air. And when that change occurs, their physiology changes. But since these babies were never given that opportunity, then they either adapt to it naturally or are subjected to a process. This was according to the writings of Dr. Evan Sanderson. And Evan Sanderson felt that somehow the mermaids either raised them or brought them into these undersea cities for some kind of process or procedure performed upon them, which then rendered them not mermaids, but aquatic, kind of like an aquamphibian man, but black. And so the seas, with their reproduction, are teeming with these black people who are not mermaids, but not of the undersea civilization either. But one thing he knew, they definitely hated the surface sea-going humanity for what had happened to them. And the sailors would be better off falling to the sharks than falling to these blacks, which my father was a witness to at one point when he saw, along with the other sailor on patrol on the ship, blacks that were swimming by the sea, far out to sea. They were swimming by the ship, far out to sea, almost like sharks would follow the ship. But he noticed there was never two at the same time. When the blacks were swimming next to the ship, it was as if all the sharks had been driven away, which he felt the blacks had done, that he and his fellow sailor had witnessed. They never told anyone else on the ship about it, of course, but they were too far from land for it to have been anything else other than these aquatic survivors of the slave trade, probably multiple generations removed at that point. But he knew automatically, he could feel the hatred, and that he would rather fall into the sharks than to those blacks. But this is all part of that complexity of the ocean, which of course is a hidden world to us on the surface. And but yeah, by all means,
Well,
Sam.
no, Doug, it makes a lot of sense. It really does, and at least in my belief, it makes a lot of sense in that you know God always has a way of there's repercussions. In other words, I think if, us as humans, or especially these slave traders, really did believe these kids or these infants were trash, and the universe has a way of of paying you back for what you do. It's really much I think it's really a lot to do with God,
We'll
in a
take a look
sense
at
of
what happened to the USS Indianapolis, the bomb that carried the ship that carried the Hiroshima bomb. They speak of it in the film Jaws, but when that was sank by the Japanese submarine, that was the largest concerted shark attack in history. Those sailors who were on the ship that carried the atomic bomb to Japan, to be delivered by the Americans, it carried it actually to Tinian Island, where the Americans then took it on the plane to bomb Hiroshima. Those sailors then were sunk by a Japanese submarine, and they were overwhelmingly eaten alive by sharks. Again, the largest shark attack in history. And this was in the Pacific, yet the sharks all over the world had that point learned to acquire a taste for human flesh. And like my dad, one time when he was on a ship heading towards the Straits of Hormuz, near the Persian Gulf, a livestock carrier passed his ship about a quarter of a mile off, and he could smell the stench of all that meat, which is what a slave ship would have smelled like. And he had seen the odd turtle on the water up until then, but as his ship passed nearby and parallel to that awful ship, even as it drew far ahead, they came across all these bloated sheep carcasses, which they had thrown off the ship as they died, and dozens of sharks were around each one of them. And that's when a marine biologist who was on the ship, he said that these white pointers, as he called those particular sharks, had followed that livestock ship all the way from Australia. So just stay on the boat, folks. I mean, that's all. But yeah. So that being said, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Doug, is it possible though? Obviously, Emperor Hirohito was a marine biologist. I wouldn't be surprised if he had contact with a lot of these underwater, relic populations. I wouldn't be surprised in a sense of how open-minded the Japanese were.
Absolutely.
To
yes.
To just different life forms. Obviously, and it explains a lot now with what the U.S. Navy's doing with the sonar. Literally, we're
trying to wipe these
killing
populations out. Yes.
And this, it's really an underwater wars that's been going on since probably World War II, even, at least in my opinion,
yes.
that I see, because it's just, you have whales that are literally beaching themselves on the beach. Just their brains are just
shattered.
And these whales don't do this, and you're talking about whales that are in the deep. So there's just a lot of there's way too much evidence now that it really is. It's these underwater populations, these civilizations really that are probably more civilized than us. I think it does. You have to pose a question. When's shit gonna hit the fan? In other words.
Yeah. But by the way, Brendan, tell Sammy and our listeners about the Ningen. the Japanese humanoid fish cryptid. Tell him about this latest link and what they're trying to claim. By all means, Brandon, if you could be so kind.
Oh yeah, well the Japanese know they're real because they're known as ningen. It just means person, but it's a water person. So they've been spotted in the Arctic waters when they're out whale fishing, and photos have been taken. But of course, over the years, the internet, slowly censors it to where now it's a quote unquote hoax. But the Japanese know that there are these humanoid fish cryptids called ningen, and they even put them in video games and make them look all cute and shit. I'm gonna send you guys a photo of the Zora race. It's from a video game, but it shows what they look like. They're like these humanoid, fish people.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
And they look all cute and they're like playing music, but the Japanese know that they exist, obviously.
Yes. Go on, Sammy.
I'm sorry, which really does kind of speak to what you talked about. What I mean by is, people do when they think of World War II, obviously they think of the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but that's not why the war ended. And I think a lot has to do with what we're talking about in a sense of Emperor Hito really having influence of our globally.
Yes.
His reach was very much far, to the point of, I think it has a lot to do with why the war did really stop. Because I think if the U.S. really would have engaged directly, even more with the Japanese, I think it would have ended even far worse. I think there very much was an alliance, not just with the Third Reich, but obviously the kingdoms of these relic populations. It just makes a lot of sense. I think the world really was with them. Obviously, you talked about Taiwan being protected by their goddess, with the
Matsu. Go on.
Never reaching Taiwan.
Yes.
So that it kind of shows how the world really was really with them in a sense of the globe, and really as far as the empire, the Japanese empire was very much an empire, and it still is. It's just when you have a society that's very prosperous and with so much history, and even to this day, I think they're not the same people. Obviously, they're generations removed, but to a certain extent, I think when and this is just me, my opinion, when we see our country now, where we're reverting back to at least the government now that we have with Donald Trump, they're reverting back to history in the sense of they're trying to bring it back, and really it's never left. It's just we're regressing to what we were, and in reality it's really just hemorrhaging out more now.
Yes.
Because when something's not closed, when there's no actual when it's not severed in the sense of completed, it's never truly over. And I think we're seeing this now where what was considered ancient history or just history, it's really not. It's just a new what was old. If I'm making any sense, it's just I see a lot of just history repeating itself is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
But no, it's just these subjects are very interesting because you that's one thing I do appreciate about you, Doug, and I think just to listen, what I'm trying to tell the listeners is, what Doug really does connect is just how much of this is very connected, and it may seem like it doesn't make sense at first, but there's definitely evidence of that, and you definitely are able to put put things together where it's not just you know, a bunch of stories. It's very much you can see everything laid out where it really does make sense in how it really was interconnected with, you know, the Second World War.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that
Yeah.
profoundly.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It you bring light to this, that these subjects, because the one thing that's very profound from the transmission that you talked about, last transmission, was this new conspiracy theory mentality that we have now, where everything's a conspiracy theory, and because it's a conspiracy theory or that mindset, then there's really no truth, and that's just really a psyop, in my opinion.
Yes.
You know, it's a psyop
Absolutely.
where this administration uses these conspiracy theories to mangle what really is the truth, and to the point of we're getting rid of our Department of Education. That there should tell you
Everything.
everything, and it's not something we cannot deny anymore. Like, why are we trying to get rid of our, you know, Department of Education? And you know, you can argue, well, it's worthless, but within that Department of Education, you know, there is still things that we still need to have, because you know, when we do evolve as far as a nation, and we were able to at least put things out there and just get over a lot of our just dysfunctionality that we have. We're a very dysfunctional society. Obviously, that's something obvious, but to the point of we can't help but to try to suppress our issues when we shouldn't, and we can't even learn from other societies. We're too just backwards. It's almost like a spell. It needs to be broken, because we just keep reverting back to just trash. You know, that Euro trash that came over and you know, broke the Royal Proclamation because we did not want to be part of Europe.
Right.
And really did. It's just we weren't civilized enough to actually be a part of Europe. You know,
That's
and
right.
I'm just talking about this nation, how it's just continuous cycles, what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think this is what at least helps me kind of see things how they are. But you know, we definitely have a uphill battle with what we're doing now. You know, it's just you know, but it's still, like I said, it's very helpful.
Thank you.
So,
and we don't need to always think of it as an uphill battle. In a sense, they're doing our work for us by tearing the system down. So there's no alternative but for us to rebuild it, at least better than it was before. Let's hope for the best. So
it's just, and honestly, even with this race with Wisconsin and how you know, that Supreme Court judge got the win. You know, that does say a lot, in a sense of as much as they think they can you know, do what they do, it's not always successful.
yes.
I just think when I talked about the blunder of in last transmission,
Yes.
I do think I'm still waiting for, you know, Donald, you know, our president to do a January 6th type of knee-jerk reaction where, you know, we get into some deep stuff, whether it's war or you know, just something mind-boggling where you're like, okay, now we can't go back. And I think that's what I'm waiting for, because excuse me, him trying to seek a third term, what it tells me is he does not want really to be accountable of the damage that he's going to do.
That's
Anyways,
right.
go ahead.
No, that's right. And I suspect it'll be multiple convergent crises at once. So that's going to just Yeah, well, I mean, look at what he's doing now. I'll argue in monologue that the Americans recognize he's going too far, and a lot of it has to do with immigration, but it's going to go so much further than that. So I think that. Yeah, you've got a good understanding of the situation. I'll do my best to expound upon it. But in terms of anything else you want to bring up, say if you have questions for myself, or Brendan, or anything that in current events, foreign or domestic, that really catches your attention. Oh, I think it was Holly earlier said that. Holly was saying how the presidentes of Mexico was such a lady badass that she and I hope so. I mean, I hope she truly stands up to the United States. But how do you feel about her situation and what she's contending with?
Well, when I visited Mexico or TJ, when I was there not too long ago, things were not as it wasn't as bustling as I was there prior. Obviously, I went on business, but but
Yes.
things were not as bustling as I remembered, and I think it's because all these tariffs.
Yeah.
These tariffs are it's just creating uncertainty, but even when I crossed. The way I saw the CBP officers or customs, they almost were very lethargic. They looked very mentally drained. And I crossed by foot, so I didn't go through by car, but
right.
I don't. It wasn't. I don't know. There's just.
Hold on for just a second, Brendan. If you could say goodnight to everybody verbally, if you could come off mute and let everybody know you're going to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good night. Yeah, it's time for me to carry on, but it was good being on there.
Yes.
And Sammy and
Thank
George.
you. Thank you.
Good enough.
Yes. Bless you. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And so continue, Sammy, by all means. So it wasn't bustling, these guards lethargic. That's like really drained. Is it because they were forced to just go beyond with everything that's been demanded of them? Give us your analysis of this, your impression.
What I think is it's really, I think ICE it's a totally different group compared to the people that are at the border.
Yeah.
I think what happens is because the tourism is being affected, and people crossing, there's just there's a lot of tension. So when you get a lot of tension with people are not as comfortable or as free to cross, because obviously that area, San Diego and TJ is very connected. They live off each other. It's just.
Yeah.
You see more Americans cross over to TJ than really, Mexican nationals. Right. It's very much the tourist hub. You have everything there. But it was very much where these officers they look drained. They look drained in a sense of, it didn't look as I gotta say they didn't look as motivated, in my opinion. They seem very lethargic, but maybe I caught them at a wrong time. It's just, I don't know.
It's easy for me to believe that your observation is quite correct, but go on. Yes.
It's almost like they're reading the tension off of people. When people are tense and people are just not trusting, it can get kind of, it can get tiring in the sense of people are on edge when they don't need to be in reality. But you have the media now talking about hide your phones. In other words, ICE agents confiscating your phones and looking through your phone.
Yeah, that's right.
Or which is a violation of your property. This is privacy. People have pictures. People have this is their privacy. Or your phone is literally is a very intimate space. Your phone.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yes. Come on.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just what it is. So, you know, you're being violated.
Yeah.
So you put that out there. People are tense in a sense that, do we want to, you know, really cross the border? And it's not that they don't. It's just certain people are using burner phones now. People are turning off their phones or not bringing their phones at all, or buying a phone, you know, having two phones, having more than one phone,
Yeah.
which is just you adapting. People tend to adapt, and you know, when you get that type of tension, and you're a police officer and you deal with the public every day, obviously it wears on you. So, you know, there's some blowback. That's what I'm trying to say. There's blowback to everything. I don't think every ICE officer or every, you know, CBP agent is an asshole, but obviously you're gonna have that stigma on you because of what's going on now. You know, I see the effect on both sides, but it wasn't the same as the previous administration because of business is definitely being disrupted. What I was being told is, you know, TJ is very much you know, cosmetic surgery, but definitely dental. A lot of medical. People go there for medical procedures. It's just what it is. And it's you know, it's very the health system's very much up to date, very modern. You have a lot of people that, you know, that are very well educated. Things have changed. It's a metropolis, you know. It's one of these places where, at least in my opinion, Mexico is, you pretty much get what you pay for. If you have the money, you're gonna get great service, and that's how it should be. It's just, you know, obviously compared to the States, it's, you know, everything's so politics. There's roadblocks. In other words, it's not as straightforward. But my observation is just a side effect of this administration, where you're putting tariffs and taking them off, putting them back on, and it's just chaos. This chaos is definitely going to wear. But like I said before, I'm really waiting for that blunder. That blunder's around the corner, and
might have happened today with his launch of tariffs against the rest of the planet. Go on, yeah, that might have been it. You know, the blunder.
And it might be so. You know, obviously the housing market is something that everybody's is paying attention to, and obviously Wall Street. But I mean, the point is, what are we going to do with these Republicans that are just sheep? You know, they are not being faithful to their constituents. You have to ask yourself as a Republican, what is my vote worth? And it's not necessarily, it's not even Democrat or Republican. It's just, you don't want to sink the ship just because you want to sink it. That's not how it works. And I really do. There really needs to be a reform in a sense of, there is no such thing as free speech. That needs to be really set in stone. I think the idea of free speech needs to go out the window. And it's not like it hasn't. It's just, it's a lie that this country has told for a lot of years, and it's not the reality, and it's just a lie. And the reason why I say is because one of the things that I do agree with you is that we're seeing is we're gonna have to go into a transition like Taiwan did with
Thank you.
Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes.
And where we're going to need to start implementing critical thinking.
Yes.
The ability to debate our points, the ability to learn how to govern ourselves, and really take ourselves seriously, and really get all our issues out. And unfortunately, it's going to be violence because that's how our country reacts, is violence.
Yes.
Throughout the ages, we have not changed because we always leave our conflicts unresolved,
Yes.
and it's just very childish. I mean, for God's sakes, the British, how much carnage they've done in the world. Are they paying for it now? Yes, but to the point of uh, dysfunctionality, how we are, no. They're actually a lot more, in my opinion. They have lesser issues with their bullshit than us.
Thank you.
It's just a reality. I mean, it it's almost to the point of, I even want to ask George, because it's like, how do you feel about your guys' transactions? But definitely on our side, I'm sure the U.S. what happens here does affect over there, but it's almost we just been a laughing stock. We're becoming that because of this lunatic.
Thank you.
But we need to go. We're going to have to go to that extreme because of our inability to, break out of this conspiracy mindset.
Thank you. Yes.
We're pointing at each other. Who lit the house on fire, even though the house is still on fire, and we're all gonna die?
Yes. Yes.
The house is still on fire. We're gonna burn to death because we're just blaming each other. And I really would love to sit down with our congressmen and just smack them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Line them up,
Indeed. Yes.
and you get your shots, and we can kick them, spit on them. Extreme. You know what I mean? It's just, there really needs to be, a very much a new reform. That there needs to be reform to the point where we actually have a functioning government, and it's not, we're trying to save money. No, that's one thing I love about what you said. Government's not a business.
Thank you.
It's never been a business. The idea of transitioning the business world to government, they just don't mix. Think of it as how can what is the best analogy? And I can't even involve my background because I was going to say a whorehouse in the church. That's too close. So I can't use So, I can't really make the correlation. But I'll find it. But what I'm trying to say is it's very much, it's not even the same. And we're seeing it. The Department of Education is gone. All our social nets that we need to survive are pretty much disappearing. And a lot of people are going to die just because of this. And Elon Musk better leave this country. If the only advice I would tell him, that if I would even care to tell him, is you need to get your ass to South Africa.
Yes.
And just go hide under a hut or something. Let a rhino sit on your head or something, because I would advise him not to be here in about probably no later than the end of this year.
Yes.
Because he's a dead man walking. And this is just me observing how much damage he's causing. And the problem is when the American public realizes this, especially the people, in the Midwest and all these Rust Belt areas that voted for their own demise, they're going to want blood. Yes. And, obviously this sounds like a broken record, and I've said it the last previous
Oh, it doesn't sound like a broken record
translation.
at all. It always bears reiteration, and believe me, continue by all means.
But if your NSA buddies are listening, they need to tell "Look, he needs to leave. If I were him, he needs to leave. He needs to leave immediately because it's not looking good for him. And him being he, and I hate to even bring this up, but and I wouldn't want to call him a retard because that's giving him credit.
Also, it's an insult to developmentally disabled
Yeah,
people.
because they're actually useful. You can learn something. You can they create inspiration, right?
Yes.
They're like you've talked about. They're filters of joy, of light.
Yes.
He, on the other hand, is just a lame. He's a lame, okay? Him with the cheese head on his head.
That was the most natural he ever looked. That's actually the most appropriate look for it.
It does, but how can I say this? It's like he's the most brokest. You look like the most brokest rich person I've ever seen. Like,
Yes.
if I'm sure the Rockefellers or the Arnolds or all these wealthy families just have to roll their eyes, and I'm like, look at this clown.
Yes.
I'm sure the Windsors are just like, look at this idiot. Is he part of our Commonwealth? Was South Africa part of the Commonwealth?
It was. It was.
Like, if they should disown him. Like, who is this moron? But what I'm trying to say is, he's not likable now, Doug. Okay, he's not likable. Now imagine when really the bomb drops, how much has been damaged. He's a dead man.
Yes.
So he needs to leave. If the best advice I give, he needs to leave.
Yes.
He really needs to leave. Like, the Americans are dumb enough to let him walk around and do all this. And, it's just, we're very much, if it doesn't affect us in the present moment, we don't care. Just like COVID. We didn't care about COVID because, we had an orange Cheeto tying us. Don't worry about it, even though, you can argue he died of it. But as soon as, we were affected by it, all of a sudden now, everybody, is in shambles. We had a lot of people die. So I say this, I've learned a lot, and you've been a blessing in the sense of shedding light on this and making sense of things, because I know I don't articulate myself as the best, but what I do take from your monologues is definitely you really are the key, the skeleton key, in the sense of making sense of all this. It's a blessing, and you have to take these victories for what they are, these small victories at least.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and I'll do my best to do justice to that tonight. We've gotten our numbers back, and that's incredible. I mean, the fact that when they cut us off, you do lose everyone, and the fact that they do come back, it's an incredible thing. And believe me, you're a valuable member of this family, Sammy, as is Isaac, and I do hope we see more of Isaac in the future and that he comes and joins us. I know there's only so much he can talk about some of the jobs he's had in the past, but he was public about the fact that he did work underground and could attest to some of these tunnels under California going all the way to other states. I mean, he knows a bit about that world, that hidden world. Whatever you're willing to say about that, please share, what you feel is safe to share. That's
of course. Well, he was there when, those those mass shooters in Vegas when you went to that
Thank
conspiracy.
you. That's right.
He
Thank
was with the the Las Vegas
Oh yeah.
Metro Police Department, so
Yeah.
he was there working on
Gerard and Mandy Miller. Gerard and Mandy Miller.
there.
Yeah.
He was there in the station when the police calls came in. So he's very aware of all this. So it's very interesting how you know our lives cross without even knowing. So um, it's how can I say this? What you bring up, Doug, it's very much explosive. Okay?
Yes.
And a lot of times, people, I do notice certain people need to take breaks from you. Amanda Yu is one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
And it's not because, they don't necessarily care for you, but a lot of the times we're human. It's the best way I can put it. We're human in the sense that it's impactful to a degree where you do need to take a sabbatical. But I really do think, though, in my personal experience with you, a lot of the time, it's not even the subjects of, the obvious of what you cover. It's a lot of what the history that you don't talk about, but when you do, it really is nuggets of enlightenment in the sense of explaining why the world is, explaining to me why the world is, or how it is. Because at least this is what I kind of need for myself to kind of exist in the world. Not necessarily the answers, but there's reasons why certain things are the way they are. And to me, that's very valuable. And that's just the only way I can kind of convey it to listeners. I think all the listeners have their own path of why they listen to you, because you very much are a unique. This is a very unique niche in YouTube. Okay, the fact that you're still existing is very much a reason, even though you get shut down pretty much almost transmission.
Thank you.
But everybody listening to you, even intelligence, don't get it twisted. A lot of people in the intelligence world that listen to you, they're not listening to you because they don't want to, because there's definitely a gold mine in the sense of your perspective. And a lot of the times, the people that you've been associated with, Doug, they speak through you, whether you like it or not. And it's not because it's bad. It's just, excuse me.
No worries. Yes.
Information that's related to you, and you becoming the filter of it, it becomes even more valuable, because a lot of times what you talked about with Q,
yes,
is even better now, because it's filtered in a lot of the ways, and a lot of the times, really, when he relayed to you information, it was coming from a place of vulnerability. And this is where you kind of have to see your work and your upbringing, and I have to give you a lot of credit, not just him, because it pretty much is a testament of how much you were trusted.
Thank you. Yes.
And when you're trusted information, it just says how valuable you are, how special you are. And it's something you should be proud of. I'm proud to call you a friend.
Thank you.
And it's these these things need to be said. You need to be reminded. The world needs to be reminded of your heritage and who you are. I think it's just something that I have to really say out there, leave out for people to know this, because whether or not people want to accept it, your naysayers, really, that doesn't matter. What's done is done. And you have a great way of sharing at the right moment, and that's where I think the magic happens. That's where I think you have a great gift of doing.
Thank you.
So definitely, my twin, he listens to you. He really does. It's just like I told you, it's very much, it's very intense.
Yes.
It's very. I think anybody that can really step out of their paradigm and really want to learn, they can appreciate, what you give to the world. Is just a lot of people are not comfortable, and I have to be honest with you, a lot of people are not comfortable because they're so trapped in everyday life and what they've been taught, and really a lot of the times people are taught history, and people go through history really just monogamous. I take a couple tests. I learned, Revolutionary War, yada yada yada.
Yes.
And it's not personal. But the one thing that I learned from you in the history that you relayed, it gets personal,
Yes.
and it's definitely it really touches. It touches a nerve, and a lot of people are not comfortable with that.
Yes.
But I think it's helped me a lot. But
Thank you.
to each their own. But you really been definitely a blessing to the world, and I think everybody can agree to that.
Thank you.
But anyways, Doug, I'll let you be with your monologue.
Okay.
I have to turn. But
Yes.
my prayers are with you.
Yes. Thank you.
And definitely, I'll be listening, but I'll probably end up falling asleep. Okay.
That's fine. I hope you're able to review the rest of the monologue tomorrow, and or as soon as you can, or whenever it's convenient for you. But it was a blessing to have you tonight. I assure you, it always is, and I'm just so glad that you took the time to be with us, and it's always a treasure. I treasure your time, and these moments are golden. So I'm very glad to have you express yourself and share what you do, because it's all very important for all of us, and I'm sure our listeners appreciate it as well. We all love your family, and we all pray that that they are doing well, and in the interim, get yourself some rest, and by all means, we look forward to speaking with you again soon. Okay, till then.
One more thing.
Of
That's one more
course.
thing.
Yeah.
Everybody support Doug.
Thank you.
Please support Doug. He's definitely a veteran, and he's a true veteran. But most importantly, we want to support somebody that has given a lot, and I will make my contribution. I will, and it's really just a testament of how someone like him is needed in the world. But please contribute to Doug, and that's really all I gotta say.
Well, everything you say is beautiful, and we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and join us whenever you can. And of course, my best wishes to all your family, which is quite large and extended. And all right, all our love, and be blessed. All right.
Likewise.
Take care. Thank you. That's Sammy Romero, and we are going to. Of course, go into monologue now, and with the monologue, we are going to go into territory that may get us shut down again, and everybody just hope that that doesn't happen, because it does break my concentration, to say the least. But all such being said, we'll go into as much as we can. In a continuity of narrative. I hope everybody caught what I was saying earlier in terms of the transphobia, and the fact that it was on Monday, the Transgender Day of Visibility, and that has far more to do with foreign policy than you would ever realize. I'm going to emphasize that. So in terms of getting my head together towards that task, that could take, I would guess, maybe around, a few hours, to say the least. And theoretically, we could go on for 12. I'm not going to do that. We've already been on for 3 hours. So if I make it for, maybe about, how would I say it? Let me try and guess how long this might take. If I were to guess, I'd say that, with everything that we've been through so far, maybe about 4 more hours, I would say. It's just let me think of it. So if I do a little calculation here, let's see now. Say that maybe around 4 hours. All right, let's go for that. Let's prepare ourselves psychologically. I'll take my deep breath. That would mean that by the time I'm done, it'd be 4, 5, 6, 7 hours plus what we were on last time. Let's take a look at our latest part 1 of this transmission. If we take a look at how long that lasted by looking at my channel, then that was around 4 hours. So if we're going to do about 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it'd be close to the normal 11 or 12 hours that I would do. All right, so let's dive into it. We've got good numbers, and it's time for me to start earning my pay. All right. 1, gonna try to count down. 2, 3. Let's dive into it now. The Wisconsin state court's makeup is 4-3 in the liberals' favor, and the judges are poised to issue rulings on a variety of topics, including voting regulations, abortion rights, and the redrawing of congressional maps to combat Republican gerrymandering, which could chip away at Republicans' narrow House majority. Democrats tried and failed to block Musk's $1 million gambit, but the Wisconsin Supreme Court allowed Musk to proceed. So what happened was on, I think, yesterday, well, the day before yesterday morning, by now, Wisconsin Democratic Party Chair Ben Wickler warned that the race could determine whether Elon Musk can buy our courts. In the pre-Trump era, yesterday's contest may have been something of a run-of-the-mill state election. Instead, this race exploded into a national spectacle. Wisconsin has significantly loosened its campaign finance restrictions in recent years, and with a reported $90 million pouring in from both sides, it was the most expensive judicial election ever in American history. But as Musk knows, the whole ordeal is bigger than deciding the composition of one state court. In many ways, yesterday's election was also a potential validation or referendum on the profound upheaval that Trump and Musk have wrought on these United States over the preceding 9 weeks. On Monday night, Musk tried to convey the gravitas of the situation. As he often does, the multi-billionaire went a bit hyperbolic. In reference to the redistricting, Musk told the room, "What's happening on Tuesday is a vote for which party controls the U.S. House of Representatives. Whichever party controls the House to a significant degree controls the country, which then steers the course of Western civilization." No pressure! Musk was occasionally interrupted by protesters whom he scoffed were operatives hired by the left-leaning multi-billionaire George Soros to disrupt his own event. Soros and another multi-billionaire, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, were among those who have contributed to the Democrats as a means of helping Crawford, but no one has been as audacious as Musk in wooing potential voters using the reliable lever of cold hard cash. Beyond awarding 10 days the $1 million checks, Musk's PAC, his Political Action Committee, also promised $100 to anyone who signed the same petition and $20 to anyone who posted a photo of someone holding a picture of Schimmel and flashing a thumbs up, in addition to various payouts for those who recruit Wisconsin voters to do the same, even people such as himself who live outside of the state. The very act of fraud that the Republicans have always accused the Democrats of. If Musk and his PAC's collective efforts had proven successful yesterday, he'd inevitably would have kept seeing what else he can buy as he seeks to expand his sphere of influence. Until about a decade ago, dark money was the most apt phrase to discuss a range of shady, financially motivated political tactics. But Musk is carrying out his plans in broad daylight. His bold flouting of norms is a point of pride for himself, not any secret. His PAC ran similar lotteries in swing states, including Wisconsin and Pennsylvania yesteryear, and so far, state courts have yet to rule that he's breaking electoral law. And in Wisconsin's case, by helping mold the court, he also seems to be ensuring his own future success. As CNN noted, Musk's beleaguered electric vehicular company, Tesla, happens to be fighting a Wisconsin law that would keep car manufacturers from running company-owned dealerships in state. On Monday night, Musk asked, "It's a super big deal. I'm not phoning it in." He's phony, but he's not phoning it in. Standing in front of a giant American flag with a cheese wedge on his head, he whipped out a magic marker and appeared to autograph his cheese head before flinging it out into the crowd like a frisbee. Till then, Musk's move fast and break things approach to navigating the contours of our American government had created chaos in federal agencies and diminished his own personal fortune. But his very simple electoral strategy, give people money, had up to this point always worked. Musk may be failing at some things, but having a lot of money is not one of them. More symptomatic of such being that the same day, Vivian Jenna Wilson, Elon Musk's estranged daughter, published her second ever interview with a mainstream mass media outlet. The multi-billionaire media mogul abused his X platform to insinuate that trans people are behind reports of attacks on Teslas. So with that, we give you the link in live stream to the Teen Vogue interview with Vivian Jenna Wilson. And I will provide that, of course, in the text box to anybody who's a member of Team Dietrich so they can access it at their leisure. During her interview with Teen Vogue, Wilson said she doesn't give a fuck about Musk, calling him a pathetic man-child. Wilson told the publication, "I don't give a fuck how much money anyone has. I don't. I really don't. He owns Twitter. Okay." The 20-year-old said she often learns about Musk's malactions from the news, saying she should probably post about this and denounce it, which I have done a few times. In reference to Musk's performance of a straight-armed salute during Donald Trump's inauguration that he has denied was a Nazi gesture, Wilson said, "The Nazi salute shit was insane. That shit was definitely a Nazi salute." This is hardly the first time that Wilson, who has not spoken to Musk since 2020, has called out the centibillionaire. Term centibillionaire means a billionaire multiplied by orders of magnitude of 100, by 100-fold. In July of 2024, Musk took to his platform, his X platform, to say that Wilson was born gay and slightly autistic, adding that, as a child, she would pick out clothes for me to wear like a jacket and tell me it was, in quotes, fabulous. 3 days later, Musk sat down with Jordan Peterson, another white trash piece of shit, for a 12-plus hour live stream on X, during which the mass media mogul claimed his son had been killed by the woke mind virus. Musk's comments to his fellow asshole Peterson effectively denied his daughter's trans identity, reflecting his embrace of far-right politics, which always seek to crack down on transgender people's rights and gender-affirming care, and foreshadowed the politics Musk has pushed in his advisory role to Donald Trump. And yes, I have personally reached out to Elon Musk for comment. No, there was never a response. So Wilson took to Threads, that's X's Meta-owned rival, the same day, to call out Musk for spreading misinformation, saying that his July 2024 X post was entirely fake, before adding, literally, none of this shit ever happened. Later that same day, NBC News published an exclusive interview with Wilson, who emphasized that Musk was under the assumption that I wasn't going to say anything and I would just let this shit go unchallenged. In the 12 hours following Wilson's Teen Vogue interview being published, the multi-billionaire alleged that New York would attempt to illegally usher in non-citizen voting and amplified a post claiming that 10,000 voters in Arizona abused the same social security number to vote. Musk also repeatedly circulated posts connecting the reports of vandalism on Teslas to trans people. In yet another X post on Thursday, Musk asked, "What are the statistics on trans violence? The probability of a trans person being violent appears to be vastly higher than non-trans. Hormone injections cause extreme emotional volatility. That's simply a fact." No, it's not. It's all bullshit. On Thursday, Musk also shared a clip from Fox News in which the anchor Harris Faulkner posited a hypothetical in which a Tesla set on fire by vandals could result in a human death, asking White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt if that could merit the death penalty. In response to Faulkner's hypothetical scenario, Leavitt said, "What I can tell you is that President Trump condemns this violence, and he is determined to restore law and order in our country, and he will ensure that the harshest penalties are pursued for those who are engaging in this vicious violence that we have seen targeted at this all-American company." A self-described free speech absolutist, Musk has also abused X, which he acquired in October of 2022 for $44 billion, to repeatedly attack immigrants and transgender people and to spread a Judeophobic conspiracy theory. Wilson's interview in Teen Vogue, which also explores her queerness, comes as Trump has made dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion programs a cornerstone of his new misadministration. Musk, the power behind Trump's porcelain throne, has never shied away from voicing his disapproval for the DEI programs, which are pronounced most properly as Day, the very Latin name of God. Yesteryear calling DEI or Day or God just another word for racism, and proclaiming that Day, DEI, or the Latin word for God, must die. DEI must, all uppercase, DIE, or God must die, in a December of 2023 ex-post. And under Musk's supervision, the Department of Government Efficiency in February threatened to pull federal funding for public schools and universities that failed to end their God programs, or DEI, the Latin word for God, their DEI programs within a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks. Now let's aerial on the surf of the night tide across the Pacific to my Taiwan. Taiwan legalized marriage equality as part of its broader democratic effort to contrast the island, China, with mainland China. With the DPP's, the Democratic Party's legacy on marriage equality as a springboard, the new President Lai is advancing 2S LGBTQ plus rights in my Taiwan via a 12-pronged strategy. In response, the People's Republic of China staged surprise large-scale military exercises off the north, south, and east coasts of my Taiwan the day before yesterday, in direct response to what Beijing characterized as Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te's pro-independence provocations. In a speech delivered on March 13th, President Lai called Communist China on the Asian mainland a foreign hostile force and said his administration would implement more than a dozen new measures to combat mainland Chinese malinfluence. During her 8 years in office, Taiwan's outgoing presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, endorsed marriage equality and aspired to build a Taiwan where individuals can freely express themselves and marry their loved ones, irrespective of their gender identity or sexual orientation. The legalization of same-sex marriage in 2019 highlighted her administration's support for gender equality and 2S LGBTQ plus activism, helping to bolster my Taiwan standing as a staunch advocate of 2S LGBTQ plus rights. In addition to the legalization of same-sex marriage, my Taiwan has also made significant advances in transgender rights. In 2018, the Legislative Yuan, their version of the Japanese Diet, or the German Rathaus, or government Capitol building, passed a law that recognized the right of transgender individuals to change their legal gender on official documents without the requirement for gender reassignment surgery. The law also banned discrimination against transgender individuals in employment and education and ensured access to hormone therapy, mental health services, and employment support. My Taiwan made history by legalizing same-sex marriage in 2019, a first in all of Asia, if not the only nation in Asia yet to do so. This was not surprising to many, as my island China is considered to be one of the most progressive societies in region when it comes to 2S LGBTQ plus rights. Legalizing same-sex marriage was seen as a significant milestone in our democracy. Not only did it send a symbolic and tangible message to the international community about my Taiwan's commitment to human rights and progressive values, it became an important aspect of Taiwanese identity. The ruling DPP, or Democratic Progressive Party, which is all those things, passed legislation in 2019 that granted same-sex couples many of the same rights as heterosexual couples, including the right to get married and adopt children. This landmark decision was praised by local and international human rights groups, but it also highlighted the need for continued progress in advancing 2S LGBTQ+ rights in my own Taiwan. Many Taiwanese, particularly the younger generations, see being pro 2S LGBTQ+ as a new identity marker of our democratic island China. Distinctive and progressive values help my Taiwan distinguish ourselves from the communist Chinese government, which has intensified crackdowns on queer people under the Xi Jinping dictatorship. After 12 years of COVID-19 lockdowns, over 120,000 people gathered in Taipei, capital of my Taiwan, in late 2022 to celebrate the 2S LGBTQ+ community in East Asia's largest pride event. For the 2S LGBTQ+ community, there is much to be proud of. In October of 2023, then Vice President Lai Ching-te of Taiwan's DPP, the Democratic Progressive Party, sported a rainbow-patterned scarf and participated in Taipei's annual Pride Parade, East Asia's largest gay pride event. In doing so, Lai became the most prominent Taiwanese official to attend the parade since its launch in 2003. At the event, Lai said, "Equal marriage is not the end, it's the starting point for diversity," and vowed to stand steadfast on this path, sending an unequivocal message to my Taiwan's 2S LGBTQ+ community about our government's acceptance. Lai, who assumed the presidency on the 20th day of May, the 20th day in May of yesteryear, has built upon Tsai's legacy to realize his promise of enhancing social diversity and gender equality in my Taiwan. Lai has embraced a 12-pronged strategy, forging a 2S LGBTQ+ friendly society at home and boosting my Taiwan's profile abroad through the utilization of queer diplomacy. Promoting Taiwan's queer diplomacy has proven to be the true display of island China power. My Taiwan holds a terminally unique status in international politics. We meet all the requirements for statehood, but have failed to secure robust diplomatic recognition due to mounting pressure from the behemoth across the moat, the Communist Chinese Empire, which claims full sovereignty over my island China. Tsai's steadfast diplomacy has helped to elevate my Taiwan's international profile, win like-minded democracies' support and sympathy, and safeguard my Taiwan's sovereignty against Beijing's intensive pressure. By pledging to steer our self-governed island China through values-based diplomacy, Lai has been expected to frame my Taiwan's democratic feats or accomplishments as both a model and inspiration for countries grappling with democratic regression. That's the term we use for recidivist slide back into tyranny, like America is going through. In his own inaugural address, Lai touted democracy as one of the 4 pillars plan for peace, vowing that My Taiwan would foster collaboration with other democracies to form a democratic community and share our experiences across a range of fields. Despite the absence of formal diplomatic relations, My Taiwan has never been more affiliated with Western democracies than it is now. Here is where Tongji, or 2S LGBTQ+ diplomacy, also known as queer diplomacy, slots in nicely. Given My Taiwan's progressive policies on human rights, we were the first in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage after all, Lai has utilized 2S LGBTQ+ rights diplomacy to leverage My Taiwan's international standing as a thriving democracy where all citizens enjoy equal rights. The Western democratic world, particularly the European Union, now views human rights as the most pressing issue, which is a terrible irony considering what I intend to delve into later in monologue tonight concerning the Gaza. But on the face of it, their stance is such that, hence, President Lai of My Taiwan has teamed up with those nations to form a democratic cohort that commits to supporting 2S LGBTQ+ rights. The program for the EU-Taiwan GECTF, the European Union Taiwan Gender Equality Cooperation and Training Framework, launched in 2019 to exchange experiences in 2S LGBTQ+ rights credentials, is one avenue that President Lai has used to deepen collaboration with European democracies. This has allowed My Taiwan to expand our global footprint while also strengthening ties with like-minded partners. To counter Beijing's persistent attempts to squeeze My Taiwan's maneuvering space, Democratic Taiwan has engaged in niche diplomacy by promoting its 2S LGBTQ+ rights achievements. Promoting My Taiwan's image as an unwavering advocate for human rights and equality, well, it's a strategic maneuver, considering the striking contrast between the People's Republic of China's paleo-reactionary policies and My Taiwan's thriving 2S LGBTQ+ community. In the quest for a unique identity, My Taiwan utilizes queer diplomacy to set itself apart from communist China on the Asian mainland, particularly when My Taiwan has garnered global attention for our efforts to defend 2S LGBTQ+ rights. The former presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, made history in her last days in office when she invited Nymphia Wind, a Taiwanese-American drag queen, to perform the first ever drag show at the presidential office, showcasing her steadfast support for the 2S LGBTQ+ community and her hope that Lai, her successor, would follow in her footsteps to advance gender equality in My Taiwan. Lai's remarks at the 2023 Pride March should be taken as serious promises toward backing 2S LGBTQ+ rights in My Taiwan, much like Tsai's 2016 presidential campaign pledge to support marriage equality, which she eventually delivered on. To uphold Tsai's legacy, Lai has chosen to elevate 2S LGBTQ+ rights domestically while utilizing our island China's democracy's progressive modernity to enhance collaboration with like-minded democracies. So in terms of my take, it is most telling that Red China's PLA, or People's Liberation Army, specifically cited lie speech and recent measures to justify the surprise drills the day before yesterday. The punchline being that the Trump misadministration's increasing authoritarianism domestically is linked to the challenge that is now driving American imperial foreign policy: Market Leninist mainland China. And with experts detailing the logical endpoint of MAGA's rhetoric, the arc of concentration camps being twofold, Trans Day of Visibility celebrations persisted despite all the Trump misadmin attacks. Monday marked the International Transgender Day of Visibility, a day of celebration and recognition for trans and non-binary people across the globe. The past 3 months have been brutal for transgender people, but if there's one thing our community knows, it's how to travel through darkness to find spring. So this starts with Taiwan, my island China, promoting gender equality at home. There has been a surge of support for 2S LGBTQ+ rights in my Taiwan. The most recent survey conducted by the Executive Yuan's Department of Gender Equality found that 69.1% of respondents endorsed same-sex marriage. That reflects a marked increase from just 37.4% support in 2018, the year prior to my Taiwan's legalization of same-sex unions. The shift demonstrates the importance of government policies in changing public perceptions of the 2S community and accelerating the visibility of 2S individuals in Taiwanese society. The historic win of Wang Jie, Taiwan's first openly gay legislator, in the 2024 election has helped to invigorate the domestic 2S rights movement. 2S rights can only be better protected in legislation and regulations when more openly gay persons are visible in political arenas. Although the 2S movement made great strides during Tsai's 2 terms in power, Taiwan's gay community faces obstacles ranging from hurdles in accessing assisted reproduction and surrogacy services to restrictions on same-sex marriages between Taiwanese and mainland Chinese citizens. Additionally, 2S members of indigenous communities who enjoy double prejudice because of their sexual orientation and their indigenous status are overlooked and marginalized in mainstream debates about 2S inclusion. Likewise, despite some progress in transgender rights, transgender people continue to encounter discrimination and misapprehension in daily life, at work, and even in medical settings. If a transgender person wishes to change their legal gender on official documents, they are required by law to submit proof of undergoing gender affirmation surgery. The financial burden of this medical procedure for transgender individuals is substantial. My son had to marry a multi-billionaire to, become my son. If how would I say this? Since this hurdle prevents about 90% of Taiwanese transgender persons from obtaining national identification cards that match their gender identity, the elimination of the aforementioned surgical requirement is a requisite. Abolishing the need for costly and time-consuming processes will help transgender people be free from prejudice, enjoy full access to healthcare rights, and perhaps, most importantly, live and express their true selves. However, Lai's objectives for a more inclusive and equitable Taiwan would have a tough time getting off the ground as the ruling DPP lost its majority in the Legislative Yuan in the 2024 polls. Many saw the installation of Han Guoyu of the KMT, the Kuomintang, as the president, the speaker of the Legislative Yuan, as a major setback for the 2S rights movement. Due to his controversial stance on same-sex marriage, Han would likely abuse his power to halt or impede the passage of legislation that supports the rights of the 2S community. Some legislatures of the GMD, the Kuomintang, or the DPP's main opposition party, which is the DPP's main opposition party, the Democratic Progressive Party's enemy. It's the Republicans to our Democrats, even threatened to repeal the same-sex marriage law if their party were to win a majority in the Legislative Yuan. These are actually a communist insurgency at this point in history, the Kuomintang, which was once the most anti-communist force on earth. Now, with the changing of the times, it's like the flip from the Democrats being the party of the KKK, the Dixiecrats, to the Democrats we know today, and the Republicans, who were the party of Abraham Lincoln, the people who gave us the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. The Republicans are today the radicalized insurgency of the Russian Empire. So just as our parties flipped 180 degrees in these United States, the former anti-communist Kuomintang, now the enemy of the DPP in Taiwan, the DPP being the Democratic Progressive Party, their enemy, the Kuomintang, once the nationalists who fought the communists under Chiang Kai-shek, are now the communist insurgency on island China. The fragmented and divided parliament poses a burden on Lai's shoulders in many policy areas, including the pursuit of equal rights for My Taiwan's 2S community. But Lai has initiatives in mind to support 2S rights. Through the National Project of Hope policy plan announced in his inaugural address, Lai pledged to promote gender equality, build a more equitable society in which everyone can comfortably express their true identity, and establish gender education programs that support 2S families' equality and liberty. Lai's grand vision of a Taiwan built on equality, justice, and inclusivity deserves credit, but ultimately, actions speak louder than words. Therefore, what I'm articulating is the fact that, Taiwan has attempted to match reality with their rhetoric, or make their rhetoric a reality. Such having been said, what do I say about this next? Lai has done well to provide space for social activists and civil society leaders who have been at the forefront of the 2S movement to further 2S rights. He has encouraged more meaningful coverage of activist groups' endeavors for upholding 2S rights and Taiwanese influential 2SLGBTQI+ individuals on social media and local news. Their candor and unique personalities provide real-life experiences and richer narratives on the intertwined relations between My Taiwan's status as a vibrant democracy and society's acceptance of gender and sexual rights. But in the long run, the success of Lai's efforts to promote 2SLGBTQI+ rights will likely hinge on his adeptness to harmonize interests and concerns with opposition parties and work together toward social and political reform. There's a friction point, of course, because in warning that, in their words, visibility can be a double-edged sword, as we are more visible and out and open, we tend to see increased backlash and anti-2SLGBTQI+ policies, anti-transgender policies being introduced. That's what Shane Diamond, the GLAAD, or Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation's Directress of Communications and Advocacy, emphasizes that there's not a lot of meat and potatoes to Trump's executive orders targeting trans people, some of which have been blocked amid legal challenges, which, he said, are intended to scare and confuse us. In other words, the friction point being that once you stand out, you're more likely to get nailed down. However, what Trump has done so far, along with Musk, is, well, throw a lot of shit at the wall just to see what sticks. So it's mostly just that. In other words, it's mostly just flash and bullshit. And it's meant to scare, intimidate, confuse, and ultimately, of course, drive a population underground, which is why, well, as a community, that's the last thing we can afford. If you zoom out, there's a massive spike in legislation targeting the trans community that has occurred in recent years at federal and state levels in these United States. Point: Trump's return to the White House has also emboldened Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party lawmakers to further restrict trans rights. Point: the American Civil Liberties Union was tracking 527 anti-2SLGBTQI+ bills in these United States as of March 14th, including legislation redefining sex, blocking trans youth from using facilities corresponding with their gender identity, and rolling back all DEI initiatives. Yet, intrinsically, Trump's domestic crackdown is about countering the communist Chinese empire. Let me explain. Amid the tumult of the early days of U.S. President Donald Trump's second midterm, there is a disconnect between news coverage of his misadministration's dramatic upending of American imperial society and reporting on its foreign policy objectives. Domestic attacks on universities, law firms, the mainstream mass media machine, and the courts are portrayed as retaliatory fits of pique, whilst assaults on overseas allies are attributed to both Trump's love of tariffs and his transactional approach to American imperial security guarantees provided to European and East Asian allies. But it is a mistake to view these two dramatic crackdowns, one domestic and one foreign, as distinct expressions of Trump's retaliatory politics. The Trump misadministration's increasing authoritarianism domestically is linked to its foreign policy objectives, united by a desire to tame American imperial society so it can be battered, it can be better harnessed to combat what an early strategy guideline issued by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly called the United States military's Soul Pacing Challenge. Hongzhonghua, or Red China. Irregardless, the bottom line starts with a flashback. Newsom, gruesome Newsom, governor of my own California, going full podcaster. Since everyone and their mother has a podcast these days, it's not too surprising that California's Governor Gavin Newsom dove into the space with the recent launch of This is Gavin Newsom. The show description states, "It's time to have honest discussions with people who agree and disagree with us. It's time to answer the hard questions and be open to criticism and debate without demeaning or dehumanizing one another." What a crock of shit. Just a few episodes in, Newsom's venture has quickly garnered both criticism, from the left, and kudos, from the right. Some on the left feel betrayed by our prominent so-called liberal leaders' willingness to sit down with major MAGA personalities and break completely from Democratic talking points on some polarizing issues. Other political thinkers view his approach as a much-needed attempt to soften our nation's stark polarization or the latest vehicle for Newsom's own political ambitions, which are obviously presidential. This week, the Los Angeles Times reporter Taryn Luna explained, "A common takeaway from the podcast is that Newsom is attempting to shapeshift into a moderate as he gears up to run for president in the aftermath of the Democratic Party's disastrous 2024 election." Well, shame be upon our governor. Gavin Newsom is his own worst enemy as well as ours. Newsom has taken our party to task as he shares space with some of MAGA's biggest names. In the inaugural episode hosted of Fjortwin a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks agone, the California Governor Gavin Newsom utterly embarrassed himself in an hour-long episode of his new podcast, This is Gavin Newsom, with his inaugural guest, the infamously small-faced MAGA activist Charlie Kirk, and quickly found himself in a political firestorm after saying transgender women's participation in sports is, his words, deeply unfair. In subsequent episodes, Newsom sat down with conservative commentator Michael Savage, and later with former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. Newsom has long been considered a contender for the 2028 Democratic presidential nomination and has been not so subtly trying to build his national profile in recent times. Yesteryear, for instance, he debated Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis on Fox News in a shit show where neither man came out looking great. Newsom did not learn his lesson, going out of his way to display his morally bankrupt, power-hungry nature once again. At least, against DeSantis, Newsom stood by his positions and exhibited his apparent addiction to dismantling Republican talking points. But his own, of his own volition, on his own show, he both betrayed much of his own party's platform and seemed an incompetent debater incapable of defending any position. The one bright side is that this might finally end his chances of ascending to any higher office. The most viral moment from the discussion is when Newsom completely capitulates on one of the right's most treasured issues, directing the might of the federal fucking government to ruin the lives of the minuscule number of transgender athletes. Fewer than 0.002% of the NCAA. I can't remember exactly what the acronym is for, but it's basically basketball. It's an athletic association, I believe. So if I look up the NCAA acronym, it's the National Collegiate Athletic Association. That's the nonprofit organization that regulates student athletics among colleges and universities in both the United States and Canada. All this to quell a manufactured moral panic along the lines of Victorian moral outrage. In other words, an irrational hysteria. Now, little Charlie Kirk spewed his talking points unopposed, with only the mildest of pushback from Newsom, which consisted of encouraging conservatives to have a heart for trans athletes. It should not need be let's put it this way. It should not need to be said that Charlie Kirk, did not concede this point. Meanwhile, Newsom himself conceded that he is totally aligned with conservatives, while simultaneously touting his licensing of same-sex marriages decades ago during his time as mayor of my own Golden Gated San Francisco. It became clear that Newsom believes he can boost his chances in a hypothetical 2028 general election by throwing vulnerable Americans under the bus. Newsom's failure was not limited to just that issue. Not once did he attack Kirk for his history of Judeophobia, anti-vaccine fear-mongering, or destruction of public education. Instead, on each topic of discussion, he invariably adopted Kirk's skewed conservative reframing, eschewed potentially sensible rebuttals, and positioned himself ass up with his butt cheeks spread for Kirk's fuckery as a uniquely reasonable Democrat for having the temerity to question supposed progressive orthodoxy. There's a term for this duplicity: triangulation. Again and again, Newsom triangulates. Instead of standing by his historically well-articulated positions on criminal justice reform, Newsom called police reform lunacy. Despite designating my Golden State Nation of California as a sanctuary state, Newsom reassured a salivating Kirk that he was heavily cooperating with ICE in their efforts to abandon due process and carry out mass deportations. Newsom astonishingly acquiesced on what Kirk deems quality of life, remarking that he agrees with Kirk especially. Now is a good time to remind the listener that consistently, states run by Democrats have higher quality of life as measured by HDI, the Human Development Index, better healthcare outcomes, better public services, and higher wages than those run by red Republicans. For a potential 2028 candidate to suggest that Republicans are winning on quality of life indicates that the candidate might be better suited to run in a Republican primary. Again, let me reassure you, the quality of life as measured by the Human Development Index, or HDI, concerning, well, regarding better healthcare outcomes, better public services, and higher wages, all of this is something you can only get, only in blue states, solid blue states, run by Democrats. If you're in a red state, you've got a much shorter lifespan just by dint of living in a red state. Even if you're a Democrat who just happens to be stranded in a red state, statistically, your life will be shortened by many years. Now, I will give Newsom the tiniest bit of credit for criticizing the unholy alliance between conservatives, like those on the Huntington Beach Council who claimed to be environmentalists, to block housing development. Kirk seemed legitimately uncomfortable with Newsom's legitimate threats to sue cities for their rank NIMBYism, or not in my backyard. NIMBY is an acronym for not in my backyardism, including those Newsom deemed as Kirk's friends. However, this section of the interview was relatively mild and buried within another hour of conciliatory concessions. It is simply too little from a candidate who expects us to see him as a fighter. Like with Senator Chuck Schumer's vote for the Republican continuing resolution, Newsom demonstrates a doomed strategy of appealing to fictional voters, which will not help him in the slightest. It is clear that voters are not on his side. Newsom is polling around 50% in his own state, after he polled at 27% when he was eyeing a presidential candidacy. While it is true that the Democratic Party is at a terribly low approval rating, this has been driven by Democrats dissatisfied with their party's leadership. Democrats want a fighter, not a collaborator, with more than a 30-point swing since 2017. Here's where the most annoying members of the mainstream mass media machine circus will jump in. Isn't it good to have conversations with people you disagree with? Isn't it just so important that in America you can vehemently disagree with someone and then agree to have a beer thereafter? Newsom attempted to do exactly that, but lacked the backbone to actually disagree with or challenge his guests on anything. Let's consider the more likely scenario here. Either Gavin Newsom is rediscovering the benefits of the Socratic method in reevaluating his personal political philosophy, which for the previous 20 years has been seemingly quite staunchly center-left, or he's decided that it's more politically expedient for him to pretend to be a Republican. I'll say one thing in conclusion. Good luck in 2028, Governor. And Newsom, of course, defends his show as the critiques fly. Critics accused him of platforming right-wing voices in a misguided attempt at centrism. Lorena Gonzalez Presidentress of the California Federation of Labor Unions, told the press, "He has always been more or less a techno-bro from Northern California with the same kinds of politics as we thought. He's done playing liberal, and now he's just going to be himself." While his conservative guests made reliable jabs at Democrats and our policies, Newsom has also been critical of our party, both on his own show and in other media. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Newsom said Democrats had lost our way and are suffering the consequences of our toxic brand. To quote his T, "Our party's getting our ass kicked. People don't think we make any damn sense. They don't think we have their values. They think we're elite. We talk down to people. We talk past people. They think we just think we're smarter than other people, that we're so judgmental and full of ourselves." I think it's Newsom that's full of himself, which is another way of saying he's full of shit. It's not as if Newsom is the only liberal popping the hood to diagnose Democrats' problems and try to get them back on the road to victory for 2026's midterm and 2028's general elections. The New York Times opinion columnist Ezra Klein has been on a media tour dissecting liberalism's governing failures with a special focus on our Golden State. He was the guest on Newsom's show last week, where the twain talked bureaucracy and CEQA, CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and California's grand plan for high-speed rail that's running at least a decade behind schedule. During their conversation, Klein said, "There is something wrong in a political culture that so often fails to deliver what it promises." Well, does that mean we need a Joe Rogan of the left? Times columnist Anita Chabraya recently wrote that the early episodes of Newsom's podcast were cringe and appalling, but added that the governor's effort was undeniably smart. She argued he understands there is a new political order, and it's not about rising through the ranks of the party or appeasing a base. It's about audience, politics aside, and Newsom is savvy enough to chase it. Well, fellow columnist Mark Z. Barabek was less impressed. Last month he wrote, "If Newsom really hopes to be president someday, the best thing he could do is a bang-up job in his final 22 months as governor. Not waste time on glib and self-flattering diversions. People have told Newsom as much, but the only voice he seems to care about is his own." Kambiz Akavan, managing director for the USC, or the University at Santa Clara, Dornsife Center for the Political Future, views Newsom's foray into podcasting as an effort to position himself as the Joe Rogan of the left. And he doesn't view that as any bad thing. To quote his T, "Podcasts are a powerful way to get inside people's heads with long-form substantive content that is largely absent from our TikTok 30-second dopamine hit doom-scrolling media diets. Reaching across the aisle to explore issues and talk respectfully across differences is a welcome treat in our polarized society." Well, Democrats need to fucking wake up from their West Wing fantasy. Ever since President Biden's debate performance sucked Democratic leaders and political operatives into a looping vortex of panic, many people have been debating how we got here and who is responsible. The former president himself? His handlers? The mainstream mass media machine? All of the above. But I'd like to focus on a different factor. Aaron Sorkin. A whole generation of political professionals is so enamored of The West Wing, Mr. Sorkin's show about the travails of White House occupants, that they now suffer from what I think of as terminal West Wing brain. The show, which ran from 1999 to 2006, portrays politics and policy not as ruthless power-mongering pursued by nihilists, that's House of Cards, but as a higher calling that flawed but idealistic people engage in from a place of civic pride. It depicts America as a place that is divided, but that yearns for consensus, for the good of the country. Jed Bartlett, the fictional Democratic president, is often reaching across the aisle to a wrong-headed, but often well-meaning Republican. It's an attractive fantasy that bears little relation to the world we live in, where partisan animosity is about more than policy disagreements and is rarely resolved via civil debate. Most voters they went to the polls in November not to vote for their guy, but to vote against the other guy, a phenomenon known as negative partisanship. Voters said they wanted Americans to be unified, but Republicans meant they wanted everyone to be a Republican, and Democrats wanted everyone to be a Democrat. And partisan obstructionism in Congress deadlocked policymaking in ways that appear, well, they only appear to be getting worse. Working across the aisle isn't easy when your colleagues are telling their constituents that you're demonic, and they are pushing conspiracy theories about human child sex trafficking in pizza parlors while upholding and idolizing the Tate brothers in Romania for human child sex trafficking as an expression of true masculinity. Bipartisan cooperation requires a shared idea of reality that exists in the West Wing, but not in the real world, because Republicans are beyond batshit fucking crazy. They're just pure fucking evil. And if you're a Republican, take it personally and shove it up your ass. Jam it sideways if it fits. And I'm sure it will, because you're all wearing butt plugs anyway, because you're all a bunch of faggots. So adherence to this fantasy where Republicans are well-intentioned rather than evil Adamites is preventing Democrats from functioning effectively in the current political climate. In response to Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's roadmap for a second Trump mispresidency, which includes agenda items so extreme they would be sent back to the writer's room in Sorkinland, Mr. Biden offered mostly dry policy speak. On reproductive rights, the former president defaulted to talk of rights and reason, while Donald Trump made utterly false but compellingly graphic statements like, "They will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth." The Democrats talked about facts and analyses. The Republicans talked about a holy war in which civilization hangs in the balance. In the West Wing paradigm, problems can be workshopped and strategized, sometimes into platitudes that neither offend nor inspire. In President Bartlett's White House, the very busy characters dispatch tasks with ruthless efficiency. They're smart, The issues they work on are important, and everyone means well. But Democrats are not going to be able to diligently and efficiently workshop their way out of the current dilemma or test all of the potential scenarios. There was no way to meaningfully poll alternatives to Mr. Biden and clinically weigh costs and benefits. There was simply no precedent for his crises. We didn't know what the contextual environment would look like in November, and if the leaking was any indication then, not everybody meant well. The West Wing is built on a belief that America is an inherently noble force for good, as opposed to a nation that, like every other, seeks to amass and preserve power. This is also an organizing principle in the way many real Democrats talk about foreign policy, and it doesn't hold up in a 24/7 mainstream mass media machine environment in which the consequences of our actions are broadcast for the world to see. For many, it's hard to reconcile the idea of an intrinsically good America with, for example, civilian deaths in Gaza enabled by American money and American bombs. Voters are grown-ups. They want to view their country positively. But they also want some recognition of what they can see with their own eyes. And they want leaders who are responsive. Give me a second here to hydrate myself, because my voice is about to go out. And El Nemo is back. So Amy says, Douglas, can you end your stream letting us know how Brooke is doing? Has she got rid of her problem with the prayer hands? Thank you for asking, Amy. I have no idea. I have no idea. And of course, we've got a nice link from El Nemo. Thank you so much for that. At any rate, back to the task at hand. Today's Democrats have been caught off guard by Mr. Trump's willingness to overturn democracy for personal gain. The corrosion of ethical norms and the tectonic decisions that have come out of the Supreme Court in the past few years. And they were caught off guard by a debate so disastrous that it sent leaders into a tailspin. Instead of rewatching The West Wing, Democrats should have been taking to heart the lessons of Veep, Armando Iannucci's very different White House series, in which everything dumb and disastrous that can happen does happen. A dark and devastating comedy, it depicts Washington as staffed by petty, venal people who are too busy tripping over themselves to successfully advance any of their own interests. Now, there was a college mentor of mine who was a Republican member of the National Security Council, who liked to say that somewhere in a dusty box, in a closet in the Pentagon, there's a plan for what the United States will do if we're reinvaded by Canada. This plan exists not because we think such a thing will ever really happen, but because we have intelligence professionals who are paid and trained to think about how every possible thing could go wrong, as it would on the situation comedy titled Veep, which, for those of you who don't know, is an abbreviate for vice president. It's not clear to me that Democrats have enough invasion of Canada plans for all of the dumb and disastrous things that could await, even now, when you can say, former reality star turned President Donald Trump suggested that America buy Greenland. And not be wrong. It does seem that there was no war plan for what would happen when Mr. Biden bombed at the debate. But it doesn't matter now. Democrats need to stop overthinking it and now need to ruthlessly commit to a plan. At the time before the election, whatever option they pursued, Mr. Biden, Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, or someone else, mattered less than that they do something. This was not an election with a wrong-headed but well-meaning Republican. It's, even post-election, still an all-out war with an illiberal megalomaniac who will happily destroy American democracy if it buys him one more ounce of power and keeps him out of prison. In The West Wing, Jed Bartlett is censured for not disclosing a medical condition. He slips in the polls, but he wins re-election by a landslide anyway because voters vote with their better selves, and his fictional opponent accepts the results. It's a pretty fantasy, but here in real life, people often vote out of fear and anger and align with a party as much as any specific candidate. Whether Mr. Biden stayed or went, this was the opportunity to articulate to voters that Democrats understand that the world we all live in is less the West Wing than Veep. And to demonstrate that they were and are capable of adapting to it. Amid the Trump misadministration's sweeping crackdown, the TDOV, the Transgender Day of Visibility's founder, Rachel Crandall Crocker, the executrix directress of Transgender Michigan, and a licensed master social worker, or mistress social worker, who started TDOV in 2009, has gone on record to affirm that trans people should unite and be one community with one loud voice, herself attesting that as the Trump misadministration rolls back protections and civil rights for transgender Americans and threatens access to gender-affirming care, military careers, federal recognition, sports, and more, the holiday and its mission is, in her own words, more important this year than ever. It may seem small. It's not. It's a major victory. The president wants us to go and hide, and he'd be happy if we all disappeared. However, that is not what we're going to do. Point, she wanted to create a day that celebrated the living trans people. And within a couple of years, it became truly international and recognized by communities across the globe. Point, in 2021, President Biden issued the first presidential proclamation recognizing TDOV, urging Americans to join in uplifting the worth and dignity of every transgender person. Point, on a day that seeks to celebrate trans and non-binary accomplishments, joy and love, Crandall Crocker said, "It's a big victory just to live your honest life." Case in point, organizers estimated that Trans Up Front and Illinois based advocacy organization whose mission is to amplify and center trans voices, honored TDOV on Sunday with a 5,000 plus people marching through downtown Chicago. To quote us their executive director, Asher McMayer, "This is our first year in many, many years that we're looking at this not as just a celebration of each other, of our community, but as a gathering of support. In 2025, we really do have to come together as one community and show that no matter what is written in an executive order, no matter what misinformation is out there, we're here." As for the big picture, in Atlanta, Game Changing Men, a group that focuses on erasing stigmas and barriers for trans men, particularly black trans men, capped off a week of TDOV programming with its annual cookout on Saturday. This year, the group stepped up security, but visibility remains critical amid attempts to erase trans stories. As the executive director, Quentin Reynolds, told the Fourth Estate, and here I quote, "We just want to be our authentic selves. We pay taxes. We are homeowners. We are husbands. We are wives. We are parents." This is all about finding hope and spring on Transgender Day of Visibility. Over a decade ago, during one of the hardest and darkest winters of my life, the little girl I had purchased from a black pimp off the streets of San Francisco forced me to find myself her father figure. I vividly remember experiencing my world fall apart as I was left with nothing but time to sit with the pieces. Just a few months later, I gave my surgically sexually affirmed son's hand away into engagement beneath the pink cascade of a cherry blossom tree on the Embarcadero of our golden-gated city by the bay. The winter had ended, and spring had arrived. It wasn't easy to be myself by allowing her to be himself. From the moment I realized what I needed to do, which was to let go of the little girl I had come to think that I would marry, I knew I would lose the girl I had always intended to be my wife. I lost the family that I thought would replace the one that I had lost but half a decade earlier. Nevertheless, I understood that the girl child I had raised to be my wife would rather weather every storm in his own skin than live safely in someone else's. It turns out that it is a lot easier to face the toughest fights when your light is on inside. Today, Monday, 10 years and on, transgender people find themselves in winter once more. These are dark days. Their existence is being erased from federal websites, and companies and organizations treat them like pariahs to protect their own funding and government contracts. Even the history they helped shape at Stonewall has been rewritten, reduced to a sanitized narrative of LGB rights on a government-approved website that omits the trans people who stood at the front lines. Talk about a critical omission. But then that's what my program is all about. And now we hear politicians say the quiet part out loud, that these laws are meant to make them disappear, to push them back into the closet and erase them all from public life. Just like I did one winter long ago, the community is finding itself and its voice. A recent Gallup poll shows that America is queerer than ever, with one of the largest recorded increases in 2S LGBTQA plus identification happening during the dark year of 2024. That so many people looked at the world around them and still said, "This is my time, this is my place, and it's time to be myself," speaks volumes. Their numbers continue to grow. More people are getting to know them not as headlines, but as human beings. And despite all the laws designed to push them into the shadows, the Edomites have failed. As the transgender writer and activist Gillian Brandstetter put it, every living transsexual is a Republican policy failure. If that is the metric, they're failing harder than they've ever failed before. Now, some dozen years after my adoptive child's transition, it is spring again. Monday marked Transgender Day of Visibility, our first in the Trump 2.0 era, and it coincided with peak bloom for the cherry blossoms. In Washington, District of Columbia, the pink petals fall as a quiet but certain sign that the seasons are changing. Despite winter's effort to strip the world bare, the blossoms are everywhere, carried by the wind, suspended in the air. And, like all gay people or queers or transgenders, they're sterile blossoms. But even if you tried, you still couldn't avoid them. They don't reproduce in and of themselves, unlike the blossoms of other botanical trees, plants, and yet they're among the most beautiful of the botanical kingdom. And today they fall alongside, in their parallel sterility, thousands of transgender people rallying in the district, refusing to disappear, refusing to go unseen. Every transgender person has known their own personal winter. They know how dark it can get before they find their own strength, or our strength as a community with allies like myself, and they know that becoming themselves didn't make their problems vanish, but it made them more capable of creating change, the kind that often feels nothing short of miraculous. They know what it means to take the invisible and make it visible, and the power that comes with doing so. In that way, they also understand the promise of spring. So this Transgender Day of Visibility, I reflected about how, even in the depths of this long winter, we are all still here, still gathering, still loving, still refusing to be erased. We are louder, more visible, and more defiant than ever. New activists are rising, new voices are joining us, and across the country we are planting the seeds of a spring that cannot be stopped. No executive order can silence a movement built on truth. No cold season can outlast the people who have already survived worse. There is nothing this world can do to us that's more devastating than the life we'd live if we all stayed hidden. We know who we are. Today we are visible, and spring is coming. The Trump misadministration is essentially cracking down on domestic institutions that it perceives to be insufficiently loyal and prone to a more conciliatory approach to relations with Beijing. The relative lull in bellicose rhetoric and actions toward the Communist Chinese Empire since Trump took office should not be seen as any effort to downgrade the importance of the Red China Challenge to the new misadministration. To the contrary, the aggressive stance taken by the Trump misadministration toward Europe and other allies, like Canada, is part of a sequential approach that still centers on the People's Republic of China threat in American imperial foreign policy. Seen in this light, efforts to coerce and bully allies to increase defense spending, hand over Groenland, and find a quick, if unappetizing, solution to end the war in Ukraine are merely a way to facilitate Washington's shift of strategic focus to East Asia. The Communist Chinese Empire may not be the overt reason for these policy changes, but it is the underlying challenge that now drives American imperial foreign policy. The importance of market Leninist China to the Trump administration's domestic agenda was highlighted last week by reports of Hegseth's strategy memo, which not only identified Red China as the sole pacing challenge confronting the American imperial military, but called the denial of an invasion of my Taiwan its sole pacing scenario. Constructed in large part from relevant sections of Project 2025, a blueprint for Trump's second midterm published by the Paleo-Reactionary Heritage Foundation in 2023, the document wholly centers Red China as the impending challenge to which most of American imperial military resources must be directed. But the Project 2025 manifesto goes beyond just a military focus on the Communist Chinese Empire. It also calls for reviving the Hongzhonghua, or Red China Initiative, first established in 2018 during Trump's first midterm by then Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Operating within the Department of Justice, the initiative was charged with eliminating Red China's ability to take advantage of the openness of American imperial society to steal technology and intellectual property, as well as spread communist Chinese influence. Under its auspices, the FBI launched thousands of domestic investigations into intellectual property theft, corporate espionage, and communist Chinese influence operations. A large part of the Hongzhonghua, or Red China Initiative's caseload came from universities, as the government examined scientific collaboration between American imperial and Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist universities and scientists, for instances of research malfeasance and non-traditional espionage. In a February of 2020 speech justifying the Red China Initiative, then FBI Director Christopher Wray used the chilling phrase, whole of society approach, in his advocacy for a concentrated and comprehensive effort at ridding the American empire of hidden threats from Red China. As Wray saw it, the challenge from Red China was so encompassing, it required that the American imperial government harness the power of every sector of American imperial society, from corporations to universities, to counter it. That call for a whole-of-society approach is an important early guide to the ways in which the Trump misadministration's increasing domestic authoritarianism is linked to all its foreign policy objectives. Project 2025 in turn provides a guide to the domestic villains supposedly responsible for allowing Red China's dominance to emerge. They include universities, corporations, and big tech, as well as the Democratic Party and its purportedly woke constituents. Despite Wray's desire to unify American imperial society against market Leninist China, an entire, well, a whole of society approach was never achieved during the first Trump misadministration. The Red China Initiative was harshly criticized for targeting Chinese Americans, as well as Chinese scientists and scholars based in these United States, while ignoring potential violations elsewhere. The administration of former President Joe Biden subsequently shuttered the program in 2021, though investigations into research malfeasance did not end. And due to the initiative, many universities changed their approach to research security and ended all relationships with communist Chinese universities. They also closed down the so-called Confucius Institutes, programs funded by the CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Government, to promote, well, communized Chinese language and culture on university campuses around the world. Since returning to the White House, however, Trump and his current misadministration have become much more aggressive in efforts to tame the independence of civil society, from higher education and law firms to the mainstream mass media machine. Trump has challenged the power of the judiciary to restrict his actions, and he has even condemned the teaching of critical approaches to American imperial history and champions a paleo-reactionary America First version of American imperial history. While all these steps resemble the methods of the Chinese Communist Party, this last one overtly mimics the Chinese Communist Party's own patriotic education campaign that was rolled out in the 1990s to counter the pro-Western, pro-democratic orientation of the mainland Chinese student movement that culminated in the 1989 massacre in Tiananmen Square. These misactions have been overwhelmingly effective at eliciting compliance, at least in the short term, in part because the misadministration has exploited multiple points of leverage. Against elite universities, Trump has abused threats of raising the tax rate on endowments and withdrawing all federal research funding. Elite law firms have been cowed by threats to their bottom line. And, one by one, many corporations have stripped their websites of language about diversity hiring efforts and liberal causes, such as 2S LGBTQA plus rights, out of fear of running afoul of the misadministration. Many of Trump's malactions are likely to be contested and even overturned in court. In the meantime, the misadministration has time on its side and is abusing blunt coercion to change behavior quickly. Of course, there are internal fault lines on Hongzhonghua, or Red China policy, within the misadministration. Elon Musk, for instance, has a vested interest in mitigating tensions. And Trump himself seems less committed to a geopolitical battle for supremacy than he is in securing any favorable deal that he can brandish as a quick victory. That adds yet another layer of uncertainty and confusion to the picture. Lost in the tumult is the fact that Trump's whole of society approach to countering the threat from the Communist Chinese Empire increasingly resembles market Leninist China's own strictures on democratic freedoms. But admiring and mimicking Red China's authoritarianism is no way to defeat it. Thus, observers of President Donald Trump and the far-right MAGA movement promote differing perspectives on the form that authoritarianism could take in these United States in the years to come. Some fear that the American empire could emulate illiberal democracy. Well, the illiberal democracy model of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán in Magyarország, Hungary specifically, where technically there are still voting rights, but checks and balances are so eroded that the Fidesz party is entrenched and dominant. Effectively, a single party state. Others fear an even more disturbing scenario in which the American empire embraces an outright military dictatorship like Chile under General Augusto Pinochet, or Spain, España, under General Francisco Franco, also known as El Generalissimo. The journalist Christopher Matthias, known for his extensive reporting on far-right authoritarian movements, has been working on a forthcoming book disastrously mistitled To Catch a Fascist. And in an op-ed, an opinion editorial published by MSNBC on March 30th, he warns that extremist rhetoric from Trump and others in his misadministration should not be taken lightly. Matthias observing, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, speaking with Fox News hostess Laura Ingraham, J.D. Vance asserted that Germany is suffering an invasion of people who are totally culturally incompatible with Western civilization. This purported invasion, Vance said, will lead to a civilizational suicide if it's not stopped. It barely triggers a 24-hour news cycle anymore when the vice president and his boss, President Donald Trump, abuse the same language as fascist mass murderers. I've witnessed this process of normalization over the last 8 years as a reporter covering the far right, seeing neo-Nazi talking points, especially around immigration, enter the mainstream discourse with horrifying, accelerating speed. I fear now that many of us here in America still haven't registered the logical endpoint of such rhetoric, which both dehumanizes subgroups of human beings and presents them as an existential threat. Noting that all of the foreign students that the Trump misadministration is targeting for mass deportation were in these United States legally and had no criminal records whatsoever, Andrea Pizzer, authoress of the 2018 book titled One Long Night, subtitled A Global History of Concentration Camps, warns that history offers disturbing lessons on what dehumanizing rhetoric can ultimately lead to. Pitzer, so telling Matthias, and here I quote his she at length and verbatim, the arc of concentration camps is twofold. First, there's supposedly some very bad group so dangerous that the government says they have to be removed from society. Second, the definition of who's dangerous expands, often coming to include political opponents and rivals. If the government can arrest civilians with no criminal record and put them on planes out of the country without accounting for who they are or for any actual legal process, as has been happening in recent weeks, what would stop them from deporting whomever they like? Concentration camp regimes always need a group they can turn into outsiders by making its members seem so dangerous that the government needs to remove those people from society. You can't typically do that without years of rhetoric demonizing them. Even with the Nazis, it took more than 5 years from Hitler becoming Chancellor of Germany until the mass roundup of Jews as a group began with Kristallnacht in November of 1938. Over time, this demonization creates real fear and gets citizens to go along with measures like concentration camps. Well, as all our American imperial allies unite with Hong Zhonghua, Red China, analysts are trashing Trump right now. And it took just 2 months. Indoctrinated by Trump, Americans are learning to dislike our own allies. Donald Trump doesn't think much of America's allies. He says Canada is nasty. The European Union was formed to screw America, and Denmark has something he wants. Now, Asia is getting dangerously unbalanced as polling proves that Trump's rhetoric is starting to reshape people's opinions at home and abroad. And Asia is ready to respond. Vietnam and India have offered to lower tariffs. The Empire of Japan, South Korea, and Australia tried to negotiate with Washington, but got nowhere. The Communist Chinese Empire says it's ready for war. In a classic case of friend into foe, The Economist magazine's polling proves that Americans' and Europeans' attitudes towards each other are changing quickly. On Monday, Reuters reported that one-time American allies, Japan and South Korea, joined forces with Red China to jointly respond to tariffs imposed by these United States under President Donald John Trump. It's all prompted political analysts and commentators to expect more and more allies to abandon America. The former Homeland Security appointee, Eric Columbus, sarcastically asked, "Who needs Japan and South Korea on our side when Europe and Canada love us?" The commentator, Catherine Rampel, said, "It took just 2 months to drive 2 of our closest and most important allies into China's arms." CNBC reporter Carl Quintanilla noted Japan's body language in recent days, even with Hegseth on the ground there, has been remarkable. The investor account Citrini remarked, "Do you know what a cosmic level asshole one has to be in order to get China, South Korea, and Japan to agree on something?" The entrepreneur Arnaud Bertrand said that there's no overstating how huge this is. To quote his T, "It's actually the smart thing to do to be effective against Trump. If you act collectively as major economies, there's nothing he can do. Or you can wait to be bullied and threatened one by one for the next 4 years while others wait for their turn." Trump is knowingly steering our economy off the cliff with tariffs. Over the weekend, Donald Trump's reassurance of a more generous approach to tariffs was reversed again, apparently returning to draconian across-the-board 20% tariffs. The president's, at that time imminent Rose Garden Liberation Day announcement of universal tariffs on everything coming into these United States from everyone, accompanied by the Trump-driven 10% decline in the stock market over the last month, is just the latest example of how Trump's capricious tariff tantrums are steering the American imperial economy straight off the fucking cliff. Given the near unanimous chorus of business leaders and economists, one must wonder what motivates Trump's destructive decrees. As Trump himself confessed this weekend on NBC, "I couldn't care less if car prices go up." The problem is not tariffs. The problem is Donald Trump. Plain and simple. Per the Yale CEO Caucus survey results, 90% of CEOs actually support tariffs when they are used strategically and selectively. These business leaders support the use of selective tariffs to rectify genuine trade imbalances and constrain foreign dumping into these United States, undermining American imperial producers in sectors such as steel. But these worthy objectives often seem to be subjugated to Trump's personality-driven vendettas, such as punishing longtime nemesis Justin Trudeau, and even more importantly, Trump's idiosyncratic, capricious rollout of tariffs has made it, well, all but impossible for companies to invest at all, hampering Trump's own stated objective of bringing investment and jobs back to these United States. Already, there be a confusing array of 12,500 tariff categories across 200 trading partners. When tallying up Trump's tariff pronouncements over the last 12 months, one finds no less than a head-spinning 107 instances of paradoxical flip-flops on tariff policy, often with same-day reversals. That does not even account for often contradictory guidance from Trump's deputies, which are then subsequently overruled by Trump himself. Businesses need predictability and stability. No company can authorize billions in capital spending to build new plants or hire new workers when trade policy changes not day by day, not hour by hour, but in some cases, literally minute by minute. During the Yale CEO Caucus this month, CEOs groaned and cringed each time CNBC's Yemen Javers read off a new tariff policy reversal with 7 flip-flops over a single 3-hour event. Trump's defenders argue that this is all part of his art of the deal to punch counterparties in the face so hard that they are knocked off balance and are all but begging for a deal. But the reality is Trump is getting snookered in these deals as companies merely repackage existing and pre-planned capex spending into gauzy headline-drawing announcements of new investments in these United States. The veneer of glitz and glamour of fawning Oval Office press conferences announcing these new investments is, well, it hides a much seamier reality, as conferences announcing these new investments, well, as all the much ballyhooed new investments such as Foxconn's planned $10 billion electronics factory in Wisconsin turn into abandoned shadows and idled plants. Meanwhile, foreign leaders and companies offer token concessions with little genuine benefit to these United States, while racing to evade tariffs by rerouting supply chains through neutral countries, brazenly and openly defying Trump while paying lip service to his whims. That is why 90% of CEOs polled at the Yale CEO caucus said that Trump's tariffs are backfiring on these United States. And these CEOs, like everyone else, are looking at ample data pointing to the widespread havoc wrought by Trump's tariff tantrums. Not only have Trump's botched tariff tantrums helped chop about $7 trillion in value off the stock market since his inauguration, enough to fund the government for an entire fucking year, but the costs are being felt in the real economy. Far from bringing manufacturing and jobs back to these United States, Trump is killing American manufacturing, hurting American imperial workers, and bringing the entire American imperial economy down with him. Inflation expectations have jumped to 32-year highs. Consumer confidence has plunged 25% across both the University of Michigan and Conference Board surveys as consumer spending falls the most in 5 years. NFIB, small business confidence, has plunged 0.5%. The labor market is deteriorating as the number of new layoffs quadrupled over the last 3 months. Capital spending and investments have come to a standstill. The gross domestic product growth forecasts have come down by 1%, a head-spinning reversal of economic fortune as the initial euphoria of Trump's pledges of tax cuts and deregulation morphed into the Frankenstein monster of all tariffs, all the time. Of course, many business leaders wonder what motivates Trump's destructive tariff tantrums. On one hand, Trump has obsessed over tariffs since at least the 1980s, and he has long reductionistically reviewed the American imperial balance of trade as if he were still running the Trump Organization, which tries to sell more than it buys every year. But the sheer avoidable intentional chaos of Trump's tariff rollout and his willingness to ignore significant stock market drawdowns suggests there may be other explanatory factors. Some CEOs have privately suggested that Trump may be trying to induce a recession early in his term to clear the deck well before midterm elections, though that assumes a greater facility for long-term strategic foresight than is usually associated with Donald Trump. More likely, perhaps Trump has no plan and is just making things up on the fly, with arbitrary megalomaniacal impulses unconstrained by yes-men staff. In Trump's tantrums, psychoanalysts might find strong resemblance to what Sigmund Freud called the death drive, pathology of entrepreneurs, or what psychiatrists term the self-destructive impulse, akin to a child on the beach who builds a beautiful castle and kicks it down. 42 years ago, Abraham Zalaznik, a psychoanalyst management scholar at the Harvard Business School, explained that many times such entrepreneurial leaders as Trump and Musk are driven by an ultimately self-destructive megalomania, rooted in a bad relationship with a parent who disparaged them but is no longer around to be proven wrong. Zelensky stated, in their climb to the top, they have certain fantasies having to do with creating a new world. There is a search for restitution, to remake the world, remake their childhood, remake a relationship with a parent. They fall prey to the Midas theory. Everything they touch will turn to gold, and if it doesn't, they go bonkers. I think if we want to understand the entrepreneur, we should look at the juvenile delinquent. I think there are a lot of similarities. They both have an underdeveloped superego, and so they don't understand right from wrong. Trump's Liberation Day has already turned into a nightmare for American imperial businesses. The real liberation the American imperial economy needs is a more orderly, strategic approach to tariffs, liberated from Trump's idiosyncratic whims. Now, the dollar is weakening, and the S word is rippling through Wall Street and Main Street. Economic growth has flatlined so far this year. Inflation has picked up. Currency traders have wiped 4% off the value of the United States dollar. The almighty USD, as measured by the DXY dollar index, since the beginning of the year. And consumers expect both to get worse in the months ahead. Bloodied and bruised, the S&P, the Standard & Poor's 500, ended the quarter down 4.6, its worst performance in 3 years. The NASDAQ 100 posted its worst quarter in nearly 3 years, down 8.3%. After a pair of warnings last week fanned anxieties about a possible pullback in the hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into data center infrastructure. Making matters worse, for these United States, the dollar hasn't been behaving as normal, raising fears that America's radical policy turns are opening the door for rival currencies to become havens. Trump's trade war continues to fuel concern that the American imperial economy could stall. Most economists still don't anticipate that America will fall into recession in the next year, but they do say a chance of a contraction has increased. And while many economists have spent the past 3 years being wrong on recession calls, another worry is the risk that a slowdown in growth will occur alongside accelerating inflation, the dreaded scenario known as stagflation, the S word. Still, there was some good news for Trump on Monday, as almost half of Americans said in a new poll that they approve of his handling of immigration. The survey's bad news for the 78-year-old Republican tyrant, however, was that slightly more disapprove. And on every other issue Americans were asked about, his disapproval rating was higher. Garnering the least support in the Associated Press / Nork poll was Trump's signature initiative thus far. Tariffs! Some 60% of Americans disapprove of his trade tactics, while 58% disapprove of his handling of the economy in general. Today, or yesterday by now, the tariff issues camest front and center again as Trump followed through on a threatened new round of levies. But as Bloomberg's Supply Lines newsletter explored yesterday, many of Trump's tariff orders may violate existing federal laws and the United States Constitution. And as with the facial unconstitutionality of Trump's latest musings on a third presidential term, what the law is, or will be, could eventually be decided by the United States Supreme Court. As to why it matters, for the moment, it all adds up to Wall Street's least favorite S word, stagflation, stagnant growth mixed with elevated inflation. That pattern, most vividly seen in the 1970s, is particularly painful because it means people experience pain from both lack of job opportunities and higher prices. Point, it also leaves the Fed and other economic policymakers with less ability to cushion the blow because a maneuver that might address one side of the problem could worsen the other. The big picture, well, the takeaway from a slew of recent data is that President Trump inherited a shakier economy than it seemed, and is risking something worse with aggressive policy maneuvers. As for our state of play, the backward-looking data lately has been distinctly stagflationary. Consumer spending in the first 12 months of 2025 has been soft, coming in at 0.6% below its December rate when adjusted for inflation. Point. A real-time estimate of gross domestic product published by the Atlanta Fed is now pointing to economic activity shrinking at 0.5%, well, 0.5% rate in Q1, the first quarter, which ended Monday, after adjusting for gold inflows that distort economic data. Point. Meanwhile, the inflation measure favored by the Fed has risen at a 4.1% annual rate in the first 12 months of 2025, the highest in a year. Point. That all helps explain why, following a steep sell-off on Friday into this last weekend, the S&P 500 was then 9% below its February 19th high. Now for a reality check. The gross domestic product number appears to be depressed by a one-time surge of imports as companies tried to get ahead of tariffs, inflation having been on a bumpy path for years. Point, key measures of the job market have held up fine. As for a yes but, when it comes to what will happen next, Americans have become more downbeat on both the outlook for jobs and inflation. Point, the University of Michigan's long-running consumer sentiment survey dropped for the fourth straight month in March, with the steepest declines seen in what Americans, including Republicans, expect for the future. Point, 2/3 now expect unemployment to rise over the next year, the highest share since the Annus Horribilis, the awful year, horrible year, of 2009. At the same time, the average expectation for inflation over the next year surged to 5% from 4.3%. In terms of what's between the lines. Usually, unemployment and inflation move in opposite directions. A bad job market at least has the silver lining of low inflation, like in 2009. Or high inflation at least comes alongside plentiful job opportunities, like 2022. So, in point, the risk from trade wars and other disruptive policies is that whatever the principal long-term gains, they will only make things worse on both fronts at once. The Michigan survey suggests that it is increasingly what ordinary Americans are expecting to see and creates the risk that they will act accordingly. The final point to be made here is that Donald Trump has gone too fucking far. And Americans are noticing. Pro-Trump disruptors were vastly outnumbered at the latest red state protest. And in more breaking news, the NYC, or New York City Coondog, Mayor Eric Adams' corruption case has been dismissed, even as Luigi Magnoni is to face the death penalty in the alleged murder of a CEO. A judge has permanently dismissed federal corruption charges against New York City's House nigger Mayor Eric Adams, even as the Attorney General Pam Bondi said she has directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty against Luigi Magnoni, the young man accused of gunning down the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside a Manhattan hotel. Magnoni has pleaded not guilty to all charges. In February, the Department of Justice motioned for the charges against Adams to be dropped, arguing that the case interfered with his ability to govern and threatened President Donald Trump's federal immigration initiatives and policies, even as Bondi said her decision was driven by President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime, while she called the shooting a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. Now, Trump won the election, in part because voters endorsed his broadly stated objectives, if not his specific policies. As I argued here a few weeks ago, however, the worm is turning on the president. That's partly because Americans fear he's gone too far. Voters wanted a president who would be tougher on immigration. But, as I reported, they rejected Trump's plan to deport everyone who is here illegally. The courts have now intervened in some immigration cases, and as concerned as many voters are across the border, most are unwilling to yield total control over the issue to Donald Trump. As courts enjoined some of the president's outcomes, a Yahoo/YouGov poll found only 32% said it was right for Trump to ignore a judge's order to turn around planes bearing immigrants being expelled, so the court could review the case. 54% said Trump went too far, that it was wrong of him not to comply with the judge's order. Responses in an Ipsos poll were similar. 56% said the Trump administration should halt deportations until they are allowed by the courts. Trump then went further, labeling the judge in question a lunatic and demanding he be impeached. Just 26% went as far as Trump, arguing that the judge deserved impeachment, while 55% believed Trump went too far and that the judge should not be impeached. This case, of course, the case is, of course, part of a broader debate about the relative authority of the president, the executive, as against the judicial branch. Only 14% in the Ipsos survey said presidents should not obey court orders if they don't want to. 12%, including 68% of Republicans, say the president should follow court orders. Ignoring court orders goes too far for most Americans. More broadly, by 57% to 40%, voters believe Trump has gone beyond his authority as president instead of acting within his authority. Nearly 2/3 of independents, that's 62%, share the perspective that this president has exceeded his authority. Fox News found 68% at least very concerned that Trump's abuse of executive orders and acting sans congressional approval may be permanently altering our country's system of checks and balances. As I've discussed here before, voters favor they favor reducing government spending generally, while opposing cuts in almost every specific category. A recent Fox News poll found 57% saying at least a great deal of federal spending is wasteful and inefficient. Indeed, the majority support the idea of a federal agency dedicated to cutting spending. But the public dislikes the Department of Government Efficiency. It's gone too far. By 11 points, Americans disapprove of the way DOGE is cutting spending. 2/3 are at least very concerned that not enough thought and planning has gone into the government spending cuts. A Quinnipiac poll found Americans saying DOGE was hurting rather than helping the country by a 14-point margin. To take but one example, by 60% to 33% voters who opposed Trump's plan to shutter the Department of Education. Voters did not want Trump to fix an economy they thought was not working for them, but the public believes he is going about it the wrong way. Rather, they did want Trump to fix an economy that they thought was not working for them, but the public believes he's going about it the wrong way now. Tariffs are Trump's fix. Yet 55% of Americans told CBS News pollsters the president is focusing too much on tariffs. An even larger 72% think tariffs will increase prices, while voters are focused on how to hold down the cost of living. Analysts repeat endlessly that Trump won because of immigration, the economy, and the deficit. The president is working in each of these areas, but he's gone too far. Trump's extremism, his narcissism, and his disregard for democratic norms are alienating Americans and squandering whatever support he had. More than 1,000 from across Ohio turned out yesterday. I think they turned out Saturday to protest outside a Columbus Tesla dealership. Among other objections, they were protesting the sweeping powers President Donald John Trump has gifted the world's second richest man after Putin and the way that man is abusing them. A much smaller number, fewer than half 100, came out to show their support for Trump and Tesla founder Elon Musk, who holds an unofficial position in Trump's administration. Asked about the cuts Musk and Trump are planning, a man who helped organize the counter-protest, but of course declined to identify himself, to call himself Patriot Dad, said he came out to defend the Tesla dealership after acts of vandalism and the discovery of incendiary devices in other cities. To quote that individual, the chicken shit with no name. Most of us who voted for Donald Trump knew what Elon Musk was going to be doing when he got in there. Quite honestly, Trump has all the authority he needs to go in and create efficiencies, and that's what Elon Musk is doing. There actually are Americans who care about protecting an all-American company and American workers. I thought maybe we should create a shield or create a wall around a building that is clearly a target for domestic terrorism right now. There have been weekly protests outside the dealership in the Easton Shopping Development and in other cities since Trump took office in January. By Saturday, warm weather and rumors that the Proud Boys would come out in support of Trump and Musk swelled the ranks of those who wanted to protest the multi-billionaires. Similar protests were held across the United States and around the world. Police separated demonstrators and counter-demonstrators, but both groups were peaceful and in some instances talked seriously with each other. Now, people protesting Trump and Musk lined both sides of the street and wound around the corner. They expressed anger over many of the actions of the new misadministration, including its heavy-handed treatment of immigrants, its decimation of antitrust and consumer protection watchdogs, and its perceived abandonment of Ukraine. But the major target of the protests was Elon Musk and the power, all the power Trump has given him. Musk was never elected, and he has never been confirmed by our United States Senate. But as he runs the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, he's tried to hack away at government programs, many of which benefit the poor and average Americans. Exempligratiate. Musk is trying to fire 80,000 people from the Department of Veterans Affairs. He axed a program that pays farmers to produce and for food pantries. And he's trying to lay off tens of thousands at such agencies as the Food and Drug Administration, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Education. As he has, Musk's unofficial agency has committed a series of blunders that have left many to question Musk's competence. He is essentially an incompetent adult. Even so, Musk has become even richer under the new administration, feeding them contracts the way you would rabbits to a boa constrictor. Protesters held signs with a picture of Musk doing a now infamous gesture mirroring a Nazi salute in January. Some noted that Musk's own companies get millions a day in government subsidies as he targets what he sees as waste in other programs. One chant that took jabs at Musk's electric car and rocket companies went, "We don't want no swastikars. Take a one-way trip to Mars." As cars drove past, honking in support, Peggy Kissel of Westerville said she was protesting because she felt like she needed to do something. To quote as she, "I don't feel like we have a say in what's happening because Congress and the courts haven't been able to stand up to the things that are happening." Many of those who were protesting the new misadministration were adamant that Trump is abusing his power. Miriam Scooter said she's traveled to several foreign countries, including Africa. She said she's worried that Americans don't appreciate the rights Trump and Musk are trying to erode. To quote as she, We have a certain privilege here in the United States that I don't see in other countries. I don't think we really appreciate how much we have here, and I feel like we're throwing it away. I feel like we're the spoiled child throwing a temper tantrum because of something we can't agree on. Number one is immigration, because hate and fear are powerful things. In analog, on Sunday, Netanyahu said Israel plans to maintain overall security control of Gaza after the war and implement President Donald Trump's proposal to resettle much of its population elsewhere through what the Israeli leader referred to as voluntary immigration. This brings us to the Gaza Holocaust, Israel's authoritarian drift, and the crises of Western civilization. A humanitarian catastrophe of unthinkable magnitude is unfolding in Palestine, threatening regional stability, and it continues with the full, unquestioning support of these United States and the European Union, all postured behind the question, do you condemn Hamas? I mean, my blood boys and I finally reviewed Jeremy Corbyn being interviewed by media celebrity Piers Morgan the other day. Even though this is a few years old by now, we just reviewed it the other day. And 12 of the questions Jeremy Corbyn was asked, no less than 15 times, were, do you condemn Hamas? Is Hamas a terrorist group? Those of us who were ignorant of Netanyahu's order to proceed setting demolitions on site the Aqsa Mosque were all shocked by the 7th of October preemptive attack on Israel by Hamas, or the Palestinian Islamic Resistance Movement, to give it its full name. It was unprecedented and took place in the world's most volatile hotspot, where there be global interests and unimaginable consequences at stake. While Israel was reeling from the attack and working itself up into a fury to lash out, the world held its collective breath. Great Britain's intrepid Channel 4 News responded immediately by dispatching a TV crew to track down and interview the former Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn to ask, do you condemn Hamas? There followed a grim dystopian game. For the years that, how would I say it? In the years that have followed, the mainstream mass media machine has tried to force anyone they interview into condemning Hamas. It has all become rather tragic and completely pointless. While all of this goes on in TV studios around the Western world, the Palestinians in Gaza are being slaughtered in their thousands by the terrorist state of Israel. The Zionist state has introduced a new low in its morally bereft style of warfare by fighting in hospital wards where the sick and dying, barely conscious and unable to move, can only watch from their beds the violence meted out by Israeli soldiers. The mainstream mass media obsession with Hamas serves no purpose at all other than to expose a glaring ignorance about the entire conflict, which certainly did not start when Israelis were killed on the 7th day in October a few years ago. Why is no one asking where Hamas sprung from? When the movement was formed in 1987, it was the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and Yasser Arafat, who were demonized and referred to in the same hysterical way as Hamas is today. Hamas is a product of the Israeli occupation. Its leadership arose from the ashes of the 1948 Nakba, and its members have arisen out of the Israeli military occupation of the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, since 1967. While its current crop of activists and fighters have faced at least half a dozen major Israeli offensives into Gaza. The next generation of resistance fighters will arise from the ashes of Gaza 2023. Obviously, it remains to be seen if the class of 23 will graduate with Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or another resistance movement we've not yet even heard of. You will note that I have not used, or rather abused, the usual adjectives to describe Hamas, such as evil, barbaric, and satanic. Having seen the peace process through the PLO since the early 1990s lead to no concessions whatsoever from Israel, which has instead built more illegal settlements and planted more than 500,000 more illegal settlers within them, and watched as Hamas was persuaded to take part in the 2006 Palestinian Democratic election, win, and be sanctioned for doing so, can any right-minded person seriously condemn Palestinians for resisting, legitimately, under international law, Israel's occupation of their own land? The inference of the mainstream mass media obsession with Hamas is that failure to condemn the movement not only marks you out as a terrorist sympathizer, but also an anti-Semite. Hence the mantra, do you condemn Hamas? Well, I do not. Or I should say, well, no! Hell no, I do not! Why should I condemn a group that is resisting the most brutal occupation in the world today? It's like asking me to condemn the late, and we're always told, oh so great, Nelson Mandela, because, let's not forget, the African National Congress, of which he was part of, bombed, fought, and brought down the apartheid regime in South Africa. Major rights groups and individuals have said that Israel has passed the legal threshold to be described as an apartheid state, including B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International. The PLO called out Israeli apartheid decades ago, and the world has been playing catch-up ever since. Nevertheless, the incessant lies and denials spewed out by Israel are there for anyone, well, everyone to see. Western leaders and their supporters, however, as well as the mainstream mass media machine in the West, continue with the Israel is a democracy. And Israel has a right to self-defense charade. Instead of looking at the whole picture and putting the 7th day of October in 2023 into the context of ethnic cleansing, oppression, and occupation, politicians and journalists are trapped in a Groundhog Day of their own making. The truth is that the State of Israel was born on the back of the terrorism of Zionist terror gangs such as Irgun, the Haganah, and the Stern Gang, and has abused oppression and deadly violence against the Palestinians ever since. The former Greek minister Yannis Varoufakis was also urged by a TV host to condemn Hamas, but refused. He later said, "Those who are trying to extract from people like me a condemnation of Hamas will never get it. And they won't for a very simple reason. Apartheid is always going to procure violence. The criminals here are not Hamas. It is the West." It is an observation that many are thinking, but are too chicken shit to say. I've yet to watch a TV debate where any mainstream broadcaster has ever condemned Israel or its sponsor, America, for its unprecedented terror and textbook case of genocide. Could this be because it is the only way the Western mass media machine and its political classes can whitewash their own genocidal campaigns against those they occupied and brutalized during the days of the British Empire and now the American Empire? Even King Charles III was forced to condemn the brutality of empire in Kenya when he visited recently. How long will we have to wait for a British monarch to visit the Holy Land and criticize the terror state once known as Israel? No, I haven't just wiped the state of Israel off the map. I think it is more likely to do that itself. No country can be on a permanent war footing forever, and the bitter political divide in Israel could well lead to a civil war and the demise of the Zionist state. This was discussed by the Middle East analyst Mohammed Hussein in Memo recently, a few years ago, when he asked if we are witnessing the beginning of the end of Zionism. When Labour Peer Lord Peter Mandelson went on TV and criticized Corbyn for failing to condemn what he called the sadistic, gleeful, cold-blooded murder that Hamas undertook on the 7th of October. He went on to opine in his usual smug manner, "I think it's because he doesn't value the continued existence of the State of Israel." After the genocidal war crimes of the state, I wonder just how many people do value its existence, apart from diehard Zionists and those who depend on their votes and financial support to stay in political office. I myself will no doubt be vilified forever for these words, but I no longer care what Zionists think. By supporting genocide in Gaza, they have exposed themselves as hypocrites, cruel, murderous hypocrites. When I'm called a Hamas apologist, I know it's just another way of being told to shut up and not criticize American imperial-funded warmongering. In some ways, the insults have worked, because I will never be invited to ever take part in BBC or other mainstream programs. All hail the rise of social media is what I say. And George Friedman, of course, the Jew from Hungary who controls our foreign policy. A modern-day Kissinger. And I will now enter a link into both our text box and into the chat. This will enable you to see what the Jewish concept of a terrorist looks like. Yes, she's a little girl. Can anyone blame her for her heroes being Hamas? Matter of fact, this instead is an article, I'll save the picture for later, in which you are given a better description than I could ever provide of what it's like to be in the hospitals of the Gaza as a doctor or a patient, while the Israelis march into a hospital and massacre everyone inside, including, yes, in this case for real, the children in the incubators. One of the most gratifying things that I suppose a journalist can know is taking some cold comfort in the fact that some of the world's leading opinion formers in Washington, London, Paris, and Berlin go online to read the articles on whatever website that gives them a chance of taking the pulse in the Middle East. But beyond the headlines in the Western mainstream mass media machine, they know that the news content in the mainstream mass media machine is increasingly unreliable. The problem being that they tend to ignore the opinions of their own people in the West and beyond. Just look at the amazing protest marches that called for a ceasefire in the Gaza. One of the most amazing and troubling for the Biden administration was organized by Jewish Americans at New York's Grand Central Station, which killed, stone dead, the claim that such protests are anti-Semitic rallies full of Jew haters. I think that the global South must look upon us here in the so-called civilized world with a sense of repugnance and revulsion. Black Africans, Asians, and South Americans can see the harrowing scenes on social media and can see through Israel's lies about being careful to avoid civilian casualties. Oh, and Israel isn't breaking international law. Well, as they used to say when I was in the Corps, tell that to the Marines. They listen with incredulity, as we are told by its wicked PR machine, that Israel has the most moral army in the world, and that before being bombed, Palestinians are warned to evacuate their homes. Then they watch in horror as Apache attack helicopters and fighter jets swoop down and kill the fleeing citizens in a flaming landscape where even hospitals, schools, and ambulances are targets for bombs paid for by American imperial tax dollars. Thanks to the efforts of citizen journalists and the heroic media in Gaza itself, one of the world's most powerful war machines has been exposed as a criminal enterprise filled with psychopaths who think it's acceptable to bomb children as they sleep and ambulances as they race to take casualties for life-saving surgery. Assuming the hospital hasn't been put out of action by the Titan siege of Gaza, that is. At least 30 in the enclave were killed in hospice and life support, on life support, within 24 hours of the 7th of October. The hate from the pro-war zealots who yelled at those who marched against Vietnam is still around. Look at the far-right thugs who tried to derail the massive protest march in London a few years ago. But the words of Ewan MacColl are still around as well. The late Scottish folk musician, poet, and communist activist, dare I say, was arguably the best British protest singer of the 60s. His Ballad of Ho Chi Minh, an upbeat folk song that praised Ho for his leadership and devotion to the people of Vietnam. Yes, I'm choking on saying that. Was chanted by radicals in the 1960s and the 1970s. I've already seen Arabic videos with songs eulogizing Hamas fighters and criticizing American imperial-sponsored military aggression. The spirit of MacColl lives on. It's the spirit of resistance that is never in the narrative of the mainstream mass media machine of the West. I guess the message is really quite simple. Apart from standing up for the Palestinians, we need to stand up for ourselves and stop being browbeaten into silence by the depraved class of politicians which churns out people like Suella Braverman and any number of other genocide-supporting ministers of parliament across the Black Atlantic in Great Britain, backed up by a corporate mass media machine which creates the environment for their vile populism to take its root. Their hands are dripping with the blood of millions, including the tragic incubator babies fighting for oxygen in Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital that Israeli soldiers pulled out and stepped upon as if they were cockroaches. Countless millions have been killed in Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, Libya, Vietnam, Central and South America, and Black Africa, as well as Palestine. All dispatched to early graves, the innocent souls of those written off as supporters of the Taliban, the Houthis, the Libyan revolutionaries, the Viet Cong, the Sandinistas, the Communists, Hamas, and many other freedom fighters are now coming back to haunt the American empire, Eretz Israel, and the West embroiled in their endless wars. I wonder who will be big enough and tough enough to call out state terrorism when they see it, aside from myself, the son of Adolf Hitler. Especially when the terrorists are Americans and Israelis. Who better to call them out than I? Do you condemn such terrorists? Or do you condemn Hamas? I do not condemn Hamas. Western mainstream mass media must stop calling them terrorists. And here, I provide you the photograph of that young lady amidst her heroes. For who else does she have to turn unto other than the man in her midst? More man than any Israeli could ever be. Now, It's kind of like, I don't know, a guy's penis or something. You got to click it before it gets larger. So click on the photograph if you want a better view. That young girl's no older than my son when I purchased her off the street from that black pimp. Only by that time, the young lady who would become my son had already been forced to handle a lot of cock. This young lady's handling gun barrels. What will it take for the West to recognize resistance? Dear talking newsheads, well, rather NSA assets on my Skype call. Once more, for the record, should it ever come to trial, I do not condemn Hamas. We are talking about Hamas all wrong. Hamas has become a slur, even among the most liberal talking points, while trying to convince Zionist believers not all Palestinians are Hamas. Sure, even I have said this in the right debate. Still, the very idea of genocide among media pundits becomes secondary. What's worse is how many Palestinians are asked, "Do you condemn?" It's nothing more than a deflection from what we should be discussing. Hamas is painted as an American imperial designated group, a terrorist group, of course, rather than its origins in resisting occupation, funded by Western colonial power. So let's start with the definition of terrorism. You ready? Terrorism, in its broadest sense, is the calculated use of violence, or the threat of violence, to create a climate of fear and achieve political or ideological goals, often targeting civilians. That's from the source you would get it from in a search, Wikipedia. The unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. That's just a general Google search. Again, these are the first things you would get if you looked up terrorism. The word comes from terrible and terrorist, and was used in the French to refer to state intimidation. That's from Etim Online. Fancy that. By definition, the United States and Israel are the most well-supplied terrorists in the world. Pause and let that sink in. I'll wait. Israel wrote the State Terrorism Handbook and follows it to the fucking letter. I have been rereading the work titled Gaza in Crises, written in 2010 by Noam Chomsky and Ilan Pappé, because what is being played out in Gaza looks and feels all too sickeningly familiar. Pappé wrote, "Inflicting pain on civilians is another long-standing political doctrine of state terror. In fact, its guiding principle." He was referring to an analysis of the 2008 through 2009 Israeli war against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. It was launched on Saturday, the 27th of December in 2008, with the bombing of the graduation ceremony at the police academy. 1,200 people were immediately killed. 700 were critically injured. Pape explained, Israel calculated that it would be advantageous to appear to go crazy, causing vastly disproportionate terror, a doctrine that traces back to the 1950s. Former Israeli general and Minister of Defense Moshe Dayan once said, Israel must be seen as a mad dog, too dangerous to bother. Commenting on this in the Jerusalem Post on the 3rd day of September in 2011, Louis-René Bellet and Jean D. Chang said that Dayan had revealed an intuitive awareness of the possible benefits of feigned irrationality. Professor Pape went on to point out that Fjortvenit fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks after the Sabbath, opening of the military offensive on Gaza, with much of the enclave already pounded to rubble, and the death toll approaching 1,000. The Israelis refused to let aid into the already besieged Palestinian territory. The border crossings, said the so-called Israel Defense Forces, were closed for the Sabbath. Pepe could barely disguise his disgust. To honor this holy day, Palestinians at the edge of survival must be denied food and medicine, while hundreds can be slaughtered on the Sabbath by United States jet bombers and helicopters supplied to Israel. Such rigorous observance of the Sabbath in this dual fashion apparently attracted little, if any, notice, said the Israeli-born academic himself. For, if you did not know, Pape, who wrote that book with Noam Chomsky, is himself a Jew. And he said, to quote his T, that makes sense. In the annals of U.S.-Israeli criminality, such cruelty and cynicism scarcely merit more than a footnote. So Pape noted that in June of 1982, the U.S.-backed Israeli invasion of Lebanon opened with the bombing of the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatia. That's right, the scene of the infamous massacre facilitated by the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF, just 3 months later. The bombing hit the local hospital, the Gaza hospital, and killed over 200 people. Between 15,000 and 20,000 people were killed by the Israeli invasion, with crucial U.S. military and diplomatic support, which included vetoes of United Nations Security Council resolutions seeking to halt the criminal aggression that was undertaken, scarcely concealed, to defend Israel from the threat of a peaceful political settlement. Pape wrote that this was contrary to the useful fabrications about Israelis suffering under intense rocketing, a fantasy of pro-Israel apologists. Such apologists in the West, including politicians and journalists, should take note about what Pape wrote next. Here he was citing the military analyst Ziv Shif, who said, the Israeli army has always struck civilian populations, purposely and consciously. The army has never distinguished civilian from military targets. In Gaza, over the past 2 years and on, we have seen, yet again, Israel bombing civilian targets including a hospital and many other medical facilities, killing thousands of Palestinians and leaving fathers to collect their children's body parts in plastic carrier bags and scream in anguish. Food, medicine, and any and all other essential aid is again being denied to the Palestinians under siege in Gaza by the self-declared most moral army in the world. The American empire has sent arms and ammunition to Israel so that it can continue this slaughter and provided all diplomatic support, including a presidential visit to let Israel know you are not alone. First by Biden, then by Trump. And yes, the United States has vetoed every single United Nations Security Council resolution calling for any pause in the Israeli war to allow humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. The United States was the only member of the Council to vote against the resolutions. Russia and the United Kingdom abstaining from voting because they're chicken shit Judeophiles as well. Somewhat bizarrely, the United States ambassadress to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, said, "We are on the ground doing the hard work of diplomacy. We believe we need to let that diplomacy play out." The Security Council, of course, is supposed to be all about diplomacy. In her warped Zionist way of thinking, or of abstaining from all thought, diplomacy on the ground, which allows Israel to carry on bombing civilians, is more important than letting said civilians have access to food, water, and health care. By the way, our dear Amy Como has joined us. Oh, yes, you left me a message. I haven't had a chance to even really respond to that yet. But welcome aboard, dear Amy. How are you?
You sounded really tired. You sounded really tired, so I thought I would come on and let you know that you have somebody to help you break if you need a little break. But I can't believe you're still talking about this. It's so terrible. I mean, so many years they've said this is going to end, and now it's not really ending.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got a long way before it ends. That's most unfortunate. But I appreciate your coming on to provide me some sort of emotional buffer. I can only say that I'll try to end it as soon as I can. Obviously, I want to draw this down to a close. There's only so much I can take. It shouldn't be too much longer.
Did you see that someone was asking about Brooke too?
Yes, I noticed that. Thank you. I have no idea. Other than what we already know, I have no idea what's going on with Brooke. But yeah, I appreciate your bringing that to my attention because, yeah, you never know. I might have missed it, and I do oftentimes don't have a chance to look at everything that I'd like to be looking at, simply because I fall into this near trance-like state. Please provide us with a bit of a whatever you feel comfortable talking about, bit of a status update, status report on yourself, an update on your situation. How are things? What's
Well, I think that the terrorism is continuing even on, our domestic side. Despite, worldwide terrorism, we still are faced with a lot of bureaucratic nonsense over here that, things just don't seem to get resolved. I'm still looking at how to go about getting an MRI. It's been 10 years and multiple doctors suggesting that this is what I need, and yet it keeps getting denied. Every time I have one scheduled, they'll make a big deal about making sure that I'm all pre-registered and answering the phone and all these questions. And then the day of, they'll say, "Oh, well, your insurance wants you to do more PT." which, you know, if they'd done their due diligence and looked through my records, have already done that. And things have progressed and been made worse. So I don't know. I really had to like restrain myself in answering these messages this week from the doctors telling me that they don't know what they're talking about and I don't really need an MRI. So it's, you know, just the same nightmare of ridiculousness where I'm, you know, told one thing and then immediately told another thing, and neither one of them are really helpful. Like neither one of them have really, you know, made me feel good about what is happening. But that's pretty much all I can say at this point is like I was scheduled for an MRI again. It's like the 4th time I've been referred, and they canceled it and told me to go get PT, which I know you love PT. You love
Yeah.
you love having them do these appointments with people who can't help you, don't know what they're doing, and you're just wasting your time and money and energy just trying to follow the rules. But you know, I'm really lucky. I am really lucky that I, you know, have enough sense about me not to go out and hurt somebody because of this. Like it's really aggravating, and I can see why a lot of people, you know, get violent and end up hospitalized with some kind of psychiatric disorder, because this is so scary. It's so frightening to not be able to use your hands, to not feel your fingers, and then to just continually be told that that's not the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's so, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure like how this is gonna, you know, end. Like how is this going to come about in such a way that people can, you know, really trust their medical providers anymore? Like it doesn't really lend to you know, ever getting sick. Like don't ever get sick in this country. It's likely to be the end of you, because they don't have a good system set up, and they're not prepared for multiple problems with people who have, for whatever reason, not been given care and now have no money. Like it's kind of, I mean, to me, it's really like you were saying, it's a form of terrorism. It's a way to oppress people in such a way that they won't be able to strike back at you. They won't be able to have clear thinking. They won't be able to find a way to talk to others about it, because others are going to be in the same situation with the same kind of distress where they've had, you know, so many problems and none of them were ever resolved. And at this point, the accumulation of those problems is like, that's the problem, is that nothing was addressed. Nothing was sorted out. Like if I'd gotten PT and it had worked, then I would be like, yeah, let's do more PT. But, you know, the thing is, they've been recommending this one thing, and the way that they aggressively refuse it for me makes me think, well, that must be the thing that I really need then. If I can't seem to get it because they're so unwilling to just do this one test, that must really be the thing that's needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's my update. That's my update. I'm still dealing with some medical mafia problems.
Wow. I'm so sorry to hear that, and I appreciate your having the courage to share that with us. And it's, again, you're a targeted individual, as you know, this is what brings it to mind. I mean, this is what exposes it as such, your situation. So again, I appreciate your coming on as well, because it gives me the realization that, yeah, we'll wind the live stream down, but I'm glad that we did so by catching up with yourself. And because you're right, it does begin to hit me once you bring it to my attention how tired I am. And I've turned in, you know, this is the time I usually end the live stream, but yeah, you by your coming on, you helped me you know, we can always get back to this subject again in the near future on Sunday or sometime after that. They knocked us off tonight, and I had to get back on. That always kills motivation and the number of listeners. I don't know if you were aware of that or had known that we got cut off earlier in the night.
So I woke up and was like, oh, it's still 8. He might still be on. And then I noticed that there were 2. And then I was trying to play it on the YouTube. It wasn't playing for me. So I checked the Skype and there was still a call. That's why I decided I could.
By the way, we had to reestablish that call multiple times. Yeah. Yeah.
I see that they were really coming at you.
Yeah.
And that's discouraging because, I mean, there's really nobody else talking like this in the media. Like, everybody else in the media is, I mean, they're really promoting a lot of things that are detrimental in both domestic and foreign policy. And It's discouraging that people can't think critically. Like, you really need to separate from what is being told to you and think for yourself and be really strong in your conviction that you have the right to choose. Like, you have the right to say no. Like, you can say, no, this is not working for me. I mean, it's so often that you just get, you get sick of it. Like, you get sick of hearing about it. You get tired of, the endless nonsense in the media. It's discouraging. And unfortunately, like, I tune out. Like, I really just don't listen anymore. I just shut it off. I don't, like, even if I'm with people who are watching it, I can't have a conversation about it. So I'll go read a book. And that is how I deal with it. And I know it's not productive. And I know that there needs to be a critical mass of people who work together to start bringing some sanity back into our world. It's no longer possible to ignore it. Like, you can't, like you said when you first came on, I was way too tired last night, but I heard you say that there's just too much going on for me not to speak about it. And I really find that valuable, that you do have to have a voice, and you have to stand up and say what you mean instead of just saying what you think others need to hear.
Thank you. Yes, beautiful, honey. I so much appreciate you. You're such a incredible person, persevering as you do, as a targeted individual, being attacked as you are by the system itself, and still managing to survive. How about your hands? They're feeling a little less numb these days. How's that? How's your nervous system?
Horrible.
Oh God,
no.
sorry.
I know.
Oh.
It's bizarre. It's a new thing. It wasn't happening before last summer. They're just white and numb. My doctor had suggested that the Raynaud's syndrome, the closing off of the capillaries, which is autoimmune, that does not typically present with a numbness and a weakness. So it's secondary to what might actually be going on. Yeah, I can't use my hands very well. I've been hiding it. I've been working and not, just bearing with it and not telling anybody, not doing things that really require a lot of lifting. Oh, there goes the fire truck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they're just, I don't know what it is. It's something that needs somebody who knows more than I do to handle. But at this point, like, I've contacted lawyers about the insurance refusing to cover things that have been requested for a decade now. I'm not clear on, like, what is the right path, but I can't keep going to doctors who ask for one thing and then tell me it's unnecessary and send me to something else. It's not, and if they'd done their due diligence, they would have seen I have already done a course of physical therapy which resulted in a worsening of this condition. I mean, over years, I'm still not getting the help that I need. But I want to also delineate that this concept of a targeted individual has been so co-opted by the enemy. And when I say the enemy, it's whoever it is that presents themselves as being helpful towards people like myself.
Yes.
And they actually work against you. They actually come in and provide no resources, do not follow up, put you on another list. These are the conditions that are not they're not being held accountable. So I want to just warn people that if these are circumstances that you face every day, first of all, you're not alone. But at the same time, you really have to use your own discernment to decide if these other organizations out there are actually helpful, or are they just soliciting money from you? Are they just putting your name down with a group of other people who will then be followed up with in order to further demonstrate more targeting? Not helpful, not going to be like an accessible caregiving organization. I mean, I'm thinking about, in particular, back in Vermont, the one organization that was responsible for housing people, and the condition that you were not allowed to actually move somewhere and be housed. You were supposed to just stay in the area that you were. You have to stay in the county, and you're not going to get any help from this organization. I mean, these are the things that need to change. These are the things that somebody in enforcement and in governmental affairs should be on top of this. Where is the Attorney General? Like, why is it that you can be homeless but not allowed to leave the area that you're in order to seek housing? That to me is so bizarre that nobody would notice, that nobody would go and say, well, we're not going to fund this organization that doesn't actually house people, but then just keeps them homeless and unable to, and restricts them so they can't even move out of the area.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that I do need to speak about, and I'm really grateful that you let me on your show just to cathart and let it out and have somebody understand that I wouldn't be making this up. It doesn't serve me in any way to talk about this and have some resolution. Like, there's no remedy that's being provided here other than the fact that we're able to speak out about it, and at some point, maybe years after our death, they'll realize that this was going on, and that was the explanation for, why other people were misbehaving, like going out and shooting people and going out and causing damage to property because the frustration, and it seems really calculated, the way that they continue to put you in a place where the thing that they tell you is going to help you becomes the thing that is a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm willing to, continue speaking about it, but I would in the future like to speak about things that are happier, that make more sense, that, well, this happened and this was the remedy. This is the person who assisted me, and they're, and they're getting their just due, whatever that might be. But, the ongoing nightmare of having to find help and being put out or put into a situation where you have to borrow money in order to go and get this help or do this interview or have this talk with somebody. like my job is telling me, well, you just need a phone. Like, we can't send you out on deliveries until you have a phone. I'm just saying, I'm not going to get a phone. I'm sorry. This is the phone I have. It's a Wi-Fi phone. I can't drive around with it because there's no Wi-Fi connection that will hold amongst the city streets. I have to just, you know, like, well, and I don't feel like it's my job to support their business with, you know, such a low paying position, and then I have to like provide the technology in order to do their job. Like, I don't see that as appropriate in any way. But I was able to like landscape the yard over here with some of their leftover stuff, and it looks really good. It's gonna rain for 4 days here, so we definitely got some grass seed down.
Oh, wow.
And some down, and you know, just staying on top of things I control is all I can do right now. And I sent you a picture of our beautiful magnolia tree, which is so pretty right now.
Oh, is that what it is? Yes, go on. Yes.
Thousands of flowers on the magnolia tree. It's so gorgeous.
It looks very similar to a cherry blossom. It looks very similar to cherry blossoms.
It did kind of remind me of the cherry blossom festival, but it's magnolias and they're gorgeous. And I was looking that you could pickle them, and my mother-in-law said, no, I'm not eating magnolias. So I picked them, but I didn't pickle them.
Huh.
And that's, you know, that's kind of the direction that I always tend towards when all of this stuff just gets in your head, and you know, they try to drive you mad. And instead of that, I just resort to things that are calm and peaceful and find a way to get some distance from it so that I have a better perspective and also have input from other people. That's
of course
something that, you know, it's not always in your mind when you're enraged and fired up about something. It's not always.
That's what we're here for. So yeah.
Like, should I ask somebody? Should I get some other opinion?
Yeah.
And you know, that is another great remedy that you can do for yourself, is to find other people who can at least tell you you're crazy, you know, at the very least, just say, you know what, this is too much. I can't listen to you anymore. That's a response. That's a remedy. That's okay. I need to be more discerning between who I tell and who I don't tell. But yeah, thank you again for holding another 12 hours.
Thank you, honey.
12 hours on the radio.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a full 12 hours, but it was definitely 12 hours when you considered the break that was forced upon me between the two parts. Yeah, so, yeah, it is 12 hours, yes. And, well, I love you dearly, and I want to thank you for coming on, giving us an update and about your struggles, and, oh my God, I'm just glad you're alive, and that you sound good. Despite everything that you're facing in terms of challenges, you sound good. So you're weathering the storm quite well, and yeah, I feel you'll come out on top of it. Any updates to provide that you feel comfortable sharing publicly about Tokyo? Tokyo.
I mean, he's good. He's doing stuff. He's getting around.
Okay.
Yeah, we're quite the trio. Him and his mom and I.
Well, good.
We all have a lot going on, and yet somehow the three of us together are getting it done with,
Excellent.
It's better than being alone. That's the key. Is like, it is really challenging, but being alone and having to handle all of this is impossible.
Oh yeah. Oh God, you don't want that, and you managed to evade that. Thank God. That's important. That's huge. And so aside from that, I want to let you know how impressed I was that you were speaking about. Now, forgive me, the man who put the chestnut oil on and disguised himself as a native and infiltrated the pilgrimage to Mecca. This was an individual. Yeah. Did he have a name identical to the actor Richard Burton?
Apparently, yeah, the actor Richard Burton must have known about him and chose that name as kind of an homage because
That wasn't his real name? That wasn't the actor's real name?
was, but clearly he didn't have any children. Sir Richard Burton of, the British Royal Geological Society, he did not have any children. So this Richard Burton perhaps had a different name and assumed his name.
Interesting.
I don't know. I haven't really looked at that aspect of it. Yeah, I was reading that biography and I got to the end, and the end said, oh, on the 19th of October, he became very ill, and then at 5 a.m. he lost consciousness, and it was probably then that he passed, but his wife kept vigil until 7 in the morning. And I was thinking, wait, okay, so this guy died the day that Douglas was born. He died on October 20th.
Yeah, 1966 or what year? What year? However,
1890.
Okay, what? 1890. That was it. 1890. Yeah. But my birthday, right? That's correct. I thought of that, of course, the moment you said that he got very sick on October 19th, my birthday Eve day. Yeah, and probably died on my birthday. Yes, that makes sense. So,
isn't that great? And then his wife had this mausoleum built that was made. It was concrete. Yeah. Like the photo is gorgeous. I don't have the book anymore. I can't send you the photo. But if you were to find Sir Richard Burton's mausoleum in England that his wife had built for him, it's like the tent. It's concrete that looks like waves of a tent.
Wow.
It's like a desert tent. Yeah. And both him and his wife are buried in this mausoleum. Oh, well, they're not buried, they're on the ground. But it's a fabulous artistic rendition of a tent made of concrete.
Yes. A Bedouin tent.
I've never seen anything like it. Yeah. I've never been in a cemetery with anything like that.
That's incredible. Yes, indeed.
Very interesting kind of I think it's interesting that she chose to honor him in that way.
Yes.
Because they weren't necessarily the best of friends, him and his wife.
Yeah. Why did they stay married?
Well, he took so long to find a wife because of the situation with, he was so well traveled. He'd studied all these polygamous tribes in the desert, in Africa, in Muslim countries. And none of the English mothers would allow him to marry their daughters. And he had made this comment that English mothers will refuse their daughters' needs in order to support their own comfort.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So he took a very long time to find someone, and she basically was all about it. Was just like in love with him. Her diary is full of all these kind of mystical, romanticized dreams of being married to him.
Wow.
And she, and then she was married to him, and they lived pretty much separate lives.
Wow.
It's one story where they both showed up in the same place kind of together, and they weren't really even surprised to see each other there. But they were just like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then they walked off together, but there was like no inkling from either one of them that they knew the other was to be there.
Wow.
So, it was kind of, I don't know, I think it's kind of a strange situation anyway, to be somebody who's so driven to study language and to study culture and, and to come up against so many barriers. Like, Holly was talking about his rival, Speck, who was also on some expeditions with him. And I hadn't gotten to this point in the book yet, but Speck committed suicide. And they couldn't tell if it was an accident or not. They didn't know if he was carrying the gun and the gun went off and that, and that caused his death, or if he just didn't want to bear the realistic situation that Richard Burton was supposed to meet up with him in order to disclose his theory as wrong, that Speck had found the source of the Nile, which he had not, and Burton had proof that that was not the case. And so there was really, she was correct in saying there was all this controversy between Burton and Speck, and that they had started out as collaborators. They were both working in the same expeditions. They were both studying the same cultures. But then I didn't understand that Speck had this terrible tragedy happen, and that they had pursued Burton as perhaps the person involved, but he was somehow able to prove that it wasn't him. So yeah, it was such an interesting biography. Like, I was really excited that I had something that was holding my attention like that.
It's incredible. And the fact that both yourself and Holly knew so much about this, just like you both knew so much about the geological strata of these various states. It's both of you are like soulmates in a sense, are kindred, very kindred. So also,
well, only only you would know that the two of us should have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So you can give yourself credit for that, for being somebody who brings like-minded people together.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Well, honey, I love you beyond expression. We'll speak up. Obviously, I'll be exhausted once I shut the live stream down, and we'll retreat into the gentle day. But we'll talk soon, hopefully before the weekend, when I'm busy again for a little bit during the weekend. So we'll hopefully speak before then, just privately, check in with each other. And but in the interim, you helped me kind of wind down for shutting down the live stream. We'll do that. All right, let's proceed with that. Do me a favor and encourage everyone to contribute, and say good morning to them all.
Yes, very good. Thank you for everybody who participates in this program, and any support that you can give is appreciated. Money is the most favorite support. But if you have other ways of supporting, simply being here is a very strong support for us. So thank you so much, and come back on Sunday.
Excellent. That was beautiful. How about yourself, Aristides? Are you awake? Just curious. It's all right if you're not. If you are, feel free to. There we are. Yes.
Hello.
Good morning. Say hi to Amy.
Hi, Amy. I'm barely awake. I'm just nursing some coffee a little bit here.
Okay.
Yeah, as Amy said, please donate. Looks like Nemo has the link right there in the chat, so I don't have to put it. But please contribute, and hope everything went well. We'll catch up.
Yeah. Definitely as well as it could, considering, but we did pretty good. Obviously, I was motivated to stay on board, and then Amy came on and made me realize how tired I am, and that it's healthy to, wind down.
How long did George stay on?
Not too long, but long enough to, thank God we were able to get him on for a little bit. And all that being said, we love you dearly, Aristides, and none of this would have been possible without you. And of course, dear Amy has helped profoundly, financially as well as morally. And so we're so glad that we're able to provide you at least a platform to put on record some of what's happened to you. I don't want to use the term victimization because I don't want you to, identify as a victim or feel like such, but you're definitely someone who's a person of interest before we go back towards the targeted individual term for the reasons you articulated. Too often terms like that do get hijacked and turn twisted. They're twisted. But all such being said, okay, both of you, I'm glad that you were able to talk to the audience a bit. We love you both, and I'm going to shut down the live stream. Okay, this will get us, how would I say it? Keep us till Sunday. Everybody join us then. All right, we're going to press the buttons. End stream. And pressing end. And then